Good morning and welcome to Judgement Day. We're in Ponds Forge where dreams will come to reality for 16 of the best players in the world. We know the top seeds already in the draw tomorrow at 10 o'clock for the start of the 2016 Betfred World Snooker Championship, but we have 32 still in contention. They've come through 2 qualifying rounds and now, Neil Foulds, they stand 1 session away from getting in the draw tomorrow at 10 o'clock. We had incredible drama yesterday. We had a missed 147. We had so many great centuries. We've got some one-sided matches, such as Ding against Nigel Bond. Ding, of course, the highest profile player in the qualifiers as a result of slipping out of the 16. He's 8-1 up against Nigel Bond. But other than that, we've got some really, really close matches.
Yeah, I think we've already said I'm putting Ding into the draw already. No disrespect to Nigel. I think yesterday was very tense. Today is tense in a different way, you know. I mean, whatever happened yesterday, with the exception of that match and 1 or 2 others, you can't win it yesterday, you can't get through. Today, though, is today when things get very twitchy indeed. And I expect some drama, some close finishes. And maybe, who knows, I mean, maybe even a black ball to decide who plays at the Crucible down the road in a few days' time.
Well, it's not unheard of, that, is it?
Yeah.
And we've had, I think, 13 10-9 thrillers already. And certainly, judging by the way yesterday evening's session finished, almost all of those matches were as close as they could possibly be at 5-4. Let's just quickly run you through who's got to do what to qualify. Table 1 at 11 o'clock, we've got Robbie Williams resuming 6-3 up against Anthony Hamilton. Anthony is a 4-time quarter-finalist, but hasn't appeared at the Crucible since 2008. Sam Baird, who's been there once before, he's 5-4 up against Liam Highfield. And I think Highfield's got a chance in that one, especially when you bear in mind that Sam was 4-0 up. Liam's got right back into that match.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's the beauty of a long match. You can be 4-0 down and you can conceivably come back into it. So it's one of those rare situations where someone will be behind by the odd frame overnight, will be happier than the guy that's in front.
Okay, we've already mentioned Ding resumes 8-1 up against Nigel Bond. That's on table 3. We'll be dipping in and out of that one, of course. And then Lisowski and Dave Gilbert. Dave Gilbert's had 3 appearances at the Crucible already. Lisowski's been there before on the one occasion when he was unlucky to come up against a very high-class Barry Hawkins in 2013 before Barry went on to make that final against Ronnie. Dave's 6-3 up, but there's a lot of life left in that match.
It's a lovely game of snooker, those two lovely players. I mean, we always talk about someone like David Gilbert, the way he strikes the ball, one of the best ball strikers in the game. Not the best player in the game, but you know, he hits the ball beautifully against one of the sort of untapped talents of the game in Lisowski. That's got to come through. We're going to have a good look at that match because despite 6-3 being the score, Lisowski can still win.
You certainly can. I know you were really, really enjoying the
beautiful match,
the exchanges there yesterday. Your mate from the commentary box, a great pundit and still a great player, Alan the Angles. We worked it out. What's he done? This would be his 20th appearance at the Crucible, and he's 7-2 up. It's a mountain to climb for Jimmy Robertson. It's looking very, very good for Alan.
He's like Benjamin Button, isn't he? Because he had 7 years not playing at the Crucible. He looks younger and fitter, but he could be there for the 4 successive years. You know, he's got a long history in the game, but Alan is still the same, very youthful in his thoughts, but he's a consummate professional. And if he gets there 4 years running, don't forget he's had to win a lot of matches over those years. I would be so pleased for him.
Right, now the next match I want to talk about is so evenly poised. Rob Milkins, Kurt Mafflin. How significant that Rob just snuck that last frame of the session yesterday. He leads 5-4, but that's such a tough match to call, that one.
It is. Mafflin played at the Crucible for the first time last year and almost beat the world champion on the first day. He lost 10-9 late into the Saturday evening to Mark Selby. So, you know, that is an interesting game. Whoever wins that match will be delighted just to be there, I think.
Well, the action has started. It's Lisowski against Dave Gilbert. They're playing on table 4. We're just quickly going to wrap up the other 2 matches that we'll be dipping in and out of, and then we'll start full commentary with Neil Foulds on this match in your screen at the moment. Gilbert 6-3 up, but Neil fancies this one could go very, very long indeed. It would be remiss of us not to mention Tepchire Unnu. He was on the breakfast news this morning because he missed a 147 again on the final black, the worst kind of deja vu. He, as Lisowski is against Gilbert, trails 6-3, but he's so irresistible to watch.
Well, he's like Lizowski, a gifted left-handed player, and you can expect a bit of a backlash there, even though he's behind. If he starts potting a few balls and he loosens up the shoulders and goes for them, a bit like Lizowski, I think that match has still got some mileage in it, although he must be ruining what happened yesterday. He made 2 breaks over 140 yesterday, it shouldn't be forgotten, but he's still losing.
Yeah, very, very good point. The balls are nicely spread in the very, very early exchanges of this first frame. Dave Gilbert's on the score sheet. And the final match to talk about before we hot-foot it into the commentary box, Mitchell Mann against Detuet Poomjang. Mitchell Mann, it would be a debut for the world number 74, but what a tricky opponent in the form of Detuet Poomjang. Of course, we know all about the antics and the enthusiasm and the exuberance of Poomjang after that 10-9 win over Stephen Maguire a few years ago. But he's no clown, Poomjang, and he's proven that he's got what it takes to get to the Crucible before. That's a tough match to come back from a deficit for Mitchell Mann.
We're all neutrals in this game. I'd like to see Mitchell Mann do well, but if Poomjang got through, imagine Maguire and Poomjang again, the rematch when the draw's made tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Wouldn't that be something?
Oh, I wouldn't like to get Stephen Maguire's immediate reactions on that prediction for the draw from Neil Foles. Anyway, we will bring you all the drama as it unfolds. We are here until the very end. We've just run you through the runners and riders in the first of the 8 matches, all of which are out on centre stage at Ponds Forge here, and then around about 5 p.m. the second set of 8 matches will reach a conclusion. We are going to hot-foot it into the commentary box, so forgive us for 30 or 40 seconds of silence. Please don't go anywhere. If you've chosen to take a day off work to stay with us for the drama, we promise this will be worth your while. The stakes could barely be higher.
So welcome to our commentary on this match. We saw Gilbert in first. I think 6-3 is one of those dangerous leads. You've got a foot into the next round. You've got a foot into the doors of the Crucible. You're probably thinking about walking through that stage door and playing your opening match, but it's not the kind of lead that guarantees a victory. I think when you get to 7-2 or 8-1, that's a different story. So it's one of those leads which can be turned around and all of that. Of course, Gilbert will not be looking for that to happen, and he's made a good start here to get straight in. Of course, we'll keep you up to date with everything that's going on. We're expecting to be shaking hands with Nigel Bond, I think, in about half an hour, 40 minutes. I mean, you never quite know what's going to happen. Bond once made that great comeback from 9-2 down to beat Cliff Thornton 10-9 at the Crucible. And he's a bit of a comeback kid because he was 5-0 down against Barry Hawkins in the UK in 2014 and won. But I don't really see it happening against Ding Junhui. But we'll let you know the winners as they come through. I think Ding will be the first man in the draw, along with the 16 seeds. He's got a very nice manner around the table, lovely relaxed looking player. I mean, I don't know what's going on inside him. You know, he could be a bundle of nerves, but it doesn't seem to come out in his cue action, his demeanour. I think he's a fine player, one that could have done better, but he's starting to live up to the promise he's shown for a long time now. And as I say, he just hits the ball in a very effortless way. This was just the start that Gilbert wanted in first, trying to extend the lead from 6-3 to 7-3. There is a lot of thinking time between sessions. Plenty of time to think about how things might go. You can almost play the match in your head. Oh, I'm going to get off to this start, that start. You never quite know how it's going to go. But as I say, this is absolutely superb. Some news that Ding Junhui is in amongst the balls early on, getting closer to the target of 10. Already at the point where frame ball is about to happen. Nice little cannon. This is a perfect start for Gilbert. The start he would have been thinking about all night. Dream start.
Well, you've said before, Neil, once you get to 7, I imagine, even though you're being focused and you're trying to be as professional as possible, that might be the point at which you begin thinking, hang on a minute, I can actually do this. I could well be in the draw tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and the other thing you do, Rob, is I believe you look at how many frames cushion of a lead you've got, and it's going up to 4 frames here, so he knows that he's got to have a pretty bad run of an hour or two of being dominated or outplayed for that deficit to be eroded. So, really good start. Things will get tense on some of the other matches, I'm absolutely sure of that.
Well, as we watch Dave close out this opening frame in fine style, Ding's on a break of 68, so he's very soon going to move to a position in that frame where Nigel Bond will require snookers. So Ding is almost there in this first frame of the session, which means he's only 1 frame away from wrapping up the match. Alan McManus has a 38-point advantage over Jimmy Robertson. Remember, the Angles is only 3 frames away from a place in the main draw. Rob Milkins and Kurt Mafflin, we said that one was going to be close. 27 apiece in the early stages of their match. Remember, Mafflin trailing by just 1, and Sam Baird on a very useful break of 57. He leads Liam Highfield 5-4, but remember, Liam came back from a 4-0 deficit to get back into contention there, so a big break in the first frame of the day would certainly calm some nerves as far as Sam Baird is concerned.
Indeed, and this is going to be a century to start with, an absolute dream start. And the break could go as high as 1-3-3. Lisowski would be looking to start this session well. He's not had a chance. Break goes to 106, and it's been, as ever, a joy to watch. Look at the way the cue action works. As I said earlier, there's a lot of good players in this game, great players, and they've all got their own way of hitting the ball, but very few strike the cue ball better than this guy. Ding's made a century as well, so he's close to winning. That's 9-1 over there against Nigel Bond. We'll maybe try and get you a bit of the next frame there, and it could be the last. But, well, I think we're on the right table at the moment. This is a beautiful break. He's barely put a foot wrong in this break. Everything has been inch perfect. There's another perfect shot.
What a way to close in on your 4th appearance at the Crucible. This is a class clearance from Gilbert. He's made this look very easy.
Beautiful break, fabulous break at 133, and that really could not be a better start to the day. Ding Junhui clearing to make a big break here. Goodness, he can make 140, which won't win any prizes because that's gone. Tepchai with a 144 holding the pre-qualifying high break prize. It's £1,000. It's not anything like it will be at the Crucible, but it's £1,000 all the same. And Ding with a break of 140. So I think the point you made, that these qualifiers were meant to be a bad thing for Ding, it just might go the other way here because he's breezed through them. He'll go to the Crucible without expending too much energy, and he's got a lot of confidence behind him.
He has. He beat Greg Casey 10-4. He beat Ross Muir 10-1. And he is now just a single frame away from coming through all 3 qualifiers, having conceded just 6 frames. 140, and the former world #1 has turned it on in style this morning. That was really, really classy. So we've seen a 140 from Ding, we've seen a 133 from Dave Gilbert. Jimmy Robertson is really hanging on against Alan McManus. Sam Baird, incidentally, has taken the first frame of the day against Liam Highfield, so he's restored a 2-frame advantage. The youngster from Columpton, he's now 6-4 ahead against Highfield. Still a very, very tense frame in progress between Milkins and Mafflin as we watch Jimmy Robertson try and close in on that slenderish lead of McManus in this frame. But bearing in mind McManus has a 5-frame cushion over his South Coast rival there. But very, very tight between Mafflin and Milkins. Milkins leading 5-4, but Mafflin's leading by a single point in their first frame of the day, and that one may not be over too soon.
Interesting contrast between what we've seen, and we've seen a 133 total clearance, a 140 total clearance. Yeah, I looked over at the Hamilton-Williams game, and I think it's 4 points each in the opening frame, so they've been playing 15-20 minutes, 15 minutes in fact, and very little has taken place, and there's still only 1 red down there, so that's how we get contrast in snooker, isn't it?
I guess that might be testament to how crucial Anthony Hamilton feels this opening frame is as he trails Robbie Williams 6-3. Tight to middle left for Jimmy, and he's missed that one. So Ding Junhui just a single frame away from booking his place in the draw, and that isn't really too much of a surprise after that overnight lead of 8-1. Tepchai Unnu has got a useful advantage in the first frame of the day against Anthony McGill. Remember, he trails the Scottish quarter-finalist from last year 6-3. McGill's back at the table, but there was a useful 60-odd break from Unnu to start his day and his drive towards what he hopes would be a Crucible debut. Long way to go though, and McGill definitely has the advantage.
Just an interesting little stat for you here. Ross Muir against Ding Junhui in the previous round won the first frame. So Ding won the remaining 10. He's only lost 1 of his last 20 frames, and it's meant to be tough in these qualifiers. Takes some doing, doesn't it, to win all those frames? 19 out of 20 frames.
Yeah, irrespective of the opponent, especially bearing in mind the context. But as we said yesterday, yeah, it would have been quite easy for Ding's ego to kick in a little bit and for him to react rather differently to the manner in which he has gone about coming through qualifying. He's done it the right way. He's done it with maturity, and I don't think he's going to be too tired. I know the likes of Peter Ebdon always says, well, it's impossible for a qualifier to win now. Well, it might be if you're winning 10-9 and finishing at 2 in the morning, but if you've come through 10-4, 10-1, 10-1, I'm not sure there is a fatigue factor there after 3 days rest, is there?
No, but you're absolutely right to bring up the point of Ebdon. I couldn't have made it any better myself. I mean, with Peter, you know, he won 13 frames in a row, the last 7 against Gerard Green and the first 6 against Ian Burns. In the meantime, that was a bad miss from Robertson. But just a final point on that, if Peter's speaking from his own perspective, then he's got a point, isn't he? It's going to be tough for him to win 3 matches. because everything is a pint of blood at the moment. 6 hours odd last night, you know.
69-minute frame before the interval.
Seems unnecessarily long to me. Both players perhaps a little on the slow slide there. Now Alan will be looking to just get another frame on the board here. He lost the last yesterday. Jimmy Robertson missed that ping, just a couple of shots back. So he's carving out what looks to be an 8-2 advantage here, with just a little bit more work to do.
Just a quick update, Tepchaya Unnu has reduced that deficit against Anthony McGill to 2 frames. He now trails 6-4 as opposed to 6-3. And for the Jack Lazowski fans amongst you, obviously a massive break by Dave Gilbert to go 7-3 up. Lazowski's in the early stages of a break. He's on 29 and really needs to stop Gilbert getting to 8 if he's to stand a chance. Trails by 4. It'd be very handy if he could get down to 7-3. It's a 7-4 rather.
Well, Manus knocking in that red means that this is frame ball for another one on the board. So you give this everything he's got. Never in doubt. This is a very fine performance so far. And what I thought was going to be a tight match, this one.
So Alan is now 2 frames away from a 20th Crucible appearance. Right, we're turning our attention temporarily to Rob Milkins against Kurt Mafflin. Mafflin has a slender lead in this 10th frame, and this is so tight. Remember, Rob Milkins took the last frame of their session yesterday to ensure it was he who had the 1 frame advantage. This, we were chatting about a few moments ago, could well be one of the matches that goes 10-9. There's been hardly anything to separate them all the way through the match. At one stage, Kurt led 4-2 and slipped, only winning 1 more, where Milkins came through for that advantage. But this is a really tight match between the 2 of them. Nothing to call between them yet, and there's life left in this frame as well.
Well, that's a mistake. He's got the cue ball back, but he's got pushed the red down the table too far.
Nigel Bond had a break of 18, remember trailing 9-1 against Ding, but he's broken down on that. And Ding is once again at the table, and he'll be hoping to get this wrapped up and be on his way home. He lives in Sheffield and has done for 10 years, on his way home for a cup of tea by 12 o'clock.
I didn't play that very well. He got a double kiss there on that red, actually. So we're starting to get the picture, aren't we? 1 or 2 players drawing away, the likes of Ding, the likes of David Gilbert. McManus is doing the same there. 3 that look like they're going to make it into the draw. Not guaranteed, of course, but Ding, I think, is the most likely to be in that draw in the next few minutes. Just a few behind in the next frame. We'll cut to that match as soon as we can and when we need to, but for now we're staying in what is a pretty crucial opening frame of the day here. There's a few matches that we've got, you know, our eye on, haven't we, which could be close. This one and the match with Mitchell Mann and Detuat, we kind of feel that those are going to go close, and I think tonight
There's a 5 or 6 which could go all the way. The all-Chinese clash, the two of them. 2 matches featuring Chinese players, I think are destined to go extremely tight.
Tepchaya Unnu started today 6-3 down. He's gone 6-4 and he has an advantage of 40 points in the 11th frame. He's on a break of 36, so he's going well in the early stages today, and he could start putting Anthony McGill under a little bit of pressure.
Yes, and of course we'll be giving you some of that later on as well. We've got so much to show you. Milkin's still a few behind. If he can play a good shot on this green, if he can force it in up onto the red, he could win the frame here. He's played that well. He's overhit slightly, but the direction was good. In fact, he's overhit more than slightly. Somebody just sent me a message saying, did you say that somebody comes from Trumpton? I think you said Columpton. I know that's down in the West Country.
I'm pretty sure I said Columpton.
No, I'm sure you did. I think the person's wrong. Trumpton is a fictitious place, isn't it? Must be.
A bit of a rave tune from back in the day, Trip to Trumpton.
Okay, that's not something I'm familiar with, but
It's a long time ago in my past. I thought I'd buried that in the recesses of the mind.
Now look, it comes down to this big shot here, because if he's straight on this, I don't know if he's got the shot. That's a really good little screw shot there, powerful. He couldn't get any closer to the blue than that. It's pretty well played. So, we're at the real important stage of this frame. Pink needed. Milkins to take a 2-frame lead. Has he got the nudge on the pink? Yes, it's not entirely straightforward. If he was right behind it straight, it would be a certainty. He's got it, and that's a very telling clearance of the last couple of reds and the colours for Rob Milkins to take a 2-frame lead at 6-4. I think we could probably head over to see a bit of something else. This is Man and Poomjang. There's a lot of mileage in this frame yet, it would seem. In the meantime, just to say that as I looked over there, Tepchaya is in amongst the balls on table number 7. Wonder if we could quickly nip over to that match, just to see if he gets over the line, because he's back scoring heavily again. That was the match I thought was interesting. So he's got a lead of 68 points. Now he's knocked that in, and he's just a joy to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, this is a very, very good start to the day. A little bit of commentator's curse there. It's still a very sizable advantage in this frame, and it's a long, long way back.
Well, he can't
for
win.
McGill here.
Can't win. He needs a snooker. So it's a bit unfortunate that of all the good stuff we see, every time a Noor gets a mention, not only today but in the 2-1-4-7s, we join in missing a black into that left corner. It seems synonymous with him, doesn't it? But mercifully, from his point of view, there's 67 on the table. He's 68 in front. So maybe we should assume for now that he's going to win this frame and move on somewhere else. What do you think? I think this match has got a lot of mileage in it. We'll be looking quite closely at this one. Well, this frame is now over, so that match is getting closer and closer. The wonderful Tepchaya is in it still. So we're back on our feature match. Let's have a little look how this frame is going. Certainly Gilbert got in first. Lazowski rattled up a very quick break of 43.
Yes, this is a huge, huge frame for Jack Lazowski. Remember, he trailed Dave Gilbert 6-3. And Dave, with that wonderful clearance of 1-3-3 to start his morning's work off. Total contrast to the other 6-3 match. Tepchaya Unnu started 6-3 and now trails Anthony McGill on table 7 by just a single frame. And the momentum in the middle section of that match is switching to the man who was agonisingly close to another televised 1-4-7 yesterday. So key moments here for Jack Lisowski. Rob Milkins, of course, now re-established a 2-frame advantage over Mafflin. Poomjang and Mitchell Mann still have yet to finish their opening frame of day 2 of their encounter. Anthony Hamilton, incidentally, he's another one trailing 6-3. He's on a break of 45, and how he could do with closing the gap down to 2 frames. A bit of a conversation going on here between the referee, Zhang Weili, and Dave Gilbert and Jack Lisowski. It's important that this is done with total accuracy, bearing in mind the stage of the match we're at, and how much of a mountain it is for Lisowski to climb from this position.
Well, that's right. You've got to get the positioning of the balls right, and for 2 reasons. One, because obviously it's just that you need to recreate the shot, but it's actually the guy behind the shot needs it to be put back correctly so he can make the adjustment. If the balls are placed wrongly, then he can't even make the adjustment.
Meanwhile, on table 3, Nigel Bond is clinging onto the match by his fingertips. 9-1 down. He leads the 11th by 34 points. And Rob Milkins is in at the beginning of what could be another very useful break in that match against Kurt Mafflin. Taking the first of the day, he's on a break of 22 over on table 6. Meanwhile, this is Dave Gilbert. This is almost a must-win frame for Lisowski, isn't it?
It is, and that's going back for more. And you know, at the moment, you'd say that Lisowski's got a good chance of winning it, given that Gilbert's in this rotten snooker that he's got to get out of. And whichever way he goes, it looks like he's got problems, to me.
Getting closer, but still not there.
No, and it's getting a worry now. The points deficit moving up. There's another 4 to go on there, isn't there? So it'll be 59-26, 33 points. 59 on. But of course he's worried more about hitting one and sticking the red. That's why the balls will keep getting replaced. Becoming very expensive, this. He's hit the pink again. It's going to go back again.
Nigel Bond is hanging on. He's taken another frame, so it's 9-2 now. So the victory celebrations for Ding are put on hold for just a little while. Bond showing his experience and his pride there to take a second frame in the match. He trails 9-2.
This is like we're seeing the same shot 6 or 7 times in a row here, and every time he hits the pink, I mean, this is getting ridiculous now. He's got to play a different shot here, Rob, because that shot doesn't appear on. You know, he can't keep hitting the pink and giving other 4-point penalties away. There's 45 in this frame now, and it's getting to the point where if he keeps going, he'll end up giving the frame away with Lisowski sitting in his chair.
Well, at what stage do you call it quits on a shot that clearly hasn't worked? Do you say to yourself, right, I'm going to try this 3 times or 4, or do you just end up getting stuck in a mental rut where you're so determined that you've picked the right line, you're going to keep on until you prove it?
Now, you asked the question at what stage. The stage is now. You've got to play a different shot now. 45 behind. I think this is now 5 times he's played a foul, and at least 3 he's hit the pink. We're losing count. But I think he is going a different way here. He's playing a slightly different shot.
I can't believe that. He's missed it again.
Well, he's got to stop doing it, basically. It's just not working. Okay, that time he was extremely close, but he's given away, I reckon, at least 30 points here. At least. I mean, unfortunately, you get trapped in a situation where you think, well, I've just got to keep going. This time he's playing it with a bit more side. This is what we're saying about the ball's being replaced properly. Well, he's got there. In the end, it's quite a decent shot, but even then, it wasn't that not so impressive as all that. Hey, you can win the frame still. That's the good news. 49 in it, but that was a very expensive little exchange there.
Well, at least he got there in the end. Just a quick note, a very impressive century from Anthony Hamilton. He now trails Robbie Williams 6-4 as opposed to 6-3. Digging in a little bit and showing some of the experience that took him to 4 World Championship quarterfinals on table 1. Nigel Bond has clawed one back to 9-2, and he's in the balls at the very early stages of the next frame. Mitchell Mann and Poomjang still haven't finished their first frame of the day, so that's what, 34, 35 minutes old. Only 8 points in it. Poomjang leads 5-4. Slender overnight advantage.
A few questions people are asking me. One actually I'll answer now. A tweet was sent to me with regards to what happens to the 16 seeds at the Crucible should they lose. And the answer is they get the money, but they don't get the points towards their ranking. So anyone that loses first round will get 0 points that is seeded there. So the money they get does not count. So it's worth noting.
Especially when you look down towards the players who are in 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th, because the likes of Michael White and Liang Wenbo are only separated by 12,000, and it's over 13 for the guys who come through qualifying and book their place in the first round proper. So there are a few places to pick up in the rankings, and that's very significant if it means that you start next season in the 16.
It does. I mean, obviously the most important cut-off was the one for this event, actually, but you're right, you know, it's an ongoing thing, the ranking list now. Yeah, it was Lisowski's turn to give points away, as we saw, missing that red altogether. But that's not a good cue ball, and it's not a good red either. And he's had a beautiful break in the first frame, but he's been less than impressive here. Okay, he was in a difficult snooker, I accept that. But that last shot was not very well played at all.
Helping hand for Lisowski. 7-4 would settle his nerves down a little bit. Certainly a lot less intimidating a scoreline than 8-3. Rob Milkins has a lead of 22 points over on table 6. Remember, he's trying to squeeze out to a 7-4 lead, 6-4 up at the moment.
So there's life in this match. This was a must-win frame for Lazowski. And he's done enough now. I think the concession is about to happen here. So we'll probably just watch what happens on this shot. Then we'll go on our travels, because there's a close frame with Mitchelman and Poomjang, isn't there? They're on the green ball with 8 points of difference over on table 8. So I think we'll leave this match with the score sure to go 7-4 in favour of Gilbert. In fact, I think he's conceded. So let's move on and pick up table 8, where we can have a look at the Poomjang match that we briefly dipped into.
Yes, key time in that match. Poomjang leading the encounter 5-4, but very, very close overall. So Mitchelman hoping to make a crucible debut, and Poomjang, of course, he's been there before with that great performance against Stephen Maguire that we've referred to a few times. This is definitely the slowest of the starts to the second half of these matches. This is their first frame of the session, just coming towards a conclusion after 40 minutes. Still has to go some to be as long as the fourth frame last night between Burns and Ebden. That was a mere 67 or 68 minutes. Well, we've been using the term must-win frames, but when there's a place in the main draw for the Crucible at stake, they're all virtually must-win frames. Mitchelman beat Matt Selt from 9-7 down in the second round of the qualifiers. Got himself in the mix here and very much still in contention. Liam Highfield trails Sam Baird 6-4. He's got a 21-point advantage in that next frame, and very, very tight once again between Milkins and Mafflin on table 6. Kurt Mafflin's on a break of 31. He leads the frame by 9 and trails the match 6-4. That's very, very tense and tight, that one. And still Nigel Bond digging in. Ding, remember, just a single frame away from confirming his place in the starting lineup for the World Championship. Nigel's pegged him back from 9-1 to 9-2, and he's refusing to go down without a fight. The old warrior from Chesterfield, hanging on for all he's worth over on table 3.
I think Poomjang was a bit lucky on the previous shot, chipping the green near the left corner, but making it a snooker and leaving it where it's not easy to pot. Poomjang might have the advantage of where the balls are. He might be able to screw the cue ball in behind the black from this and get the snooker. You know, you feel that if he could get a 2-frame lead, you know, we're seeing a lot of brilliant breaks on other tables, but this is kind of an edgy start, and Poomjang knows that a good start here to win the first frame would help. And that is not bad. That is a snooker, I think.
Alan McManus has moved to within 1 against Jimmy Robertson. He leads 9-2. Kurt Mafflin very close to getting over the line in this 11th frame against Rob Milkins. He's on a break of 46, and they're down to the colours.
don't think he's going to go for this, you know. I don't know if he fancies playing up and down. Yeah, a very difficult shot to get. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's actually a pretty good choice, I think, as long as he hasn't left enough of this green for the pot. Official man taps the table. Pretty discreet little shot, that one. When players might have gone for the pot, but getting onto the brown was so difficult.
Discretion was the better part of valour when you're trying to preserve a one-frame advantage and move to within 4 frames of a place in the main draw. Rob Milkins needs a snooker in the latter stages of the 11th frame. Mafflin still trying to close that gap down to 6-5.
And with this frame still in the balance, I wonder if we should nip over and have a look at Tepchaya, who looks to be staging another break and maybe getting the match back to 6-all.
Remember, he started this morning trailing Anthony McGill 6-3, and he's won the first 2, and he's currently on a break of 38, so it would be great if we could get over to table 7 and have a look at Tepchaya Anu.
Well, there it is, and I wish he's granted. Here he is clearing up. And if this real match goes 6-all from 6-3, I mean, if Tepchaya can come back and win this, I think the nightmare of the 147, I think that will be something that he hasn't got to worry about too much anymore, because it would mean a lot to him to get to the Crucible. So,
And I guess it would prove he's not a one-trick pony.
no, he's a good player. I mean, he was very unlucky in the World Grand Prix when he lost to Ding Junhui there. He was 3-1 up. Ding played marvellously to win the next 3 and beat him. So this is frame ball. This match is really hotting up, and we'll give you plenty of this as the afternoon unfolds.
I guess the only point to make here is that, from memory, last year McGill had to come through some brutally close matches in qualifying, and when he got to the Crucible, he beat Stephen Maguire 10-9. So McGill has the nerve for the big occasion if it does get very, very tight, and he's going to have to find that again because it has got tight. All square, having led 6-3 within 45 minutes of emerging, he's been pegged back to 6 apiece.
Well, this frame looked like it might be over, and that is well worth seeing. I'm glad we cut over to this there, because 26 in it in favour of Mafflin. He's just been put in the most awkward snooker you'll ever see. So that was a perfect time to join this match. And these are the frames that hurt, that you potentially could lose when your opponent needs a snooker. And what a great shot that Milkins played. Absolutely brilliant. Match changing. And Mafflin's got to hit this, and there's no easy escape.
Liam Highfield's on a very handy break of 43 on table 2. Looks as though he's about to reduce that deficit back down to 1 against Sam Baird. He'll move from 6-4 to 6-5. And Alan McManus on a break. Remember, he leads 9-2. Could the Angles be the first man from qualification to book his place in the main draw tomorrow? He's getting very, very close.
And if you could add a bet on that, you'd have said it would have been Ding the first through, but it's looking like it might not be the case now. And let's have a look at this attempt at hitting the snooker. What a fabulous shot. What a tremendous escape that was. So, Milkins needing a snooker. I don't know if we're going to see him pull out another one of these efforts. Let's see one more shot, see if he can get in behind the blue again. Well, he's behind the brown, so we should stay with this for a little bit longer. I think this is a much easier snooker to hit than the last one, unless the right middle pocket's in the way, which it could be.
Well, we'll get across to Alan McManus shortly. He's on a break of 28, but let's just see what happens in this frame. It was nice to see Rob Milkins tapping the table when Mafflin got out of that horrendous snooker. Good respect being shown between the two of them. It is looking as though it is going to be Mafflin's frame. But Milkins refusing to lie down, and why would you when the stakes are so high and the prize awaiting the winner so prestigious. Milkins has been at the Crucible 6 times. Mafflin made his debut last year, and remember, only lost to Mark Selby 10-9. Great performance last year by the man who flies the flag for Norway. Spent 3 years in retirement. He wants to get back there. Rob Milkins is determined to try and find this snooker.
He is, so we should have another look here. He's got Mafflin on the rack here with another one. And these are the pivotal frames in matches. Just to say, McManus has broken down on 28, so he's not about to shake hands with Jimmy Robertson just yet. Although that moment isn't far away, I would think. And after the interval, I think the Chaya match with McGill is going to be one that we're going to be showing quite a lot of, I think, because that's going to go all the way. Now, third attempt at a snooker, and every time Mafflin's been able to hit them. Another great shot.
Superb display of composure from Mafflin. Desperate to get over the line in this frame. Anthony Hamilton, incidentally, is on a break of 82, so having started the day 6-3 down, his deficit is down to just 1. It will be 6-5 when he eventually finishes. An impressive performance there. So this frame is now over. I can't see Rob Milkins wanting to play on from here.
Yeah, that's right, 32 in it, so having made that foul, we should look elsewhere, I think. Lazowski's going well, about to pick up a frame in our feature match. And this is a really gifted player, and we've already seen it playing to a good standard. Don't forget it was 6-3 overnight. Gilbert made a total clearance to go 7-3, and this is now going 7-5, so this has got some mileage in it.
Real display of character to take these last 2 frames, and so important for Lazowski. Reduce that deficit to 2 frames.
And similarities in this match and the match with McGill and Tepchaya. You've got 2 very talented players in Gilbert and McGill, but 2 really quick flowing left-handers chasing their tails. Hamilton's break ends at 98, but it's enough to win the frame, 6-5.
Yes, good start to the match from him this morning to take the first 2. And actually Anthony McGill's on a very early break of 15. He needs that frame, otherwise Tepchaya Unnu will have taken this mini session 4-0.
Well, this is looking like it could be the second century break of the match, or the actual session here between these 2. And what are we now? We've been playing just about 50 minutes. So the century for Lazowski might end there, but what a good break. Such a fluent player. So it ends there. It's Gilbert 7, Lazowski 5. They've got another frame to play before the mid-session break.
Good value for those watching that one. Less than an hour on the clock. 2 centuries, 3 frames. And here is Ding Junhui. still trying to get over the line, and Nigel Bond refusing to go quietly. Ding will want to get this over and done with as quickly as possible. He can taste the finish line here. He will almost certainly be in the draw tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Struggling to just finish him off though, isn't he? There, a couple of times he's been in this frame. There's still this epic first frame of the day going on, you know, and with Mitchell Mann and Dechuat Poomjang, I mean, they're on the, I think the brown ball still, it's still going.
Surely they can't rival Burns and Ebden from their fourth frame yesterday of over 60 minutes, but I guess it shows you what's at stake. 5-4, Poomjang with a slight lead. Mitchell Mann has never been to the Crucible. He's made sure of his place on the tour, courtesy of his European Tour merit standings, ranked 74th in the world. So 6-5, Robbie Williams against Anthony Hamilton. 6-5, Sam Baird against Liam Highfield. Ding trying to close in on what would be a 10-2 victory on table 3. Lazowski and Dave Gilbert's got tight again. That's 7-5 to Dave Gilbert. Wonderful 102 century from Lazowski, keeping him in the match. As we watch Ding edging closer to the finish line here at Ponds Forge.
Yeah, interesting shot that he played there. I wonder if he might think about playing the green here and getting it back onto its spot, but he's not playing that. He's still 18 behind. So here's the shot which could take him through. If he can get from yellow to green, he'll be at the Crucible.
Do you reckon we'll see a little smile from Ding once he gets over the line here? He doesn't appear to have been worried by the qualifiers, and certainly hasn't been pushed in any of the 3 matches, assuming he does wrap it up here. But a little sigh of relief just to get over the potential banana skin.
Certainly, of course, he'd be pleased for that to happen. This was the shot he played, and the green is a little bit of an acute angle to the middle. By the way, Mitchell Mann ended up clearing from brown to black to win that frame that we were seeing, to go 5-all. Ding has potted that. Now this is not quite the victory march because he's not finished perfectly on the brown.
Alan McManus leads by 38 in the 12th frame there. Remember, he's 9-2 up against Jimmy Robertson, so it's almost like an unofficial race between Alan and Ding as to who will get across the finish line first here at Ponds Forge after 3 big rounds of qualification. And it's looking like that may well be Ding this time.
Yeah, the race is going to be won by Ding, I suspect. He needs all 3. Well, that's not a good shot. Goodness me, that's absolute nowhere. He's finished with the cue ball. He couldn't have put it in the worst place. Okay, he's got a shot, but it's a very difficult. He's got to screw it onto the side cushion. He needs pink and black. In fact, both the players need pink and black. So we're not quite there yet.
What a pot. What a pot from Ding.
Crucible bound.
Ding's in the draw. 10 o'clock tomorrow. The former world number 1 dropping out of the world's top 16 after a great couple of seasons where he took 5 in one campaign. But he's come through 3 qualifying rounds having conceded only 7 frames. Ding's back, and he is in the draw tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
And he may be closely followed by Alan McManus, 38 in front here. Red's all over the place, so one more mistake from Jimmy Robertson might see McManus through as well.
Well, as the afternoon unfolds, we will be grabbing a word or two with each of the winners. And I know many of you very, very keen to see as much action as possible, so we'll try not to let those interviews go on too long. That shouldn't be too much of a problem with Ding, a man who likes to leave his talking on the table, and he's certainly done so in fine style over the last few days. And as Neil Foulds has mentioned a couple of times, I don't think any of the 16 top seeds will fancy seeing the name of Ding Junhui coming out of the draw tomorrow for their first round match. Someone's in for a very, very tough opening encounter. Alan McManus. We were looking up in Neil's legendary statistic book, his almanac, just before we came on air. 1992 and 1993, Alan McManus made the semi-finals. I was still in school then. It's an amazing record of longevity. Right, so I'm going to leave Neil to the commentary for a couple of moments, because we now have an opportunity to grab a word or two with Ding Junhui.
Do 3 rounds of qualifying and get his name in the hat for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for the draw. Ding, that looked easy. How relieved are you to have come through qualifying and be in the mix once again at the Crucible?
That's never easy. I remember I never qualified when I first came to UK, play the World Championship, so it's qualify is not easy. I try my best, you know. In a couple of these years, and I never played that. I feel different. I feel a bit pressure before I started the qualifiers, so I just try to get in this Crucible.
It's been a difficult year for you. You obviously were going to end up in a tough position at some stage, defending all those points from 5 ranking titles in the same season. But do you feel as though you're coming back to the kind of form that has taken you to 11 ranking titles? Do you feel as though the Q power is returning?
Yes, I feel great in these 3 matches. I scoring heavier, and I play what I think about the balls going, the moving, all I know, and I play well, and yeah, I feel it's back.
Some people feel as though coming through 3 rounds of qualifying means it's too difficult to win the World Championship, but presumably, having won your matches, what was it, 10-4, 10-1 and 10-2, you don't feel any fatigue, you're ready to go.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I win, and it's like a good practice before World, and get ready to the World first round at Crucible.
Will you be watching the draw tomorrow at 10 o'clock?
10th, maybe not.
He's so cool, he's not bothered. He's in the draw, he's not worried who he faces.
I got my time. So.
Okay, many congratulations, Ding. I know you want to go away and relax. You're in the draw. Many people would be very eagerly anticipating to see who you get in the first round. Well done.
Okay, thank you then.
Well done to Ding Junhui. McManus is close behind him here. There he is on the brink. So we've joined this match at the correct time. Ding Junhui leaves our little studio to speak to the press, of which there'll be a lot of Chinese interest, but I think you'll be doing another interview pretty soon. Oh, hang on a minute. He's not quite there, McManus. Just got the last minute jitters. That was match ball. That was crucible ball. And Jimmy Robertson can mathematically win the frame, and who knows. But great to hear from Ding, you know. And he said, I felt good, very good in those 3 matches. That's quite an ominous sign, isn't it?
I agree. And also...
And he looked good, by the way. Very good.
Yeah, 10-4, 10-1, 10-2. He's not really been tested. He's come away with a really good tune-up and a really good workout ahead of the main championship beginning on Saturday. I don't think he's got anything to fear.
No.
And he's back in the mode. He's back in the groove.
People say the rankings don't lie, and of course they don't. He's out of the top 16 for a reason, but he is a class apart from many of the players I've seen here. No disrespect, that's what I think, a class apart. And I've seen 1 or 2 other players who fit that same bill, the likes of Ali Carter. He's probably out of the 16 due to all the problems he's had for the last 3 or 4 years, if we're honest about it. And he's looked a class apart. He's all over Dominic Dale, and they finish off at 5, and you'll be interviewing Ali Carter, I should think about 6 o'clock-ish, I would think. That's my estimation. Rob?
Yes, I would probably agree with that. Ali Carter leading Dominic 8-1. It's not been a good day or a good overnight for Dominic Dale. He's had some good runs at the Crucible before, but yes, he's facing an absolute mountain to climb as McManus just waits patiently here to get across the finish line against poor old Jimmy Robertson.
Yep, and this is the ball again. He's got another shot to get him into the draw for the last 32 at Sheffield. It'll be the 4th year he's qualified in a row, but he's once again just not quite able to. He's knocked on the door, no one's answering at the moment.
Techuet Poomjang with an early break of 24. He's been pegged back to 5-all after that 55-minute opening frame of the morning against Mitchell Mann. 6-5 to Robbie Williams against Anthony Hamilton. 6-5 Sam Baird against Liam Highfield. Highfield on a break of 24. He trails by almost 50.
Well, it might be that Alan is at the Crucible through a shot that Robertson just played. He's finishing absolutely nowhere. He's right next to the pink. Can't pot the yellow, can't pot the black. So McManus, I think, is going to be over the line here without potting the match ball. So what are you going to say to Angles when he comes in? I mean, it's a great story that he is like Benjamin Button, isn't he? How's he playing so well? He had 7 years and didn't appear, and now he's played the last 4 years.
I think I've got to put that to him now because you've mentioned it twice, so I've got to get that in. It's a great record.
Just better check that it's right then, in that case.
I wonder if I ought to not mention that when he got to the semi-finals I was still in school. I might leave that one in the commentary box, actually.
I thought it was a joke.
No, it was genuine. 1992, halfway through my A-levels. Anyway, a great record for Alan, and he marches on once again.
I mean, he played first there in 91, as you've said, then he played every year up until 2006, and then he had 7 years of, where he just dropped down the rankings, didn't qualify, went down to, I think, something like 50 in the world. But since then, since the game has opened up, I think that's the thing, because if you go back to, the times when he wasn't qualifying, that's when there were the 6 tournaments going on, and it wasn't a full-time job for some of these guys. So he's another player who is over 40 that is kind of thriving from the busier schedules. It's interesting, isn't it? There's something in that,
And he could rise a few places up the rankings. He's just behind Luca Bracel, who's already been knocked out. Michael Holt's still in contention. He has a healthy 6-3 lead over Mark King when they come out for their concluding session later. But yes, it's a bit of an Indian summer for the career of Alan McManus, recapturing the form that took him to so many editions of the World Championship, and this would be number 20.
And he's a wily old fox, you know, because he's absolutely baffled Jimmy Robertson. Robertson made 3 centuries in his previous match and any number of other big breaks, but I think that he's about to get the handshake here. So I'm going to offer my own personal congratulations to Alan McManus, somebody who I've worked a lot with recently, become a bit of a pal of, and I absolutely think the world of him. He's so deserves all the success he gets. When he's away working on tournaments with myself, and I worked on the ITV events, he does all his practice in the morning, you know. He practices shots like that, knocking 2 reds in at once. So that's him through. Wonderful. Couldn't be more pleased for McManus. Absolutely brilliant. 4 years at the Crucible through qualifiers. Wonderful news.
Meanwhile, Dechuet Poomjang, having been pegged back to 5-all, on a break of 52 here against Mitchell Mann. It was nearly an hour, that first frame, hence it's 10 past 12, and they still haven't finished their second frame of the session. Anthony McGill against Tepchire Unnu, incidentally, which is on the table next to Dechuet and Mitchell Mann. McGill has a 12-point advantage. Remember, he's lost the first 3 of the morning, and he's seen his lead, therefore, being smashed away. Started today 6-3 up, it's now 6-all, so a very important frame for McGill just to settle some second session nerves in that one, which the Scot will inevitably be feeling.
Yes, he's hoping, for McGill's sake, I suppose, that he will go and clinch that frame. They're on the blue. Now, they're still on the blue there. I wonder if it'd be worth going over. We think Angles are going to walk through the door in a minute as well, so it's all taking place, isn't it? I wonder if we could get over to the Tepchire match for the moment, because that's on the blue and are very tight. So I think that's where we need to be. Yeah. Ah, wow, he's missed another one. Every time we go over to his table, he misses one.
We're putting the curse on him here, but these are really, really important moments for Anthony McGill.
This is the big frame. This is the big frame of the match, I think, Rob, so far.
Yes, he does not want to go into the interval without registering a win in at least one of the 4 frames. Unnu is right back in this match, and McGill showed great temperament and great nerve and steel at the Crucible last year, and he's going to have to do so again here to get himself in the main draw tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
And you'd think that whoever pots the blue would win the frame where the other 2 balls are. That's the point. It's almost like a black ball fight, this. And that's okay. Let's see how far it's gone, because one thing we know about Anur, if he can see one, he'll go for it. See ball, pop ball. But I don't think you can see much of this.
Well judged by McGill. Man who knocked out Mark Selby last year in the second round.
Well, it's quite a good shot, although he has left an opportunity. And he could only see so much of that. There was always the chance of the in-off to the left corner. I expect Angles to burst through that door in a minute, Rob.
I'm looking forward to it. Can Anthony McGill register his first frame of the session?
Well, when you do speak to Alan, send him my congratulations. I can't come out and speak to him right now, but he knows I'm pleased that he's won. Just going to hang on a second, see if we can see who wins this frame perhaps. Although Anthony McGill, well, he decided to play safe there, so that match is very much still in the balance. This is a very important frame. I can see Alan and Rob out there actually watching this frame with us, waiting to do their interview, and I think I know that Alan and Anthony are good pals, and he'd like to see him get through. A very comprehensive victory. McManus just a few moments ago beating Jimmy Robertson by 10 frames to 2. So you know that David Gilbert is about to go 8-5 up against Jack Lazowski. Two players through so far, Ding Junhui, Alan McManus in the draw. So we're going to try and get you the end of this frame before we hear from Angles. There's some updates. Rob Milkins 7-5 up over Kurt Mafflin. And Gilbert, just to confirm, has gone 8-5 up over Jack Lazowski. And that is a match that is of a very high standard. Well, lots of cautious safety taking place here. And that is a very good shot, actually. Now I think we might be heading over to Rob very shortly, because this match, this frame's still in the balance, and you feel it's an important one, Rob, but you've got Angles in there. We'll be speaking to him shortly.
Patiently here to talk to us is Alan the Angles McManus. We've been having a little bit of fun. Alan, many congratulations. You're in the Crucible main draw once again, 25 years after you first appeared. A quarter of a century, that's mad.
It is pretty mad when I think back to the first time, you know, in '91. If someone said 25 years later you'd still be going, but you obviously wouldn't believe it. But you know, I'm delighted, really pleased to come through. Every section is difficult this week, as we know, with the names there, and it was nice to get over the line without too much stress, you know.
Were you surprised that Jimmy wasn't able to make a further impact into the match, because he played really well against Stuart Carrington?
I was expecting a tough match, a real tough match. Jimmy Robertson's one of them guys. He's not been consistently in the top 32 the last few years, but he really is a top 32 player when he's on, and he played well early in the week. I thought, you know, I'm going to have my work cut out regardless, but I got a bit of run of the ball as well at times in the match, and that made a difference. And Jimmy was maybe a little bit off colour, and I played decent, but that, you know, and that was it.
So nice to come out for the concluding session with a really handsome lead at 7-2. That must have made it easier to sleep last night.
Well, it does, yeah. I mean, 6-3, 7-2, you're always looking for. 7-2 just gives you that little bit breathing space that you maybe need in these matches, because as we know, and we're going to see this afternoon tonight, there's going to be some 5-4s developing into 10-8, 10-9 for sure, and the stress levels are pretty big out there. Yeah.
Just noticing on the big screen out the corner of my eye that Anthony McGill has taken his first frame of the session, which is very important, because Unnu is putting him under a little bit of pressure. You'd be delighted to see Anthony joining you in the draw once again, especially after the manner in which he conducted himself at the Crucible last year. That would be a great moment for Scottish snooker if Anthony was in the draw once again alongside you.
Absolutely, and he probably would have been half expecting Tipchaya to come out firing this morning, and he obviously has done, but that's a massive frame for Ants just to get that little bit breathing space I was talking about, and but you get a feeling it's going to go close, don't you, that match? But again, as you say, it'd be great for Ants to get back there. I think he won a lot of fans last year. I room with him on the tour all the time. He's a cracking lad, and he's a character as well, so it'd be nice to see him get through. I hope he does.
Now, you're quite a relaxed character off the table. We were complimenting you actually when you do your punditry and your commentary.
Okay.
You do so much homework. You're not just one of these guys who turns up and wings it and just says, well, in the old days it was this and that, because there aren't any old days. You're still producing the goods. Will you be watching the draw? Are you bothered who you get? How do you approach tomorrow from the perspective of someone who's in the mix?
Yeah, I'll watch the draw for sure. I don't know what time it's on. I'll obviously find out.
10 o'clock.
There we go. I'll probably go in the club to practice and probably watch the draw and then practice. Again, it's that boring old thing. You don't care who you get, really. I don't know. Thinking about it now, I'd maybe like to play John or Stevie, one of the Scottish boys, just because they're my mates, and maybe we'll have a bit of fun there, But I really don't mind. Whoever you get, we know. Look, the top 16 now are the best 16 that's ever walked in this game, and there's no easy games, but I've got some experience there. I've won a couple of matches there recently. You never know, I'll give it a go and see what happens. I don't have any aspirations of going deeper. I don't think that way. I'll just go and play and see what happens.
Such a great attitude. Final question, and I think I already know the answer to this, but I want to ask it anyway. 20 times, does it still mean as much?
I'm going to be honest actually and say it kind of doesn't, but that's purely because of the volume of times I've been there. It's 20 times is pretty ridiculous, for someone like me anyway. And it's still a buzz, of course it is. There's no question, but it doesn't mean massive amounts for me to qualify coming here this week. I want to qualify, of course I do, but it doesn't mean it's not the end of the world if I don't. But it's nice to be going there and maybe give a few problems to whoever I play and have a bit of fun, and it's a big show, and it's our big show, and you want to be part of it.
Well, you are. There's still a twinkle in that eye, Alan McManus. Thank you very much for holding on. It was a key moment from Anthony, and I know you'll be keeping your eye on that match.
I will do.
Thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks, big man.
Well done to Alan McManus. Doesn't mind who he plays. And I think the other factor in that is it's not so much who he plays, it's when he plays. Because, of course, if he's drawn out to play, say, Stuart Bingham, he could be playing Saturday morning. So you've got to make all the arrangements around that. But, of course, he could be playing as late as Wednesday. So it's almost more when he plays than who he plays that's significant. And that will be part of his preparation. Just to let you know, Deshuat Poomjang is 6-5 up and in the balls early on in the next frame against Mitchell Mann. Mid-session interval, Jack Lazowski and David Gilbert, 8-5 Gilbert. McGill, as you heard, won that frame, which was on the blue, putting it into the top left pocket at long range. So, that's just one up there, McGill. 7-6 he leads. Bad shot from Mafflin to miss the reds and go into the bunch. So Milkins with an opportunity here. That's a terrible shot. Fancy ending up there. Well, that was a poor one. Plenty of mileage in this. We're down to 4 of our tables now, and of those 4, only 2 that are actually playing at the moment. That was a bit of a miscue, I think, from Rob Milkins. I was just saying, Rob, I know you've just popped back into the commentary position as we see that great shot from Kurt Mafflin. You know, when you ask these guys who they're playing and who would they like to play in the next round, I actually think, which is more significant because they're all good, is when they're playing. Because depending on who they draw, you know, there's an awful lot to be said for instance, Alan saying he's going home. Is he going home? I mean, he might be playing on Saturday morning at 10 o'clock or as late as next Wednesday. That's more significant than who they're playing, I think.
Well, I was thinking that as he answered the question. I was conscious that we had other snooker to show. I was thinking the very same, that if he goes back up the road today, if at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning his name comes out next to Stuart Bingham, he's got to come back down on Friday night, and maybe in that context he might have been as well staying down. But I mean, certainly from his perspective, it's very honest of him actually to say, yes, it's nice to be back, but it's not the be-all and end-all as it might have been 10 or 15 years ago. I think that makes him quite a dangerous man to take on because he's got absolutely nothing to lose.
No, and he's right. You know, I don't think he means that it doesn't mean the same to get to the Crucible, but he obviously after 20 years he's been there and he's done it. So you're right. He's pleased to be back there. The novelty's worn off, but it's, you know, it's the biggest tournament of the lot, so we were looking forward to that. By the way, Liam Highfield is on a century against Sam Baird. That's going 7-6 in favour of Baird.
Turning into a cracking little match, that one, when you bear in mind Sam Baird took the first 4 frames of the match. Baird made his debut in 2013. Hoping to get back to the Crucible, the man from Columpton, not Trumpton, for the second time. Liam Highfield hoping to make his debut. So Milkins and Mafflin 7-5.
You know, this is the calm before the storm here, Rob. We've got 2 matches at the mid-session break. We've got these 2 matches that are nowhere near the conclusion, but one thing you know is things are going to get very interesting in the next couple of hours in all of these games.
Yes, it certainly will. Much, much more drama still to come. Second session due to start in around 4.5 hours' time. Michael Holt with a 3-frame lead over Mark King. Ebden leads Ian Burns 7-2. Ali Carter's almost over the line against Dominic Dale. But then a whole raft of other matches where there's only 1 frame in it. That's the case for Ken Doherty against Ryan Day, Kyron Wilson against Matthew Stevens, Mike Dunn and Graham Dott. And also only a single frame between the 4 rivals flying the flag for China. 2 of them guaranteed, but which one is by no means assured. So we've got some real drama to come tonight. By the way, Liam Highfield, a break of 139 to squeeze back to within 1 of Sam Baird. What a match over on table 2. Highfield beat Luca Bracel in a really important win in the second round of qualifying, and he's got back to within 1 of his rival from Devon there. So, can Kurt Mafflin reduce this deficit to 1? Give Rob Milkins something to think about if they share the spoils in this session. It'll certainly be a good way to head into the break. Kurt Mafflin, we've touched on this before, but it's just worth reminding ourselves. He spent 3 years away from snooker, had a bad car crash, had a pin inserted in his shoulder. And courtesy of the support of a Norwegian businessman, he rediscovered his zest for the sport. And here he is back with a great chance of taking part in the sports showpiece showdown for the second successive year. Only made his debut last year, Kurt Mafflin. Partly, I guess, as a result of having a long period away from snooker. And I think we also made this point yesterday. He's a lot better when he's in the balls and in the groove than his world ranking of 53 would suggest. Rob Milkins, his opponent, has been to the Crucible on 6 occasions. Arguably his biggest moment was knocking out Neil Robertson. A great performance and a very emotional one for Rob. Certainly in his post-match press conference, it was an early press conference to remember. Usually it's a case of, yes, I've got the first win under my belt, now I want to go away and get ready for the last 16, but he was really emotional after that win over the Australian. And this is a tight match for the milkman. Mafflin's turning it on here. He's staying in the hunt. Plenty for both men to think about when they head off for their 15-minute interval. So there we are, 5-4 becomes 7-6, and there's still just one single frame in it in this very, very intriguing match.
Yeah, this is the match that looks like going very, very tight and quite deep, isn't it, with Mitchell Mann looking to make things 6-all. Just to let you know, they have restarted David Gilbert after the mid-session interval and Jack Lazowski, so we might head over there shortly, but for now let's see what happens to Mitchell Mann in his efforts to clear up here and level the match. It's a good opportunity with 4 reds in the middle of the table. He's quite a technically correct player. Looks like he's had a lot of coaching to me. The cue comes back very slowly and deliberately, and there's a lot of thought, I think, gone into getting this cue action as straight as he can get it. He's not the quickest either.
Trying to level the match against a player over 30 places above him in the world rankings. He's having a cracking week here at Ponds Forge. Mitchell Mann beat Matthew Selt from 9-7 down. Levelled the match with the first frame of this session, that fairly monstrous 55-minute effort. And he's slowly and surely closing the gap on his charismatic opponent once again.
Just needs these 2 reds out in the open. And he's just going to check the scores, and that's what he'll find. So this is all one break. It's a good effort, this. Break is 52.
Robbie Williams against Anthony Hamilton has resumed on table 1. Williams leads that one 7-5, and he's made the first pot in this next frame.
Yeah, when you say resumed, of course they're not even at the mid-session interval there. That's not been the quickest match. Oh, that's very well played. So red colour needed.
Mitchell Mann, one of 4 potential debutants out of the 32 still contending the 16 places, or 14 places as it is now. Liam Highfield trails Sam Baird 7-6. Tepchire Unnu trails Anthony McGill 7-6. And Mitchell Mann on his way to drawing level here against Dechuet Poomjang. And there's a slightly different atmosphere when debutants are introduced at the Crucible. The crowd really tend to respond, even if that debutant is up against a very, very popular player like a Murphy or a Robertson or a Selby or a Williams or an O'Sullivan. The crowd absolutely respond to players who have got there for the first time, and it's right that they do that.
Yes, and also the players can react differently. Some players thrive at the Crucible straight away, others have pretty nightmarish first appearances there. It's happened before. But this has been a very good performance, and Mitchell Mann has won the frame now. And it's a fine break. Break goes to 63. I mean, as we say, you can see what his style is. He's a bit of a kind of a version of Alan McManus in the, now he's got his own fairly deliberate style, but that'll be enough to win the frame, so we'll leave him to that. That's 6-all. Mitchell Mann and Poomjang, who concedes. I was thinking that, yeah, I think this is the match we want to be on now, and we might have a little look at this because it's getting extremely interesting. Lizowski came back strongly. Gilbert, though, is now 8-5 up. He won an important 13th frame, but I just feel there's a bit of mileage left in this one, Rob.
Yes, agreed. In their first 4 of the day, a 1-3-3 from Dave Gilbert to take the first frame, and then a very classy century break from Jack Lizowski to get himself back in the mix at 7-5 and reduce the deficit to 2. And this is a positive start from the Gloucestershire left-hander. He's absolutely not out of this match yet. I'm sure his good friend Judd Trump will be wishing him well and may even be tuning in to watch a little bit. In fact, I wonder how many of the top seeds will be keeping their eye across who's qualifying today, or whether they'll be playing it cool and they'll just tune in at 10 o'clock tomorrow and see what comes their way by the hand of the snooker fate.
I reckon more will be tuning in than would admit to, put it that way. Bit straight on this. Now what goes? There may be a plant. The bottom couple of reds might be lined up. In fact, there's two possible plants here, both to the left corner. That's the bottom one, I think. And it's gone a little bit too far for the blue.
Lazowski determined to close this gap once again.
Yeah,
Taking his time over this one, Neil.
Yeah, it makes a difference actually as to whether that top red of the two will pot, because of course it gets him on the black and everything that goes with it. And now a question of where the black spots in relation to the red that's just below and to the left of the black. It's the one he wants to play on.
I guess so important for Lazowski to keep this scoreboard ticking over, because one more frame for Dave Gilbert, and the man who's been at the Crucible 3 times before starts to sense that he's very, very close indeed. Once there's a 9 next to his name, he's almost there. But then I guess you could argue that both ways, that it's a great opportunity to get within 1, but the pressure mounts as well, because you know how close you are to once again joining the sport's big season finale.
Well, that's true, but of course, you know, you've got to get to 9 and as quickly as possible, and then of course the pressure builds. But you've got to. There's no way round it, is there? If you're going to get over the line, you've got to get there by scoring 9 frames. It's a bad miss in the end, and the frame isn't won yet.
Anthony Hamilton on a break of 25. He trails Robbie Williams on table 175, so useful start to that frame from his perspective. Staying in touch. Hasn't been at the Crucible since 2008. We found that out from Neil's almanac before we came on air. Anna McManus and Ding Junhui are already in the draw for tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So Dave Gilbert hoping to salvage this frame despite Lazowski's early break of 46. Anthony McGill, incidentally, leads by 26 points, having just crept over the line and taken the last of the mini-session frames this morning. Tepchai Unnu pegged him back to 6-all. So McGill 7-6, and he's in the balls in the 14th frame as well. This would be a huge frame for Dave Gilbert to steal, especially when you bear in mind that Lazowski wasn't a million miles away from getting home and dry in this one.
Just a bit short on the pink. He's not absolutely perfectly on this. He's going to finish high on that red to the right of the black if he plays it. Michelman is in again and scoring in frame 13 against Dechuat Poomjang. Now, I don't know if he's on anything. I don't know if he can get through to the red to the left of the black or not. I think he can. That's the only way he can keep the break going. That's a very good shot, you know, because he's done well to hold it straightish on the pink. Now the question is, can he get onto the red next to the black?
He's just walking round the table there to have a look. If he can find a way through here, it's a 4-frame advantage. We have seen 9-5 leads overturned. Ryan Day managed just that scoreline against Alfie Burden, but this is a step up in this third qualifying round here. And Gilbert would, of course, be the overwhelming favourite to once again get in the mix if he's able to get within one and leave Lazowski facing 5 frames in a row to seal the win. Nice steady break, this one from Gilbert.
Now again, he looks a little straight, or slightly the wrong angle on the pink to get into the 2 reds, but I think the left-hand red will go to the middle pocket, left middle. Because the other match that's an interesting stage is Tepchire and McGill. That is 7-6. McGill is on a break of, well, in fact, he's not on a break at all. 27-17, he leads in the frame. So that's another match we're keeping a close eye on.
Liam Highfield's on a break of 25. He trails Sam Baird 7-6. That break now 32. Bearing in mind, he closed that gap to within 1 frame with a fabulous clearance of 139. So Highfield is hanging on to Baird's coattails. And remember, he's one of the 4 players hoping to make a debut in this year's Crucible.
No, I don't think he's gone far enough. He's annoyed. What he has got, though, is an absolute cast iron snooker. Thin off the black up the table. Behind the pink, obviously. Mitchell Mann still going on 51. He's a very steady player, isn't he? And if he could take a 7-6 lead, it means he's had a very good day so far. He won 3 of the first 4.
Yeah, it's been a long session for those guys so far. We're coming up to, what, almost 2 hours. So it's an average of 30 minutes a frame for Mann against Poomjang. Mann on a break of 57. So yeah, to take 3 of the first 4 frames of that crucial session would be absolutely brilliant. Liam Highfield's on a break of 41 in his quest to tie the match at 7-all against Sam Baird. Unnu and McGill has reached a little bit of a stalemate. McGill still stuck on 27 points, Unnu on 17. That one also 7-6, but McGill crucially got that last frame before the mid-session interval.
Well, that was a good shot from David Gilbert. And obviously the up and down hit is what he's trying for, but he's going to have to be careful not to leave anything on. Half a chance.
.35 still on the table. Only trails by 20. There's plenty left in this one. No. Not an easy position, though, for Lazowski to come back to the table. Can't see very much of the cue ball at all. Now, how's your luck? He'll fancy that one.
Well, it was a dreaded double kiss. Well, it's a thin one from there. It's gettable, but it is a thin pot.
Would you take that on, or would you go safe?
Well, I mean, if he can get the cue ball up the table from it, he'll take it on, because he could get on the pink and he could play it as a shot to nothing, but it depends just how thin this is. There's value in the pot, put it that way.
Great pot. Mitchell Mann, incidentally, is on a break of 78, so he has taken the lead against Dechuet Poomjang. 7-6 from 4-5 down. It's been a great first 4 frames for the man hoping to make his debut in this year's World Championship. This would make life very difficult indeed for Jack Lisowski from 9-5, surely against the player of the experience of Dave Gilbert.
It would, although he's got to clear up. He needs the lot here. While it looks very on, you know, anything can happen. So an important point of this match, 9-5, as you rightly say. I think it's not so much game over, but you've got 1 foot in the next round. That's well played.
Mitchell Mann still going in that 13th frame against Poomjang. The frame is assured. He's on the verge of taking the lead with a century.
Well, it's quite a tense moment, this, even though he's in a good position in the match. You know, this really would be a real blow to Lisowski's chances. He was a long way in front. Put in a couple of good snookers since then.
This would be a real hammer blow to Lisowski. Mitchell Mann's on a cracking break here, by the way, over on table number 8. Taking the lead in emphatic style. Now, can Dave Gilbert get himself on the pink and in position to move to within 1 frame
Anything
of the
but
match?
straight, and he's got the perfect angle, so he's done very well here. Well, he's done extremely well. A really cool, steely clearance, this. Let's put Gilbert on the brink. He's just got to give himself every chance on this black. I don't see him missing it. Oh, he's got a kick. He's got a kick.
I can't believe that. Oh my gosh, having done all the work and put himself in pole position to go within 1 of a place in the draw tomorrow, Lisowski finds himself back at the table. More drama to come in this crucial frame. Zhang Weili cleaning the cue ball. Lisowski asked him to do that immediately upon arriving at the table. Wow. Another twist of drama here, and we weren't expecting that.
Wow, what a time to get a bad contact. I'm almost speechless. Can't believe it. He would never have missed that usually. It straightened it up. If Lisowski wins this game, it changes everything, I believe. And he's sitting there pretty demoralised. He needs his frame now. I think Lizowski might as well have a pop at this. Oh, he's got very close to it, hasn't he? Goodness me, the pressure is quite extreme out there. I don't think David Gilbert will be too happy with this shot either now, given that the frame should be over. You have to think he'll do very well to pop this now.
Would you play safe here?
He'll go for this. He'll go for this with probably with the rest. And if he's trying to reach it, he's stretching a little bit. He'll definitely try and screw it in. Leave the cue ball down on the bolt cushion. I'm afraid that the shot before made him miss that. And the pockets get very smaller, because in your mind, you see, you're thinking, well, you know, listen, I've had a kick, I've made a brilliant clearance, and then of course the next pot was always going to be more difficult. I thought he was on the stretch. He may have thought about getting the rest out, but this is a very dramatic frame. That's not a brilliant shot from Lizowski, I can tell you. That's as bad as it gets. It's not one of his coach's, Terry Griffiths' shots for sure, because the twice across was not difficult there. Now Gilbert's looking at all possible ways that he can get another kick here. He's having everything cleaned. And even this, I think, now becomes a difficult shot after the first two that he'd missed.
It's certainly not a given, this one, is it? He would already have been thinking that the frame was over and contemplating life on a 9-5 lead. Now, can he finish the job? Oh, not this time.
Well, he wasn't going to put anything after getting the kick, Rob. It's just the nature of the game, and all of a sudden this match has taken a horrible twist for David Gilbert through no fault of his own, but it rocked him and he missed two easy blacks, and all of a sudden Gilbert was 100 to 1 on that black in the middle. He would never miss it usually. He got a kick, he missed two further chances, and all of a sudden this match has been blown wide open once again.
Wow. Meanwhile, we are having a look at table 7. Anthony McGill, 7-6 up, remember, after taking the last frame of the mini session before the interval. Tepchaya Unnu coming back to the table. .28 behind with 35 on. So it's an uphill task. And there's another foul there. So McGill will be favourite to take this frame and re-establish a cushion of 2, having been pegged back to 6-all after the first 3 frames of the day. This is better from the Scottish perspective. Alan McManus has already booked his place in this year's main draw for the Crucible. And last year's quarter-finalist Anthony McGill has taken a step closer to joining his compatriot, although still at 8-6. The match is by no means a given, especially not when you're playing someone who yesterday produced clearances of 140 and 144. Unnu's not out of this, but it's a very, very handy little swing in momentum over the last 2 frames for Anthony McGill.
Yeah, he's 3-2 down on the day, but the fact that he's won the last 2 will make him feel that he's still in good position. We know that Anu is a dangerous player, and as Alan McManus said when he came and spoke to you, you know, McGill would have been expecting a bit of a backlash today and a comeback from a player like Anu. So when it happened, at least he was prepared for it. So this is probably the best match of the lot, I think, that we've seen. This match between McGill and Anu. Yesterday was mind-blowingly good, the standard, as we've explained, and as Rob just said, all the breaks that Tepchaya had in being 6-3 down, but you know, today it's got pretty dramatic as well with Anu coming back. So I think this is the match of the round. What else have we got? Well, we've got obviously Gilbert, who's probably have to be scraped off the floor after that last frame. So we start the new frame there, and tension mounts. We've also got Mafflin
Yes, Milkins and Mafflin. Mafflin trails in that frame, but he's on a break of 24, and there's enough on the table for him to level the match at 7 frames apiece. I wonder if we could just take a quick look back at table 6. Here we are. This is Mafflin's attempt to make it all square. Rob Milkins started today 5-4 up. It's been incredibly tight between these two players. Milkins 21 in the world, Mafflin 53rd, but they've been a lot closer than this. This will be a very, very big clearance for Kurt Mafflin if he was to tie the match. Made his debut last year in Sheffield. Couldn't see enough of that red, so he's decided to play safe. A lot of life left in this frame yet, you suspect. Nice subtle touch from Rob Milkins, leaving the ball very close to the cushion. So 7-6 to Mitchell Mann against Dechuet Poomjang. It's 8-6 to Anthony McGill, who's just re-established a 2-frame lead on table 7. This one has the potential to go all the way on table 6. McManus has beaten Jimmy Robertson 10-2, same scoreline. Ding Junhui against Nigel Bond. And Jack Lazowski sneaking that frame. Dave Gilbert looked as though he was going to head to a 9-5 lead, but Lazowski's pegged him back to 8-6, and Liam Highfield is right on the coattails of Sam Baird on table 2. Very, very tight. 7-6 to Baird, and it's 7-6 to Robbie Williams against Anthony Hamilton. Drama on every table here at Ponds Forge. Only 2 matches have finished, and it might be a while before we see another player joining McManus and Ding Junhui in the draw for tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Fascinating exchanges here. And as we've said several times already, the stakes and the prize here could barely be greater.
Now the ball's a little awkward for Mafflin if he's going to make a comeback in this frame. I think that's the key when you see someone a few behind on a couple of reds. It's where all the colours are. They're not very well placed.
Well, as we watch Kurt Mafflin, well, he's gone in off there, and that hands the initiative back to Rob Milkins. That was Mafflin's chance to level the match at 7 frames apiece, so Rob Milkins will be hoping to re-establish a 2-frame cushion. Nice touch there by the milkman from Gloucestershire. Colour's not perfectly placed here, but Milkins will be a happy man, benefiting from that rather wayward shot from Kurt Mafflin. A little bit unlucky to go in off.
Just a bit of news that Lazowski's off and running in the next frame as well, so that is a match that is absolutely turning on its head there from what was going to be 9-5, or put a kick on a simple black at the end of the frame. Eventually a frame he had 2 more chances in, as we saw a few moments ago. And all of a sudden Lizowski's off and running, and it could go 8-7, so that match has got loads left in it. This match is going to be 8-6, so I think table 4 is probably where we need to go, isn't it? With Lizowski back and knocking everything in. He's like a new man, isn't he?
9-5 to 8-6, and he's in the balls. And Dave Gilbert's been given plenty of time to sit in the chair and ponder that bad contact. Black should have gone in middle right. There is Dave Gilbert closing his eyes, unless that camera angle is mistaking. Lizowski could move to within 1 here, and that whole match may have turned on that bad contact on the black. Well, we get all the big shots in when we come to Judgment Day. Jason Ferguson has dusted off the suit. The chairman has come in and joined us in the commentary box. The technical guys have been working miracles here to wire up a 3rd microphone. So I guess, Jason, you'll be too busy to have watched much of the action here at the qualifiers at Ponds Forge, but as we are on the verge of another great edition of the World Championship, the quality in what we've seen here is testament to how high the standards are in global snooker at the moment. It's been class in almost every single match.
Yes, absolutely, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and in fact I couldn't wait to get here today. These matches, the tension out in that arena is incredible. And you know, as players, we always said over the years, some of the best snooker and some of the most pressure and exciting matches were always the last round of the World Championships before the Crucible Theatre. Such a lot at stake for these young men.
And there's still plenty of drama to come, and I guess a lot of people were interested to see how Ding would respond psychologically, if not literally in terms of the standard of his play, by having to go through the qualifiers. Very mature trio of performances from Ding. He's only conceded, what, it was 10-4, 10-1 and 10-2 today against Nigel Bond. He's not had a tough run, but he's done it with a real level of maturity.
Yes, I'm sure Ding will be very relieved today. Very tough matches these, and he'll be certainly, you know, just outside that top 16. It was a big challenge for him just to get to the Crucible, and of course now he has a chance of winning it.
And there'll be good representation as far as the Chinese and the Asian contingent are concerned, because we have 2 all-Chinese clashes tonight, so there'll be 3 from China in the draw, plus Marco Fu from Hong Kong, and that will give you guys another great platform to further enhance the game status in that part of the world.
Yes, that's right, and certainly our second largest market next to the UK now, China. But interestingly enough, Rob, 21 nationalities took part in this World Championship this year, testament to the way that this sport is growing.
Is that a record? Must be, surely.
Well, I think we'd probably get our press officer just to double check that, but it does sound like one to me.
Wow. Have you managed to catch any of the action here so far? Not necessarily this morning, but have you cast your eye over some interesting results here in the last few days?
Well, yeah, just been looking through them, and you know, just very pleased there to see Alan McManus win. Alan, a terrific player over the years, and it just shows you can't write these players off.
Yes, it's amazing to see Alan coming back. Made his debut back in 1991. I was doing my GCSEs that year. What were you up to?
Believe it or not, I was playing in the World Championships, Rob.
I thought you were going to say that. How did you get on that year?
I think this gentleman at the side of me, I think, beat me in there. Was that 91?
I'm going to have a quick look.
Well, Neil is now reaching for the almanac as we watch this 15th frame between Anthony McGill and Tepchaya Unnu. Really important moments in this match. Remember, Unnu took the first 3 in this one before McGill has responded with 2 of his own to re-establish his advantage from 6-all to 8-6. And he's an interesting player, isn't he, Jason? I mean, Neil and I, whilst Neil searches for the stats to see if it was him who knocked you out in 91, we haven't forgotten about that one for the statisticians among you. But returning our attention to McGill for a moment, incredible run to the quarterfinals last year. probably hasn't delivered the kind of season we would have expected after we witnessed him beating Stephen Maguire and you know, making a fantastic run, beating Mark Selby into the quarterfinals. But he's a massive talent, McGill, massive.
Yes, I know the Scottish boys that practice with him. They say, you know, what a terrific all-round player he is, and obviously he's proved that. You know, great performances at the Crucible Theatre, just around the corner from here. And yes, I suppose we would have expected a bit more from him, but you know, you have to look at the depth of talent in snooker these days. You know, 128 players battling it out and seeing many new winners come through.
I've got some information actually.
Here we go, breaking news.
1991, Jason Ferguson lost to, not me, but McManus himself, would you believe, in the qualifiers, who then beat Drago, and that was his first year. But of course, as far as Jason is concerned, it was 92 when he and I met at the Crucible. Probably one of the great matches of Crucible history, I think we'll all agree, wouldn't we?
Well, I'm not over it yet, to be honest.
We were taken off after the afternoon, had to finish at nearly midnight or whatever it was. We couldn't finish in time, and I overwhelmed him, 10-8.
I didn't realise this was going to be such a great trip down memory lane.
Great story, isn't it? Wonderful story.
And 24 years on,
we're
here
still
you
alive,
are, sitting next to each other, still breathing, still talking snooker, still enjoying the sport, and you're in the commentary box this time.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that till just now, but thanks, guys.
No, but I have looked at Jason's stats for the World Championships, and they're pretty impressive, because I do remember the year when he had Hendry beaten, and that was actually the case, Jason, wasn't it? You were in good shape to beat Stephen Hendry. Was you 6-3 up?
Yes, I was 6-3 at the mid-session, and yeah, it was a tough match for me, that one, but had a few tough games at the Crucible. Started with yours, Neil, I think.
Played there 3 times, 92, 96 and 98. I mean, he didn't win a match, but he ran into Hendry, Folds. I mean, no wonder he didn't win a match. Incredible
talent that he came up against there, absolutely huge. There are a few tongues in cheeks here, but of course, yeah, great banter.
I hope they all knew that.
great banter between the guys. This almanac that Neil Folds has got is sensational.
Well, listen, it's written by Chris Downer, who is a Crucible regular. He's always up there at the Crucible, and he'll be there again this year and next year. So it's wonderful work, actually. It's got everything in there, and unfortunately, it's got stats like Jason and I playing each other, and even those are kept on the records. Those records have not been destroyed.
Hey, whatever goes on at the Crucible, it's there written in history. And actually, just whilst we watch Anu here, just closing in on reducing this deficit once again. What a fascinating match this is. The Reds are nicely spread for him. Great news, Jason. I mean, I know we'll be expecting a few announcements and a few shock press conferences from the maestro. Barry Hearn loves to keep the journalists in the press room on their toes, and pulls out a few glasses of Prosecco every now and again, just when the spirits start flagging. But we're not expecting you to give us any early announcements. But how good that we now know that the championship, there's always talk. Every single year we come up here to this fabulous, hospitable, atmospheric city. There's always talk about when is the championship going to leave? Is it going to go to the Far East? Great to know that there's still another couple of years left in this great city here in Yorkshire.
Yes, that's right, and you know, there's a lot of history here. We're talking now about the celebration for the 40th year anniversary next year, of course, and this is a historic venue for every player. And you know, you've only got to speak to the players, and they say, where do you want to play? They'd say, well, I want to turn up at the Crucible. It's a great place, and very happy to be here. It is really the home of the World Championships.
And Neil mentioned this, I think it was yesterday, that there's the not inconsiderable factor that very soon the winner's not going to go away with a handsome cheque of £300,000. It's going to go up to £500,000. That is serious cash.
Yes, and again, I think it's testament to the way the sport has gone, and the sport has become, you know, truly a global sport now. And what has come with that is more events, more prize money, and of course more prestige for winning the World Championships. This event this year will go to around 88 countries on television, believe it or not.
And you mentioned a couple of minutes ago there about the celebrations next year for the 40th anniversary. I know the BBC are planning some what they call wraparound programming, where it's not just going to be the snooker. They want the attention of the British public to be on Sheffield and to be on Yorkshire, in line and alongside with the celebrations next year. So 2017, of course, we're looking forward to this year's championship, but 2017 is in line to be a really, really special year in Sheffield.
Yes, that's right. And I think this is one thing that we like to keep coming back to Sheffield for, is that the city really embraced the World Snooker Championship now. Wherever you walk in the city, the big screen up in the square, people outside the cafes and restaurants watching the snooker. You know, it really is the greatest snooker city in the world.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be hearing from Jason again at some stage later on today. He's got some more deals to be done, more hands to shake. So thanks very much for now, Jason, as we're focusing in on Jack Lisowski against Dave Gilbert now. If you are just joining us, we promised you drama, and it's being delivered by these world-class players in bucket loads. Just 45 minutes or so ago, it looked as though Dave Gilbert had a fairly straightforward black to middle right for what would have been a 9-5 lead. He got a bad contact. Lisowski stole that frame, and here he is with a fabulous chance to level the match at 8-all. And the question I've got for you, Neil, what is going through Dave Gilbert's mind right now?
Well, he was deflated the second he got the kick, to be honest. He's not been right since, and he's not had any shots since either. And that's the key. Lisowski's all of a sudden, you know, he's taken heart from that, and he's absolutely flying now. So I fear the worst for Gilbert, and I absolutely feel sorry for him, because what we've seen, that one shot, is probably the most significant shot that we've seen in the whole of the 2 days. But he's punched the table in rage. This match is really building up nicely. These are the ones I like, players getting angry, and other players, you know, becoming disappointed with the kicks that he received in the earlier frame. This is turning into a thriller. He's angry, look at him.
Well, that was a big chance to level the match. There's still some work to be done. Those 5 reds clustered round the pink will need separating, but from a player's perspective, Neil, you have been there at the very highest level, beating Jason Ferguson. 10-8, nice of you to get that one in whilst he was sitting in the box.
We always talk about it, actually, because the fact that we actually were taken off, we couldn't finish the match in the afternoon. I always discuss it now, and he blames me and I blame him.
Well, listen,
the truth is somewhere in between.
The best players make people wait to see the drama, that's all I can say. But no, on to a more serious note. How difficult is it, from a player's perspective, to not allow a moment like the one Dave Gilbert experienced to linger in your mind? How hard is it to shut that out and genuinely proceed in the match as if it never happened?
Well, we're probably going to find out the answer to that in a moment here, because that was a brilliant shot. It's very difficult, is the answer. It's short and sweet. I mean, he's got a kick clearing up. He played beautifully in that frame, and he lost it. And people that tell me that kicks are bad cueing, I've never heard such nonsense in my life. People say, oh no, it's just bad cueing. It's nothing to do with bad cueing. Nothing. Because there wasn't one shot in that break that he cued badly. But people still believe that's true, and it's not true. He got a bad contact, it straightened the ball up, and that's why he missed it. And it was sheer bad luck. And he's got to bounce back, and it's tough. The only thing that would have given him hope was Lisowski punching the table a few moments ago, knowing that he's not feeling too great about his own game. That's given him a little bit of hope, and Lisowski shouldn't have done it.
Great insight and analysis there from the former world number 3, as Dave Gilbert tries to reassert some authority on this match. Lisowski looked as though he was going to level at 8-all.
I know, and it would have been 9-5, you see, Rob, and that's the thing. You know, the match was not over, but as good as over at that point. Outrageous that he got that kick. And it wasn't one of these where there's any doubt about it. It made a dreadful sound, and it jumped. So it was a proper kick.
Loads happening here at Ponds Forge this afternoon, just whilst we watch this crucial break being put together by Dave Gilbert. Anthony McGill is 8-7 up against Tepchaya and Nu. Judgement Poomjang is very soon going to level the match against Mitchell Mann. He's about to leave the youngster requiring snookers, and that will put them back to 7 apiece. Liam Highfield is trailing Sam Baird 8-6, but he's on a break of 45 and has a great opportunity to claw one back here. And Kurt Mafflin looks as though he's going to pull one back against Rob Milkins, the Milkman leading 8-6, and Mafflin is about to make it 8-7. So all the way through, there is drama on almost every single table. And don't forget, if you're planning to stay with us all the way through, from 5 o'clock we have 8 more world-class matches to bring you. So it's living up to its billing. Judgment Day is panning out to be absolutely fascinating, as we hoped it would.
This is a really important part of the match here, with Gilbert trying to clear. He's got the red on the right cushion, which is the right-hander he can get to. But, you know, all these things that we speak about, when you're out there, and it's so tough. I mean, obviously, you saw Gilbert almost slumped in his chair for 2 frames. Lisowski knows that he should have made it 8-all, so now things are just turning again. But they'll only turn if he wins this frame. If he doesn't win it, it stays on Gilbert.
Rob Milkins requiring snookers against Kurt Mafflin. That frame's still ongoing at the moment, but it does look as though Mafflin's going to pull that back to 8-7. But this is fascinating here on table 4. Can Dave Gilbert get himself to within 1 of the victory line and banish the memories and the thoughts of that bad contact?
This is the shot. Not for the red off the cushion. I don't think he's going to play to move it. I think he'll play to get on it. Yeah, I can understand completely why he would play that, and he played it pretty well. I mean, it's one of those, now that he's got this angle, it's a tough shot, but if he gets it, he's perfectly on the black. So the angle's not great, but the rewards for being left where he is are greater. He's got to drop this in, and if he misses it, it stays over the hole.
What a moment here for Dave Gilbert. Frame's not over if this goes in. It's a key shot. Oh, yes.
Now he's got to make this tell, and he'll only need up to the pink. And this, if he makes this clearance, then it's as good as any he's made in his career, in my view, because of everything that's gone before. Now, in the back of his mind, he's thinking, is anything else going to go wrong here? Because that's what you think, I'm afraid, when you're out there and you've had a kick in amongst the balls like that, and you're in prime position.
It's one of the reasons that these psychological swings, it's one of the reasons why snooker's such a fascinating sport. All the momentum with Lisowski after that dramatic black not going in for Gilbert, but now on the verge of 9-7, getting to within 1, suddenly the pressure goes back onto Jack Lisowski, and it's he sitting in the chair pondering what might have been in a preceding frame. Huge moments these between these two massively talented players. They've put on a great display here. This is a really intriguing match.
This is just about the shot that he got the kick, similar to this earlier on. And this is a brilliant clearance, and Lisowski was right to be furious about the red he missed where he punched the table, because it's cost him the frame. So both players have had their chances. That is a terrific frame to win, and really well done to David Gilbert. We probably need to head over and watch McGill, who's on a big break next door. But Gilbert 9-7 up, and we head over to table 7.
What an important clearance of 73. So we've just seen Dave Gilbert go 9-7 ahead. Anthony McGill, who started today 6-3 up against Tepchire Unnu, was pegged back to 6-all, has re-established a 2-frame advantage before Unnu took the last to go from 8-6 to 8-7. But is this McGill now definitively turning the screw against his charismatic, big breaking opponent?
Well, maybe, but he's a little awkwardly on the black. to the point where he's now looking at the pink, so he's not quite there yet.
Mitchell Mann and Detuet Poomjang, 7 frames all. 7 all between Anthony Hamilton and Robbie Williams. So here goes Anthony McGill. Just the lightest of touches there, and it's good enough. Liam Highfield is on a break of 72, so he moves to within 1 of Sam Baird, at the moment trailing 8-6 and now 8-7. Great performance to stay in touch. Well, I'm sure either in his car on his way back up to Glasgow, or maybe he's hanging around having a sandwich. I'm sure Alan McManus is keeping a tab on this match, and he'll be absolutely delighted to see Anthony McGill edging closer and closer to a place in the main draw.
Frame ball. Shouldn't be forgotten here that he's on for the possible high break, because taking the pink, he can still make 1-4-5. I don't think it's at the front of his mind, but once the frame is won, maybe he will enter his thoughts and calculations. It's been that kind of a match, you know, all the breaks yesterday that we saw. A century from McGill and 2 big breaks from Tepchai, one of which should have been a 1-4-7, missed the black. He made a 1-4-4 as well. Well, he can only get 1-4-4 now that he's on the pink again. But he's more interested, I think, in getting to 9. I think this has certainly been the highest standard of any matches I've seen over the last couple of days. All the way through, it's terrific levels. He won't be too worried about that. I think he's more than happy for that break to end when it has. It was a frame winner, and he leads 9-7. He's 1 frame away from a place at the Crucible.
So this is Poomjang against Mitchell Mann. 7 frames apiece. Poomjang just closed one back. This was always going to be one of the slower matches, especially after their opening frame of the session lasted the best part of an hour. This looks like it's going to be cagey as well. So, Dave Gilbert, rather like Anthony McGill, is 9-7 up, and you suspect with the quality of that clearance, a 73, but what a classy 73 it was, you suspect with that finish to the preceding frame, he now has banished the memories of that bad contact for what would have been a 9-5 lead, because however the match has panned out, he is on 9, he's right on the verge, and he has a 2-frame cushion. He's not over the line yet, but this is a great chance for Dave Gilbert.
Well, he pulled that break up from his boots. It was tremendous, and it's kind of turned the match around again, and you get that little significant points. For him, it was the kick. For Lizowski, it was the red to the right corner, which he should never have missed when it looked for all the world like it was 8-all. So he's just, he feel a lot happier now than he did a little while ago.
11.
Not there yet, though. You're going to need to ask him about it, Rob, if he wins, I think. One of the questions has to be, how did he feel on that black?
Yes, I'll certainly be asking him that if he does end up winning the match. I won't be chasing him down Sheffield High Street if Lizowski makes a comeback and asking him about it. I think it's an easier question to pose in victory rather than defeat.
Yeah, that's right. But he's cued so well. He's playing near the top of his game at the moment, you know, Gilbert. Because Lizowski's certainly playing almost like the player that we thought he would be a couple of years ago. He's definitely playing better now, but it still might not be good enough.
So Gilbert within 1. Now, what's he managed to dislodge there?
Nothing. Don't think the red goes to the middle. Even if it does, it's not really any good to him. So the decision he made, I thought there was a red sticking out that he could have gone for, actually. I mean, this red to the middle, if he plays it, it's so difficult to get onto a colour. Is there any value in it? That's the question. If he thinks not, and he thinks he's in a certainty to pot it, then he should try something else.
So Dave Gilbert to within 1 of victory. Key stage of his break here. Anthony McGill leads 9-7. And Rob Milkins is in the balls, hoping to take himself to within 1 frame of victory against Kurt Mafflin in an incredibly tight match. Milkins is on a break of 41 over on table 6, leading 8-7 at the moment. Dave Gilbert deciding discretion is the better part of valour. And I wonder if we can just nip over to table 6 and have a look at Rob Milkins to see whether he's still building on this break. Break now 49. 6 reds on, so there's a little bit of life left in this frame. McGill has secured the first point in what he hopes will be the last frame of the match against Tepchaya Unnu.
You always felt this was an evenly contested match between these two players. Milkins will be delighted if he can get over the line against Mafflin. I thought it might go all the way, and it may not do now, but he's such a good player off the side cushion. Look at that shot he's played with so much power. He's got a good kiss there, but he deserves it for me.
So we'll keep our eye on Gilbert and Lazowski, and of course we'll get back to that one if things start to get tasty, but it would be useful just to see whether Milkins can close this frame out from this commanding position. Still only 1 point registered in the 17th frame between McGill and Unnu. Liam Highfield's on an early break as he trails 8-7 to Sam Baird, so if he keeps that going, he's in with a shout of levelling the match.
Well, this is just about over this frame. It's been a one-visit frame for Milkins.
Great stuff from the Milkman. So he joins Anthony McGill and Dave Gilbert to within 1 of being in the main draw at 10 o'clock on Thursday morning. That will be live, by the way, on the World Snooker YouTube page and live in all of the bookmaking outlets of Betfred, our chief sponsor.
Well, there's too many jokes. You called him the milkman. I mean, he's delivered. He's got plenty of bottle. He floats them in. The whole works. Too many, isn't there? Too easy. But he's 9-7 up, and that's the main thing.
I'm trying to think of another one, but I think you've just done them all in one sentence. I love his walk-on music, by the way. I am a cider drinker. Sensational.
I think that Gilbert winning frame that we just saw has made an awful lot of difference to this match, because it was being turned very much on its head prior to that. Okay, it's not over yet, but Lazowski had his chance, I think.
So Ding and Alan McManus over the line. Milkins and McGill and Gilbert are all within 1. So we're gearing up to a wonderful climax to this first set of showdown qualifiers. The next 8 matches get underway, of course, at around 5 o'clock. We're staying here for every single finish. Don't forget, get in touch with us on Twitter. If that's your thing, it's @WorldSnooker1. And I'm reliably informed by our social media guru, Lewis Ward, who's actually just gone out to make some teas, which is a useful contribution to the afternoon. He's just told me if you send a tweet, if you add the hashtag #ILoveSnooker, then marvellous things will await you. Send snooker soaring to the top of the trending tables. Give us your thoughts, let us know what you're making of Judgement Day. It's certainly panning out to be a really, really fascinating afternoon of snooker here, of the very highest quality, with the very highest stakes.
Oh, that is an absolutely brilliant long ball. It was tight on the cushion, rolled in a red at long range, and that's the kind of player Lesowski is. I'm not entirely ruling out another twist in this match, you know, but I think what Gilbert did in the last frame has kind of turned it around again. He should already be in an interview with you, actually. That's the thing that is against him. He should already be over this match, you know, and he'll know that. But it might be over soon if Jack Lesowski starts missing those. He potted a brilliant red and missed a black off the spot.
Nervous moments, but it's understandable. 3 qualifying matches for the opportunity to be in the big season climax. Comes down to a few anxious moments with the cue. Nicely spread for him here, Neil.
Yes, this could be it. This could be David Gilbert makes it through to the crucible. I'm just thinking, you know, about when players would like to play, thinking more about that question you asked Alan McManus. And, you know, it's more when or who you play. I think whichever one of those two is more significant. But now I know Stuart Bingham's the world champion. He was wonderful a year ago. But as far as playing on that first day, you know, he might not be the worst draw. Now, if you're listening, Stuart, I don't mean that in a personal way, you know that, because I think you're a great player and you are the champion of the world, but, you know, you could argue that he could be vulnerable in that first round and he might be the person that a player would like to play on day one.
I'm guessing that part of your argument for that is that if you're one of these guys, you're on a roll. You've come through 3 matches, all of which, of course, you've won, and you don't want that momentum to stop.
No, that's right. I think if I were one of these qualifiers today, I wouldn't go anywhere tonight. I'd stay in Sheffield, have a couple of, maybe a beer, quiet beer to celebrate getting through, nothing too strenuous, a nice meal, watch the draw, and then take stock of whether I should go home at all. That's what I would do. Because if you're playing on the Saturday, I don't see the point in going home. If you're playing on the Tuesday or the Wednesday, then take 2 or 3 days practicing on your own, in your own club, on your own conditions. So if it was me, I would wait until tomorrow and then make the decision accordingly. Nice decision to have. What a lovely problem, eh?
Yeah, fantastic. And I suppose the fact that the draw is at 10 o'clock, if you were, for instance, Alan McManus and you had a 4 or 5 hour drive or 3 hour drive to get home, you've still got plenty of time to get home, have a rest and stay out the limelight, really, and continue practicing on a more low profile basis than being in the pressure cooker of Sheffield. But I'm sure you can also name plenty of players who, once they're here, just want to soak it up every day and they want to be in this environment day in, day out until they, from their perspective, hopefully win the title.
Well, the beauty is, of course, if you win first day, then you can maybe go home anyway. And if you look into that part of it, qualifier or not, you win on day one, you might end up nipping back to wherever you live. Of course, that's of course if you're a UK-based player, and go from there. In the meantime, I think Gilbert is on the brink of being the next man through. It's all about to happen here. A lead of 47 points, 54 with the black. He wants a further red, and if he wins, I think he's played brilliantly because he was clearly rocked by the bad contact on the final black and clearing to go 9-5. And since then, he had a little bit of a wobble. Lizowski started potting everything. Gilbert has continued to stamp his authority on this match, and the best player, if this red goes in, I'll say the words. Let's wait on that. The best player has won for me. I have a lot of time for Lizowski, but he's been outplayed here by Gilbert over 2 days.
He's really had to answer the questions, none more so than the moment we will ask him about, now that he is closing this match out. That miss black to middle right. His aspirations of another appearance at the Crucible could have unravelled as he was forced to sit in the chair and watch Lizowski get back to within 1. But he's had a couple of really, really cool clearances. A 73 to go 9-7 up, and this break, very, very impressive from David Gilbert. I think I said yesterday he's got some fairly vociferous fans and friends who pack out the Crucible when he's in town, and I'm sure they'll be already thinking about sending him a text message and asking for tickets. The handshake and the applause for Dave Gilbert, who taps the table. He's come through a really, really tricky, exhausting match against Jack Lizowski, and Dave Gilbert joins Ding Junhui and Alan McManus in the hat for the big start on Saturday, 10-7.
I'll say it again, he thoroughly deserved it. Now, this match is not actually Man and Poomjang that we're seeing. It's certainly Tepchaya's match that we've got on there now. There it is, 9-7.
So 10-2 for Ding, 10-2 for Alan, 10-7 Dave Gilbert. Will it be the same scoreline for Anthony McGill, hoping to make it back-to-back appearances at the Crucible after a reasonable season, but not the one that bore the fruits his performances at Sheffield last year would have potentially indicated.
Yeah, great standard in this match. Things really starting to happen. It's a question of who goes through next. If the two leaders win in this match, courtesy of McGill, or even we might have Milkins getting through. I can see David Gilbert's just coming into the studio now, Rob, so you need to get your questions ready. You've got to ask him one question. You've got to ask him about that black. Would you do that for just for me?
I will. I will nip out and speak to him now. I can see that he's smiling. So just give us 2 seconds, ladies and gents. Dave Gilbert is in the hot seat, and we're leaving the commentary box, and we'll be alongside him in just a second.
Okay, in the meantime, we'll stay with pictures here of Tepchaya and Nur, but we're keeping a close eye on Rob Milkins, who might be closing in on a 10-7 victory as well. So that's the state of affairs here, and Rob has got a happy Crucible qualifier with him. I think we're just organising a chair for Rob at the moment before we can conduct the interviews.
Well, they found me a chair eventually. Dave, what a match. We were just thoroughly absorbed by that one, Neil Folds and myself in the box. He has begged me to ask you the question, that bad contact on the black to middle right when it looked like you were going to go 9-5. Did you think after that you might actually lose the match?
The kick on the black was, I mean, you couldn't have asked for a worse time for such a thing, you know. Go 9-5 there, I'm looking strong, and even though I had a couple of half chances at it after, yeah, when Jack eventually potted it, I felt a bit sick, and obviously he started to play really well himself, and I think he missed a bad red. He had the white ball clean when he was in full flow, to be fair, and he ended up waiting for the ref and missed a red, 54 I think he had, and I said to myself, come on, the big boys stand up here, this is your chance, get back in it, and made a great clearance.
A brilliant clearance of 73 to get to within one of the finishing line. And yes, okay, not all of those breaks were piling up into the hundreds, but when it counted, you put really, really composed breaks together. You must be delighted to come through such a tight, tricky match with some really, really classy finishing.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a real good standard between me and Jack. Obviously, you want to win every game here as easy as possible. It didn't turn out like that. Even a month ago, I can remember playing in the World Grand Prix, and my game was just absolutely shot to pieces. I had no confidence whatsoever. Felt like I'd be back on the tractor soon enough. So to come here, and I put a lot of work in, I've done a few different things. My game feels like it's coming back together.
It's been quite a journey for you, hasn't it? 'Cause I know you've just alluded to the tractor, and there's quite good banter that flies around the press room about your background. But yeah, considering that you almost packed it in, you survived through Q School, and here you are, you're the world number 22, and once again, you're in the main draw for the Crucible. What, if you could put your finger on the one thing that's made everything click into place again, what would it be?
My wife. She. I wish I met her 15 years ago, and I'd have probably behaved myself a bit better and applied myself more. Yeah, no, she's golden. When I first met Abby, that's when I was going through the Q School at the time, which I weren't even going to play in. So yeah, since then, a big turnaround in my life, really.
Wow, so she's held it all together, and she's got you on the straight and narrow. So I guess
sometimes
often enough to get you through to the Crucible again. So I remember the previous times you've appeared, you've always travelled with quite a vociferous number of supporters. I presume that will be the same again. There'll be one or two of them tuning into the draw tomorrow and firing you a text message saying, "Come on, big fella, I want some tickets."
Yeah, no, Tamworth, where I play, is not too far away, so I'm sure the Tamworth Massive will come up and have a watch, hopefully. It's always good to have them about. Good crack.
And just finally, do you care who you play? And the other question, again from Neil's perspective, are you going to go home, or will you wait and see the draw and find out, for instance, if you are playing Stuart, in which case you'd be on Saturday morning? What's your approach to the next couple of days?
Going straight home now. Wednesday night down the club, that's when the lads all turn up, so I'll go and have a pint with the boys tonight and just wait for the draw tomorrow, and then we'll go from there, arrange my preparation from there, I think.
Well, many congratulations. Only the one tonight. You can save it a little bit longer.
Just a cheeky one.
Just a cheeky one. The job's half done. But many congratulations. A thoroughly absorbing match. We'll see you on the big stage sometime in the next week.
Okay, cheers.
Well, you may have seen pictures there of a whirlwind century from Robert Milkins. He's the next man to come in here, so he's almost set. He finished that match off brilliantly. You saw it in the smaller picture, what we heard from David Gilbert, but Rob Milkins is through, and I don't think Rob will be sitting down for long because the milkman will be in a moment. He's delivered in all of those jokes. He made a 106 break at the end, Rob, while he was speaking there to David, and it was so quick. He knocked the colours in a new speed record, I should think, and he'll be absolutely thrilled about that. So Rob Milkins is the next man through. The results are coming through, just like general election night, isn't it? One by one, the players are making it through.
They are. So Ding and Allen fairly comfortable 10-2 and 10-2. Dave Gilbert 10-7 and Rob Milkins 10-7, finishing in a flourish with that century. Interesting there, just listening to Dave Gilbert, asking him what the reason has been for his turnaround, and I'm not sure whether you could hear the interview from in here, but
I could. Wonderful thing to say.
Yeah, really, really nice. It's, you might expect, well, I tweaked this and I did this and I did that, but for him, it's simply come down to his wife. So hopefully she'll be joining the Tamworth Massive, and somebody else who's not short of a few friends and spectators is Rob Milkins, who's in the interview position. So just give me 1 second and I will reposition, and we'll ask him his thoughts on that equally absorbing match against Kurt Mafflin.
So while we see that, McGill is on the brink as well. It is 25-5, 9-7 up here, so McGill possibly going to win by 10 frames to 7. In the meantime, the two Robs are in there, Walker and Milkins, and they'll be in conversation in a moment. Great times. The next man through, I think he's ready.
So, from one winner to another, it just comes thick and fast on this fabulous day of drama. Rob Milkins, congratulations. You're once again in the main draw. What a century and what a way to finish a really, really tight match. Certainly from watching it, it was so difficult to call which way that one was going to go. Tough way to qualify.
Yeah, I finished up really well again. It seems like when it gets tight, I'm all right. It's just in the match, I get quite nervous, you know. My scoring's not like it was 20 years ago, but my safety is very good. And to be fair, I was a lot stronger than him safety, but I had to be because every time he gets in, he makes 80 or 90. So, and I was a bit lucky that he weren't really on his game today. So, yeah, chuffed to bits in the end.
How big was it taking the last frame of the session yesterday? Because it seemed to be nip and tuck all the way through the match.
Yeah, that's the best I felt in a year, to tell the truth, towards the end of that session. And I didn't really want it to stop because I was just getting on top of him. You know, he was 4-2 up and he was looking like he was going to steamroll me, and then it turned round. And I'd done a great clearance to go 5-4, but I didn't really want it to stop because I was in it like... Players would know when you get in the zone, you get in the zone, and I was in the zone then, and that's possibly like one of the first times this year I've been in it. And you know, I keep telling myself, I keep saying, look, you're going to hit one good session finally this season, and it just ain't coming. And then like even then it weren't great until the last two frames. It was good, you know. The last two frames I enjoyed it, but yeah, obviously. I'm chuffed to bits to get to the Crucible. There's no other place like it on the planet. Like, so, you know, whatever happens, who I draw, I'm not bothered now.
And are you going home to Gloucester today, or are you staying up here and watching the draw up here before you make a decision?
No, I'm going home today. I haven't seen my missus or my kids for 8 days, and I told her I've come away with no clothes. I told her I'm coming home Thursday, no matter what. And then after I won my first match on Thursday, I thought, well, if I come home Thursday night, I'm coming back up Saturday morning. It's not worth it. So I borrowed me mate Jimmy Robertson's jacket, and I bought some socks and pants. I had me tracksuit bottoms and me jeans, but I didn't really have enough. But I just got by. So yeah, hopefully she'll put some washing in for me, my missus, and I'll have some clothes when I get home.
Well, I'm sure you'll be coming back up with a clean shirt when you take centre stage. And I asked this question to Alan McManus earlier on when he came through to qualify for what will be his 20th year at the Crucible. This will be your 7th. He said it's not quite as special for him now because there have been so many. But for you coming back on number 7, does it still mean as much to you every single time you get that intro and your groovy walk-on music starts and the crowd respond to you when you walk out?
Yeah, it's exactly the same. It means as much now as it ever has done. Obviously for Alan, he's done a lot more in the game than me, so I still feel like I have something to prove. And you know, even if I don't like win the world or run up in the world, maybe get to the later stages for once, you know. So yeah, I mean, it's very special to me. Yeah.
Well, you've got the class and you're in it to win it. So we hope that you like the draw when it comes out tomorrow, and get some clean pants and socks from your wife, and we'll see you back up in Sheffield for the first round. Well done, Rob.
Cheers, Rob.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks.
Congratulations to Rob Milkins. Good to see him win and be at the Crucible again. So that's great news for him. Here, Rob, I wouldn't sit down for too long because Anthony McGill looks on the brink of winning his match. So all these players are going through. Of course, McGill was a great success on his debut last year, and I should think it would mean the world to him to be back at the Crucible. And when he knocks this red in, then it's about to happen. And what a game it's been. Yesterday's session, one of the best sessions of snooker I've seen all season. with all those big breaks and all that drama.
Unbelievable yesterday from McGill and Techvire Anu. And Anthony McGill is home and dry here against a really, really tricky opponent. Dave Gilbert won 10-7, Rob Milkins won 10-7, and it looks as though that will be the same scoreline for McGill against Anu. And interesting, in those last two interviews, Gilbert paying massive tribute to his wife, and Rob Milkins mentioning his wife as well. So it's not just about the players, is it? It's about their families. It's about the whole support network that keeps them on the tour and keeps them performing on the top level. And yeah, I know we're having a bit of a laugh there with Rob, but it's not easy for these guys with wives and children. And yes, okay, it's a great way for them to make their living, but they're away from home for weeks and weeks and weeks every season, and it's got to be for something. They wouldn't make those sacrifices if there weren't rewards like this on offer.
I think you're going to come unstuck in the next match because McGill's not married, to my understanding of it, so that line is going to go out the window, Rob.
Okay, I'll think of something else.
I'm just saying, but no, you're right. You're right to bring it up, and it's nice that they mention all that because, as you rightly say, it's a very important point of anyone who plays sport or anything you do, really. Anyway, here we are with McGill tightening the knot. And they're looking to get snooker. It's going to be very tough to get them where the balls are. I mean, you carry on under these circumstances because there's once in 1,000 you might get the snooker and win the frame. And that's why Anur is doing it. The story of this match probably is not only McGill winning, but the missed 147 chance for the second time in the season for Anur. And if he ever gets a third opportunity, how much pressure is he going to be under on the final black?
I can't imagine there's a single person in the world who, should that scenario arise again, wouldn't wish him to get it and make it third time lucky.
Well, that'll be it now. Manure won't be carrying on after that. And McGill, who did all that damage last year, beat Steve Maguire and Mark Selby. He's going to be there again in the draw. And he's not one that you'd particularly want to play. There's no getting away from that. Handshake time. All over. We have a winner, and it's Anthony McGill beating Techvire Anu 10 frames to 7, and he's through. Great session of snooker yesterday, and there's your winner. Now we're having a look already at Mitchell Mann. This would be the biggest day of his snookering career, a chance for him to make his Crucible debut against Poom Jang. He leads 8-7, so that would be an interesting conversation should he win. I don't know too much about Mitchell Mann. I know that he's a very good player, that was a really good junior player, met with problems with his game and all of that. You know, hasn't quite gone on to achieve perhaps what he should have done. But here you see that maybe this is his time and all the hard work that goes in. He's only 8-7 up, but chance to go 9-7.
Another potential debutant who's hanging on to the dream is Liam Highfield. Had a fabulous break of 139 earlier on this morning to reduce the deficit against Sam Baird to 6-7. And he's got another break here of 77, which will bring him back to within 1. Baird, remembers, on 9. So it's Liam Highfield 8, Sam Baird 9. Could we be heading towards our first 10-9 thriller of the day? So, whilst we wait to see whether Mitchell Mann can get to within 1 of victory against Poom Jang, Another interview awaits with Anthony McGill, home and away by 10 frames to 7. Well, we'll keep you posted on whether Mitchell Mann can get to within one of victory over Poom Jang. What a debut that would be for him. Well, here's a man who made his debut 12 months ago, and what a debut, beating his countryman Maguire, beating Mark Selby and pushing Sean Murphy close as well. Anthony, many congratulations. That was a really, really intriguing match. 6-3 up, but then he got back into it, and how key was that last frame before your mid-session to get one on the board this morning?
Yeah, very, very key, Rob. I was really nervous at the start because I'm sleeping on a 6-3 lead, and I'm thinking, I've got a good lead, but still a long way to go. And I had a couple of good chances in the first frame today, and I was so nervous, and I made a mess of them. And yeah, but from 6 each to nick the one before the interval, just to have a lead, I thought, right, I'll start again. I've got a 1 frame lead. Let's go again after the interval, and got over the line.
I guess you've always got to be on your guard against Anu, because yesterday was an extraordinary session, not just because he missed out on the final black again en route to what would have been a fabulous maximum. He had another break of 144. You had a century. It was really high quality yesterday. You needed to be absolutely on top of your game to make it through to the Crucible for a second successive year.
Yeah, when I seen the draw and I had to try in the last round, I thought it's one of the hardest draws you could get, because I always feel with Thipchaya, you're always 3 or 4 or 5 minutes away from losing the frame, no matter where the balls are, because he's so quick and he can just pot in anything from anywhere and the frame's done before you know it. So he's a really tough player to play against. But today I wasn't at my best, and I just tried to sort of make the match kind of horrible and putting balls safe and stuff, because if I'd have played to his strengths, going toe to toe with him, he was playing better than me today, I think. So I'm quite pleased the way I sort of managed the match today.
And do you feel as though maybe coming back to the scene of such great performances last year might ignite your season just at the right time? Because you really captured the public's imagination last year. It wasn't just what you did, you were so relaxed, the way you were going about your business, beating world-class players like Maguire and Selby. And this season, perhaps, we haven't quite seen, the great performances repeated from the Crucible, but maybe coming back here you're rediscovering the magic.
Yeah, maybe. This is in all the places that I've played snooker, the Crucible is definitely the best place. It's just the most amazing place. Yeah, like you say, I've not had a great season, but I must remember, like, all the players I'm playing against are just world class players. It's not easy to do well, and you can go through spells where you don't really go on runs and stuff. But yeah, like you say, coming back, I might play well up the road. We'll see.
Alan's in the draw. He was coming in for his interview as you were winning that crucial frame just before the mid-session. He said he'd be delighted to see you in the mix. He's gone back up the road. Are you going home now, or will you wait for the draw tomorrow?
No, I'll just drive home now, be home tonight. Chances are I won't be playing on the very first day, so probably have a couple of days at home, bit of practice, and then just get G'd up for the Crucible.
And one of the great things last year was that you didn't seem in any way nervous about making your debut, so presumably you'll be quite at your ease when you come back, whoever you're playing in the first round.
Yeah, it's just an honour to play at that venue. Like this tournament, I've never tried so hard to qualify, because I didn't want to miss out, having done so well last year. I've never tried so hard in a tournament as I have this week, but now I'm through, I can just relax and just enjoy it.
Well, have a safe drive back up the road, and we hope the draw brings you an intriguing match, and we'll see you at some stage on the main stage at the Crucible in a couple of days. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Rob.
Cheers.
So that's a very happy Anthony McGill, who did all that damage last year at the Crucible, beating Steve Maguire and then the defending champion Mark Selby. Meanwhile, Mitchell Mann 62-4 in front. Tell you what, I've just had a tweet from someone, and it's worth mentioning this, Rob, and it's something I'd forgotten about, so I've got to mention this. Mitchell Mann, in the 2007 Junior Pot Black at the Crucible, beat Jack Lisowski in the final. So Mitchell Mann has played at the Crucible before. So that's an interesting one.
So it's a debut of sorts.
Well, it is. I'd forgotten about that match. I saw it. I watched Lisowski in that match, and I'd forgotten it was Mitchell Mann. So to say thank you to the person who sent me that information, because technically he has played there before. I mean, nothing like this, but it's nice to think that he has been there, and it kind of tells me that. Samuel Brown, by the way, was the person who sent me that tweet. So thanks to Samuel for that. And it tells you that he's a player that probably should have come through before now, because he was up there alongside Lisowski, who we know is a good player. So as I said earlier, he's had his few issues, and he's not quite... He plays the game in a different way now. He's much more methodical, technically minded, I think. But, who could deny him this opportunity? And it's about to go 2 up with 3 to play, I think.
Great chance for Mitchell Mann.
Yeah, this is actually frame ball.
Don't forget, if you're enjoying what you're witnessing, and hopefully if you're a fan of snooker, how could you not be? So much drama, so much tension, and so much high quality snooker on display. Send us a tweet. It's at World Snooker 1. And I have been asked to plug this several times. If you're feeling generous of spirit, whack on the hashtag I love snooker. It will certainly give our social media guru, Lewis Ward, something to check over as the tweets come in. So please get in touch with your thoughts on the matches we've seen and the great matches still to come. Just to run you through here as we're watching Mitchell Mann closing in on being 1 frame away from a Crucible debut. We have a cracking encounter with Anthony Hamilton against Robbie Williams. This one going very, very close. Liam Highfield trails Sam Baird by 1. Baird has been in the Crucible before. He made his debut in 2013. He's on 9, but Liam Highfield on table 2 is in the balls with a break of 17. If he wins that frame, it will be our first 10-9 decider for a place in the main draw. So there's plenty of drama still happening all throughout the match tables that are still going on. And what a fabulous long pot to bottom left that was by Mitchell Mann. He's absolutely in the groove here.
He's played well. Don't forget, a couple of nights ago was taken off the table, 9-7 down against Matt Selt. So you think he's probably going to get beaten there. They came back after Ding finished, played on the same table that Ding finished off his second round match, and won all the last 3 frames to beat Matthew Selt, a good player who's played at the Crucible before. So that was kind of where this brilliant performance came. Now, he's not won yet. He's 9-7 up, and Poomjang can come back. But he could be a Crucible debutant. And look, he's going to get there, I think, if he wins. If he wins this match, he's in. And you could argue that he might be one that the seeded players would want to play. Not because he's not a very good player, because he's on debut. But, he could take a big scalp out. Who knows? It's been done before at the Crucible.
Well, Liam Highfield is the other debutant this morning, hoping to step out for the very first time. His break has finished on 17, but he still has a 17-point advantage in what could turn out to be the penultimate frame there against Sam Baird on table 2. Always great to have a few debutants in the mix at the Crucible, and there are 2 playing in tonight's session as well. Ian Burns, although he's 7-2 down against Peter Ebdon, and Zhu Guilong, the 18-year-old from China, is up against Zhang Anda. So both potential debutants from this session are still in with a shout, and what a shout it could be for Mitchell Mann, who is now just 1 away from a first appearance on snooker's hallowed stage.
Few people are sending me tweets that when Mitchell Mann won that Junior Pot Black against Jack Lisowski, McGill was in that as well, and I think that's right. I think he was playing in the semi-final. So all these guys are coming back to the Crucible now, who have played there before. Just to say hello to David Rowe, who tells me that he's watching the snooker in a bar in the airport in Bahrain at the moment. I know he does a lot of work in the Middle East coaching-wise. So hello to David Rowe. Hope you're well. Former leading player, of course, who has appeared at the Crucible. I'm going to look up Rowe's record now because we've got a quiet moment here, so you won't mind hearing this again as he watches the feed. Good player, Rowe. He played at the Crucible between 1999 and 2001, made 6 appearances, and he won a couple of matches there. On his debut, he won a match back in '89. Let's see who he beat, because he's enjoying the coverage at the moment. So David Rowe, who did you play in 1989 at the Crucible? Tony Knowles. He beat Knowlesy. That was good. And then he lost to Mike Hallett. Goodness me, that must have hurt. Anyway, enough of that. That's David Rowe. So I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage, David.
Don't forget, at World Snooker 1, hashtag I Love Snooker. Love to hear from fans, former players, referees, officials. Just reading up about Mitchell Mann, as we're waiting for him to come back from a comfort break. Incidentally, we'll be watching and waiting to see why we're not bringing you Liam Highfield against Sam Baird. So 2 matches we'll be updating you on in terms of the scores, but these are the ones that we can actually show you. Mitchell Mann coming out now with an opportunity to get himself in the main draw. I've just looked him up online. Won his place on the tour after winning the European Championship in 2014. He started out as a very talented young footballer with Aston Villa's academy, but when he was 8, he was diagnosed with a condition that rots the hip bone, and that is why snooker's gain is football's loss. So it's been a long, long journey for Mitchell Mann from Birmingham. A player on the verge of something very, very special. So those guys are playing on table 8. Another debutant, Liam Highfield, has an advantage of 15 points over Sam Baird on table 2. Baird leads 9-8. So that one could go all the way. But Poomjang is going to need to turn this on now. 3 frames in a row to deny Mitchell Mann a memorable Crucible debut.
So Poomjang has got to make a comeback, and he's been known to do that before, and he needs to maybe change his style of play, go a little quicker, which I know he's capable of doing. Don't forget, we've got the conclusion of all the other matches later on. Ali Carter's in great shape to make it through to the Crucible. Well in front, 8-1 against Dominic Dale. Other matches are considerably closer. 2 Chinese matches, Zhu Yulong and Zhang Anda. Just a frame between them, and same applies to Zhao Gudong and Lian Wenbo. Very, very tied. Frame between that one as well, in favour of Gudong. Poom Jang reacting only the way he only can, and the only way he knows, in that he's just trying to play a little bit quicker, take slight pressure off himself in some ways, and just create some kind of a backlash here. That's what he's wanting. Well, he could go into the bunch, but he may choose not to. Well, he's gone into it very delicately, and he moved one red though. That's not really worked out all that well. So once again, a slight lull in proceedings. We've still got one of our televised tables to conclude. And then, of course, it all kicks off again at 5 o'clock, Rob, doesn't it, with some very close matches. I think we've got one or two of those that could go the distance.
Well, I'd be amazed if at least one of those matches doesn't go all the way to 10-9. Just to run you through the numbers on who's appearing at around about 5 p.m. as we watch Poom Jang trying to keep a toehold in this match, trailing 9-7, but useful early break here in the 18th frame. Sorry, 17th frame. Yeah, so tonight, Michael Holt resumes 6-3 up against Mark King. Michael Holt did take the first 4 in that one. Peter Ebdon, well, he was part of a marathon match against Gerard Green in the second round of qualifiers when he came from 9-3 down. This time he's 7-2 up against the potential debutant from Preston, Ian Burns. Ryan Day against Ken Doherty. Ryan led 2-0 early on yesterday. Ken finished the session ahead by 1, 5-4. Kyron Wilson, surprise qualifier who won the Shanghai Masters. He leads Matthew Stevens 5-4. Ali Carter's almost home against Dominic Dale. They resume on table 5. Ali leading 8-1. Really, really strong start to that match yesterday, not really allowing Dominic any kind of foothold in the contest whatsoever. Graham Dott, 3 times a Crucible finalist. He leads Mike Dunn 5-4. Zhang Anda leads Zhu Yuolong, the 18-year-old would-be debutant, 5-4. And there was a massive frame late last night between Xiao Guodong and Liang Wenbo. Wenbo was potentially facing a deficit of 6-3 against his Chinese compatriot rival, but he took a massive last frame to reduce the deficit to 1. And remember, Wenbo is the world number 18, who has already this season been up in the world's top 16, made the final of the UK Championship, and that secured his debut at the Masters. So Wenbo has it all to do against a man from his own country ranked almost 30 places below him in the world standings. So plenty of drama to come tonight, and 3 matches yet to finish here. Sam Baird trying to close down on that 27-point lead of Liam Highfield in the match on table 2.
Just to let you know, the other match that you were about to mention, I think, where Robbie Williams has literally just cleared up the colours on the black to win that frame against Hamilton. So it was a very important frame that he's stolen there. Hamilton's been in some pretty good form this week, but he's always been behind there against Robbie Williams, who has qualified for the Crucible before, lost to the winner last year, Stuart Bingham, in round 1 at the Crucible stage.
Well, the matches that promised to go tight have indeed done so. This one is no exception. The Mitchell man and all his supporters back in Birmingham will be keeping their fingers and toes crossed that he can get over the line here against a very tricky opponent. Just looking down the rankings, he's 74th in the rankings at the moment. The man who contested Junior Pot Black back in 2007. Just having a look to see how much he would jump.
Well, I'll just tell you before you mention that, he came here with his tour place in a lot of doubt, but he's back on because of his performances here, part of the European tour. So he is going to jump, as you point out, but he came here, it could have been the Q school for him, so he must be thrilled.
Yes, on the prize money schedule following the China Open, Mitchell Mann was in 74th place with just over £27,500 over the couple of seasons. But to show you how tight it is at that particular section of the world rankings, the 13,000 or 13,500 that he would win for qualifying for the first round would put him over 40,000, and that would be enough to see him jump almost 10 places in the world rankings, not too far away from the world's top 64. Of course, there are a few players above him who've won some prize money, but not as much as the 13,500 he would get for beating Poomjang. So he's one frame away from a very, very positive end to what's been a difficult season. And he would be the first debutant to be appearing at this year's Crucible. The other one in this section of matches, Liam Highfield, is just managing to hang on at the moment, but he needs to force Sam Baird into a decider. Robbie Williams to within one frame of victory over four-time quarter-finalist Anthony Hamilton on table 1, and Baird is one frame away from his second appearance at the Crucible after playing Stuart Bingham on his debut 3 years ago.
Well, Poomjang is making things just about as tight as he can here and as difficult as he can for Mitchell Mann. He's doing the right thing, you know. He's just going to try and say, well, if you beat me, you're going to have to work harder than you already are working. Well, that's a fine shot. That's singled out the red in the middle of the bunch that he can play on. Just thank you to Michael Aniston, who sent me a tweet earlier and reminding me that we saw Poomjang from 5-0 down against Mark Joyce come back and win. I'd forgotten about that match. To win 6-5. So he can do it. This, by comparison, wouldn't be as big a comeback, but it would be a more significant one, I think. So if this goes 9-8, things starting to get very twitchy indeed. You can tell that he's got a little bit of a spring in his step. He knows he's not beaten yet. The man has been exceptional today, Mitchell Mann. Just a reminder then, David Gilbert has made it through. Robert Milkins also through on today's play. First man to get through to the Crucible, though, was Ding Junhui with a 10-2 victory over Nigel Bond. Alan McManus, another man who's made it through to the Crucible for what'll be the 20th time. The last 4 years he's made it. He was a 10-2 winner over Jimmy Robertson. Not sure, did I mention Anthony McGill? Of course, he's there. Beating Tepchaya. David Gilbert, and a very good win against Jack Lisowski. And we find out who's going to win this match fairly soon. But it mightn't be this frame by the looks of things. Good shot. Perfectly judged from Poom Jang. He wants to get back to the Crucible. He's not given up any hope of doing so either. So this is 9-8, and you feel some mileage left in the match yet. And that's where the break ends. But the frame's over as well, and 9-7 will become 9-8. frame conceded. So Mitchell Mann 9, Detchawat Poomjang 8. Still possible 2 frames to play here. Mitchell Mann, of course, looking to play at the Crucible for the first time, although he did play there way back in a very small event, Junior Pot Black. I say a small event. It was a small in way of short frames, but some good players have come out of that. The likes of Lizowski, McGill. I think they were all there the same year. I'm trying to think who the 4th player might have been who was up there. I saw 4 semi-finalists, and I think they were 3 of them. Anyone can help me with that one, I'll be grateful. So 9-8 here. The other 2 matches, Robbie Williams and Anthony Hamilton. There's not many points on the board. Just a few in front. Hamilton, early stages, reds everywhere. He's at the table, and that might have some mileage in it. Against Robbie Williams, who cleared up to win the previous frame. And, well, I don't know what's happening, Liam Highfield and Sam Baird. I'll try and get some information on that game. At the moment, Highfield 52-27 in front. Anyway, the next frame underway here. I think they're on the yellow there, 52-27 on the yellow in favour of Highfield. In fact, he may have just gone 31 in front. So it could be a 9-all, Highfield and Baird. Oh, what a tremendous pot. He really stays down on them, you know. He's got a very well-coached technique. I don't know who coaches him now. I'd like to know the answer to that, because I think I've seen his game change over the years, but he's found a really good groove at the moment. It looks like he's really under the influence as a coach, and a good coach, I would say. He's got him hitting through the ball nicely, and he is a little mechanical, but at the moment he's into a good groove. It's good to see a player like this, who promised a lot as a junior player, starting to fulfill it a few years on. Well, time to take a deep breath if this chance amounts to anything. looking at the couple of reds that might pot to the right corner, at the bottom of the bunch. Well, he's scoring in the same way now and the same tempo as he was earlier in the match. You know, he's just getting in, very deliberate. Playing the cannon on the two reds to the left of the bunch there. Could take you on to a number of reds. I think that's probably the percentage call to play that little nudge on the two reds close together. So this last of the easy-ish reds in the bottom of the bunch. Just let you know, Highfield and Baird is 9-all now. And the other thing I can tell you is Robbie Williams is quite close to winning against Anthony Hamilton. He's in the balls on a lead of 35 points. Looks like Hamilton's going to miss out on the Crucible by the looks of things. 46 behind on 4 reds. And trailing 9-7 against Robbie Williams. His concentration has been superb in this match, you know, and he's kind of on the brink now.
Wonder how much confidence he took out of that fabulous turnaround from 9-7 down against Matthew Selt. Came through that one 10-9. And Mitchell Mann is not a million miles away from making a crucible debut. So we've seen Dean get over the line 10-2. Alan McManus also with the same scoreline. And then came Dave Gilbert, recovering brilliantly from that really unlucky kiss on the black that would have taken him 9-5 ahead. Jack Lazowski came back into the match, but Gilbert had two fearless clearances to get over the line 10-7. Anthony McGill 10-7 against Tepchire Unnu. And here we are, Mitchell Mann, who levelled the match with the first frame of the session today, a 55-minuter. And he now has an opportunity to make his debut. And that is what snooker dreams are made of. That's why all these guys took up the sport, to one day have the chance to hear their name and hear the roar of a passionate, packed crowd here in Sheffield. He's closing in. Incidentally, Liam Highfield and Sam Baird have gone to our first third round decider, and Baird is in the balls on a break of 16, and what a topsy-turvy match that has been. Remember, Baird took the first 4 in that one, and then Highfield trailed 4-0, 5-1, and slowly and surely he's clawed his way back into the match. Fabulous break to reduce the deficit to 6-7 with a 1-3-9 clearance. So plenty of drama happening over on table 2. And Robbie Williams has got 62 points on the board, but Anthony Hamilton's on a break. He trails 9-7, so still a fair way to go for him. 3 matches left to conclude in this session. Now then, that one was a touch wild. Poomjang fighting for his snooker life here. Still 8 reds on the table. There could be a lot of life left in this frame yet. Sam Baird's on a break of 23. So slowly and surely, the man from Cullumpton, not Trumpton, is closing in on a second Crucible appearance. His first coming 3 years ago when he faced Stuart Bingham. But this is Wembo. Sorry, this is Detuet Poomjang. Wembo's coming out on table 8 around about 5 o'clock. Just surveying his best option here. He's got that red to middle right. Just having a look. Not the ideal angle. He's having to cue over that red just over his left, underneath his left elbow. Took his time over that one. So, very early stages for Poomjang. 2 reds towards middle left are fairly awkward. Sam Baird's on a break of 31. Anthony Hamilton trails in the 17th frame against Robbie Williams. Williams leads 9-7, but Hamilton is on the table as Dechuet Poomjang, who took the last frame of their session yesterday to lead 5-4, tries to drag himself back up to 9-all with Mitchell Mann and force a decider. Every shot absolutely crucial here for Poomjang if he's to keep his dreams of another year at the Crucible alive. Greg Coniglio just cleaning the cue ball at Poomjang's request. Beat Robin Hull in the second qualifying round, Dechuet Poomjang, as opposed to Mitchell Mann, who came through 10-9 against Matt Selt. His appearance at the Crucible, that memorable year, was 2013, when he beat Maguire 10-9 and then went on to face Michael White in the second round, and I think he may have lost that match 13-3. He was totally overawed by the occasion, but he certainly enjoyed himself. Very useful break of 27 here. It's still really, really tight between Hamilton and Williams. Hamilton's trying to hang on. Remember, Williams 62 points. But Hamilton's on 28 with more than 40 remaining, but it's tight. And Sam Baird is 31 points without reply in the decider against Liam Highfield. So when will Ding start thinking about these two awkward reds towards middle left? Around about now, you suspect. Just over 2 hours before the 8 remaining third round qualifiers reach their conclusion. Big moments these. He's done some hard work here. Now, this is a big shot for Poomjang. He's put together a really nice break of 41 to all but erode Mitchell Mann's advantage in what he hopes is the penultimate frame of the match.
Well, it was a tough one, wasn't it? And at least it's got him back in the match. It looked for all the world like Mitchell Mann was just going to run out a 10-8 winner. Not so sure now. Well, these two reds close together. He's got to make sure he doesn't push the top one over the pocket, which will probably be the right corner if it was anything. That's okay. As long as he gets in behind the blue. Well, it's not okay actually, is it? Didn't hit quite hard enough. It's not an easy one. But if it's dead straight, it can stun the cue ball to where it is in potting this. He's got an angle on the black to get on the last thread. Oh, it's beautiful striking. Couldn't hit that one any better. He's done well to get back into this frame, as Rob was saying, and now it's a question of what he can achieve. Can he play the cannon? Can he move the red? That's a lovely little shot. Played beautifully. Well, if this goes in, we could be in for a thriller. He's trying so hard here, you can sense it. He's really getting pumped for this. If you've got the right kind of concentration, not playing to the gallery today. He's played a good frame here, Poomjang, to get back into this, but he's got a little bit more work to do. This reminiscent of the yellow that Cliff Thorburn knocked in on his 147, a stun up and down. And Cliff, on the day, played it beautifully, just a few hundred yards down the road at the Crucible. And he's played it pretty well himself. But it's pretty gutsy. If this goes in, there's 18 the difference, 18 on the table. So he needs to make sure of this, because the most that Mitchell Mann can do is force a tie and a respot. Shouldn't be forgotten that Mitchell was 48-0 in front this frame. Sam Baird is going to get through against Liam Highfield. He's on a break of 52, 83 in front, so that's over. He's at the Crucible again. And that was a 10-9. And a very relieved Sam Baird. We've got a thriller, a decider on our hands. So stay tuned. It's going to be a good one to watch. You'd say that Poonjang might start favourite for it now that he's come back in the way he has, and say that the man who laughs and jokes is not laughing and joking anymore. He's playing as if his life depended on this, and that was a brilliant frame from 48-0 down. Here's the final pink, and we're down to a decider. Michelman 9, Dechuat Poonjang 9. Looking at the other games, Hamilton and Williams, I can't believe it seems like they're still on that 17th frame with not too much having changed. Real long bout of safety by the looks of things. Hamilton's actually just potted a red. So down to the last red there. Hamilton missed a pink. He played a pretty crazy wild pink. But he can still win that frame just. That's what's happening over on the other table. Reminding you that at 5 o'clock, the matches, I'll list them all in their order. Mark King, Michael Holt, Ian Burns, Peter Ebden, Ken Doherty, Ryan Day, Corin Wilson, Matthew Stevens, Ali Carter, Dominic Dale. That's 8-1, by the way. Mike Dunn, Graham Dott. Dott leads 5-4. Then we have Zhang Anda 5-4 up over Zhu Yulong, and Zhao Gudong 5-4 up over Lian Wenbo. Ebden leads Burns 7-2. That was over 6 hours. And they finished at 11:05 last night from 5 o'clock, and one frame took nearly 70 minutes. So we've got all that to look forward to. Back live. Time for the decider. And the handshakes have been done. And this, as I said earlier, with the biggest frame of snooker of Mitchell Mann's career so far. Poonjang, well, it's up there, but of course he's played at the Crucible and he's beaten Steve Maguire at the Crucible, so he just wants to be there again. So who's your money on here? Real tight match. Mitchell Mann's had 3 close ones actually. He won his first match 10-7. Then he had a 10-9 win against Matt Selt, and here we are at 9-all. So you know he's really going through the mill. Mitchell Mann beating Kishan Hirani 10-7 in the first round. Just looking at Mitchell Mann's opening match. He was 5-4 down at the interval. 7-6 down, won all the remaining frames. So he's been the busiest of all the players. If he's to get through, he'll have played more frames than anyone else. So, win to a decider. But just to remind you that Sam Baird has only just beaten Liam Highfield 10-9. And is another man who's qualified for the Crucible.
Well, a fascinating decider underway. We'll be getting back to that one as soon as we possibly can. Mitchell Mann hoping to make his debut, but Judgement Poomjang wants his second turn in the sunshine at the Crucible. Fascinating match, and a brilliant match has just finished. Sam Baird getting over the line in that decider against Liam Highfield. So congratulations, first of all, Sam. But what a funny match. Early on, you were absolutely racing away with it, but every single time it looked as though you were finally imposing yourself on the match, and it looked like you would run away with it. Liam somehow found a way to drag his way back into the game.
Yeah, I just couldn't make it easy for myself. When I had chances to have a big lead in the first session, I just wasn't with it at all, and yeah, I couldn't get rid of him. Tonight was better, today even, but we both played better, and just relieved to get over the line, because a lot of times I thought I probably wasn't going to win, you know.
Well, he had a couple of big clearances to reduce the deficit. There was one particularly good break of 139 where he really got in the balls. Was there a time where you thought, actually, despite leading 4-0 and 5-1 early on, this is going to go the other way?
When he went 9-all, I felt like that. I was surprisingly calm for some reason. I couldn't tell you why, but I still felt like I was going to get a chance and take it before it got to 9-all, and then I must admit I thought I was second favourite at that point, but with two chances I managed to win it, and so yeah, it was a good decider in all, really.
Well, great credit to your composure to get over the line. We've seen you at the Crucible before, and you denied him his debut. Do you think it'll be a less daunting prospect this time round, that you know what it's like, you've been there, you've sampled the atmosphere, you know how close the crowd are going to be?
I think so, yeah. Whether I'll play any better remains to be seen, but I won't be as intimidated by the Crucible. That was the first time I'd even been there, so it was something even more than I expected. So yeah, I think I'll be better prepared to make a game of it, and maybe show that I can play this time, because I didn't do that before. And so yeah, I'm hoping that I can be calmer for sure. Yeah.
Well, it would be a funny one if you drew Stuart Bingham again. Obviously, he's first up Saturday morning, 10 o'clock as the defending champion. I presume you're going back to Devon, back to Columpton now?
Yeah, I'm going to go home now. The draw's tomorrow, is it?
10 o'clock.
So yeah, when I find out when I play, hopefully I'll play later in the week, like last 3 years ago. That would be good. So, but as far as who I play, I don't mind. Of course, they're all good.
Well, a great show of composure to get across the line in a really, really topsy-turvy match. Congratulations, and we hope you bring plenty of vociferous support with you from Devon.
Thanks, Rob.
Cheers. Thanks, mate.
Thanks a lot.
Well done to Sam Baird, playing at the Crucible again. Now we left that match with no score, but Mitchell Mann is in first, and he's the man with the opportunity here. But he was in first in the previous frame, I should add. Got a lead of 48 points, which wasn't enough. Poomjang was pumped, and he got back into it. But what a leave, what a leave. If you could get yourself 40, 45, that would be a good performance. Interesting listening to Sam Baird saying that he was surprisingly calm at 9-9. That happens to snooker players occasionally. Other times you can be a bag of nerves out there, but when it does get to the nitty-gritty, there are occasions where you feel more calm than ever. You're more focused than ever. It happens to a player sometimes. So I'm quite pleased to hear that was the case for him there.
Yes, big occasion for Sam Baird when he comes back to the Crucible for the second time. The match he was referring to, of course, was when he lost 10-2 to Stewart 3 years ago.
Didn't play well in that match. I always liked his game, Sam, but that was the one match he didn't play all that well in, you know. So next time I'm sure he'll be a better player for it, or this time rather.
So one debutante's dream has come to an end. Is another about to become reality?
I was just saying earlier on, I don't know if you heard me in commentary, I think he was out there getting the interview ready, but if Mitchell Mann does get through, he'll have played more frames than anyone else. Just too short of the maximum you could play from this round, because He won his first match against Kishan Harani 10-7, beat Matt Selt 10-9, and if he was to win here 10-9, that's too short of the clean sweep. 55 frames he's played.
Well, no one could say he wouldn't be warmed up for his Crucible debut with those kind of numbers in qualification. And a total contrast to the manner in which Ding qualified, coming through his 3 matches, 10-4, 10-1, 10-2.
He's not there yet, but you know, it would be quite tiring, and he's a player that probably would benefit from not playing on Saturday morning should he get through this match. That's my own personal view. I think all these players seem to get the feeling they're going to be eased into the tournament Tuesday or Wednesday. Trying to think who else it was who said, well, it's the odds. I think it was McGill who said, oh, well, I probably won't be playing on the first day. I'm thinking, no, you might be.
I've pondered that one as well. They all seem to assume that someone else is going to be pulled out the hat for Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, but someone's got to face Stuart Bingham.
Yeah, and of course, they can't all play Tuesday afternoon, little comfortable opening session, can they? Someone will, but they can't all play then.
I don't know about you, Neil, but I'm really torn on this one as to who I want to win, because on the one hand, I think it's fabulous when a player, especially doing it the hard way with a couple of 10-9s and a 10-7, I think it's great when new players qualify to hear their names being called out in front of a great crowd for the first time at the Crucible, but equally, from the perspective of promoting the sport and reminding people that there are great characters still in this great game, having Poomjang at the World Championship would be a real bonus. So I can see massive positives from the snooker's perspective in having both of them there, but there's only room for one. I can't decide who I want to win.
No, I mean, I personally try not to get too involved in that, because I just think whoever wins deserves it, you know, and look what it would mean to Mitchell Mann, and look what it would mean to Poomjang, and to be there again. So it's, you know, whoever wins is the one that deserves to win. But I take your point. I'd like to see Poomjang there, but in the case of Mitchell Mann, I think it would be a great achievement. You know, you can see what he's working hard at. I haven't seen anyone battle harder this week than him. Every shot he's given everything. He's annoyed with where he's finished because he knows he was 48-0 in front in the previous. And by the way, Anthony Hamilton has just pulled out a frame-winning clearance against Robbie Williams, who looked all over the winner. He was well in front on 2 reds. They had a long safety battle on 2 reds. But Hamilton pinched the frame on the black in the same way that Robbie Williams had the previous. So that could go to a decider as well. Mitchell is just thinking about the previous frame and how he lost it, I think. And if this goes in, the break continues. Not the easiest pot to the middle, though.
Massive test of nerve, this. And he's equal to it. In the context, that's a great ball to send home to that tight middle right pocket. And he's asking Greg Cornelio to clean the cue ball. He's edging ever closer to a magical first appearance. Just about, what, 800 metres up the hill from Ponds Forge at the Crucible. But he's not there yet. Don't forget Michael Holt against Mark King. Holty leading 6-3. Peter Ebden 7-2 up against the potential debutant Ian Burns. 5-4 for Ken Doherty against Ryan Day. 5-4 Kyron Wilson, Matthew Stevens. Ali Carter leads Dominic Dale 8-1. Mike Dunn trails Graham Dott by just a single frame. 5-4 to the 2006 champion, as that black does eventually go in for Mitchell Mann, and the break climbs to 54. Only 7 reds left to contend with. Zhang Anda, who had a pretty decent debut at the Crucible 6 years ago against Stephen Hendry. He leads the teenager Xiao Yuolong 5-4. And the world number 18, Liang Wenbo, trails his compatriot Zhao Guo Dong by a single frame. Dong leading 5-4 in their match. All 8 will be taking centre stage here at Ponds Forge in around about, 1 hour and 46 minutes time. Robbie Williams on table 1 has got 6 points on the board. Hamilton needs to win this one to force it into a decider. And Mitchell Mann is still continuing with what could turn out to be the most important clearance of his career so far.
Yes, he's on the brink now, and he'll know it. And as I say, I've not seen anyone try harder all week than Mitchell Mann. Match has been a pretty good one, you know. I mean, it's been the slowest match, apart from Ebden, of course, which is always going to be the slowest. But, you know, of the rest, just excluding that match for obvious reasons, it has been the slowest of the matches involving players that aren't very slow.
Nicely put.
I'm just telling the truth. Listen, 6 hours for 9 frames is not good enough. It's just too long last night, Rob. I don't agree with that. I know you can have long frames in matches, but, you know, the whole... I mean, I'm a big fan of Peter Ebden, and he knows that. I get on well with him, but, you know, his point about 3 rounds of qualifying scuppering anyone's chances of a qualifier winning probably applies to him. You know, and what he puts in, you know, I think that's too long, personally. And if it got close tonight, heaven knows what time it would end. The draw might have to be put back.
Well, he's 7-2 up, so at least he's not facing the sort of mountain he climbed to beat poor old Gerard Green when Green was 9-3 up, and the table fitters were poised and ready to go. It was the only match still going. I think 9-3 was reached at about 11 p.m. on Monday evening, and the table fitters were poised and ready to recloth the tables, as they do so brilliantly, ready for the last round of qualifying, and they all had to sit there and wait and watch. And I think 1 or 2 of them said to me in breakfast, when he went 9-4, they resigned themselves to the fact that it was going to be a very, very late finish. And in fact, I don't think they finished reclothing 1 or 2 of the tables until about 8 or 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning, because they couldn't start, of course, until Peter Ebden's match had finished at around about 2 a.m. So, yes, a few people were kept waiting by that one, but he's 7-2 up, so it'll be up to Ian Burns to drag us late into the evening with a massive comeback.
Well, I thought his comeback against Gerard Green was absolutely brilliant, actually. I've got no real issues with that. I know how close and tight things can get late on. We've had later finishes than 2 a.m, but his next match taking over 6 hours for the first 9 frames, I think is just a little bit too long. That's kind of it, really, because we're not even at the crucial stage of that match at that point. The balls can go awkward in frames. If you take out the 69-minute frame, it's still an awfully long match, or session rather. Anyway, that's enough of that, because we're seeing something here that's very special to Mitchell Mann, and he's on the brink of getting through. And if this red goes in, Judgement Poomjang will need snookers if that chance ever comes. It's been a long journey for someone like Mitchell Mann. As we've said, in 2007, played at the Crucible in Junior Pot Black with Jack Lisowski and Anthony McGill and all these guys, and his name just seemed to disappear from the radar. When he pots another red, he'll be safe. At the moment, it's just a 1 snooker.
Turned professional 2 years ago, although he's been around for a while. He's a Boxing Day baby, so he'll be 25 at the end of this year. So not a bad age to make his Crucible debut. And what a way to seal it with this clearance. This has been absolutely class, Neil.
Well, yes, because like I said, at 9-8, he led 48-0. And Poomjang played a brilliant second half of that frame. So this will absolutely sign, seal and deliver his crucible place. Wonderful, wonderful. What a moment. I don't know Mitchell, but I'd like to offer my sincere congratulations to this. It's absolutely great to see a debutant and one that's had to fight tooth and nail every round to get here. Couldn't be more pleased for him, Rob.
Brilliant story for him, and the crowd will respond. When I warm the crowd up before play commences, I always run through how they've managed to qualify. I'll certainly be reminding everybody who's there, who maybe isn't too familiar with his story, that he appeared in Junior Pot Black and that he came from 9-7 down in the second qualifying round to beat Matt Selt, and he beat Poomjang 10-9 as well. I think the crowd will really respond to the fact that he's earned every second on the main stage. He's played an awful lot of snooker to get there, and I hope the experience matches up to his expectation, because he thoroughly deserves to be there.
Indeed, 55 frames of snooker to get here from round one of qualifying. He's missed that, but it doesn't matter one bit. And well done, Mitchell Mann. Enjoy your debut at the Crucible and play well. 10-9 he wins over Deshuat Poomjang, and he's through. Brilliant stuff.
So whilst we wait for Mitchell to come in here and do an interview, we'll just wrap up all the qualifiers for you. So Anthony Hamilton is still trying to battle back towards a decider. Robbie Williams on table number one. We can't bring you those pictures, but you can just see them in the far shot there. Robbie Williams leads 9-8, and he has 6 points on the board in what he hopes is the last frame and what Hamilton hopes is the penultimate frame. Hamilton, the four-time Crucible quarter-finalist, has to force his way to a decider. Sam Baird came through a really tricky decider against Liam Highfield, 10-9. Ding Junhui dispatched Nigel Bond, 10-2. Alan McManus did the same to Jimmy Robertson with exactly the same scoreline. Dave Gilbert beat a really determined Jack Lazowski. Showed great character in that match, Dave Gilbert, 10-7. 10-7 as well for Rob Milkins against Kurt Mafflin. Rob finishing that one with a fabulous century. Anthony McGill 10-7 against Tepchaya Unnu, despite Unnu's two monstrously big breaks yesterday, a 140 and a 144. And Mitchell Mann will be making his Crucible debut after a fabulous clearance in the deciding frame against Deshuat Poomjang. Poomjang had his moment in the Crucible spotlight, and how he took it in 2013 against Stephen Maguire and Michael White. But it will be Mitchell Mann's turn this time. And we really hope you've enjoyed the coverage we've brought you as we just wait for him to come in. I'll just ask Neil Folds what he's particularly looking forward to in about 1 hour 40 minutes time, out of Michael Holt against Mark King, Ebden against Burns, Doherty and Day, Kyron Wilson and Matthew Stevens, Mike Dunn and Graham Dott, and the two all-Chinese clashes as well, Zhu Yuolong and Zhang Anda up against a really talented 18-year-old, and then Zhao Guo Dong hoping to deny Liang Wenbo, the world number 18, a place in tomorrow's big draw. So, who do you fancy watching later on, Neil?
Well, I'm always interested in watching Kyron Wilson play, and he's against Matthew Stevens, and Kyron didn't play at his best, but he just got his nose in front, didn't he? And he had a good session yesterday. So that's an interesting game. I'm sure that'll run very close. I think Ali Carter, well, he's on his way. He's in the draw for me. You might as well interview him now, as far as I'm concerned. But I think what we're going to do now is hear from Mitchell Mann, who looks a very relieved man. He just walked into the studio, and that'll be Rob having a chat with him. And I think that's wonderful. Can't wait to hear what he's got to say about his debut for real at the Crucible. So just one match on over on the far side. Hamilton 8, Robbie Williams 9. They're painting a fairly lonely figure over there. But we are going to head back out to the studio, Rob with Mitchell Mann, and that'll be the next thing you'll see on this service.
Well, he's almost the last man standing. There is that last match out there, but What a way to do it. Mitchell Mann, many congratulations. Neil Folds just totted up. You've played 55 frames of snooker to make it through to a Crucible debut. 10-7, 10-9, 10-9. You must be elated and exhausted.
I don't even know what to say, actually. I'm lost for words. Me and my manager do a lot on the mental side, John Farnworth, and I just tried to keep good composure in the last few frames. Well, at all times really in the match, but when I needed it, I just tried to stay calm and think well, really, and be positive.
In what turned out to be the penultimate frame at 48, you must have thought, okay, I'm there, I'm over the line, and from somewhere Poomjang managed to draw you back to a decider. Was that a moment where you thought, hang on a minute, I'm so close, and yet I'm going to be denied at the last hurdle?
Well, I seemed to score heavier as the match went on, really, and when I was in on 48, I thought I was going to get the job done, because I made a couple of good breaks previous to that, and I missed a red, just pure tension really in the arm, but it's probably expected, isn't it? And he played really well to win that frame, really, because I think he got a really good clearance, or he got back into the frame somehow. He put some good balls under pressure, and then when he eventually won that frame, I thought, oh, here we go.
Yeah, but great clearance. And we were reminiscing. Neil remembers watching you in Junior Pot Black at the Crucible back in 2007. So it is, of course, your debut in the big one, but you have had a taste of the Crucible before. Did you think it would take you this long to qualify for the big one in your own right?
I don't know, it's hard, isn't it? Because there's so many good players out there trying to qualify. Everyone wants to win, and some matches you come short, and today that wasn't the case for me, luckily. So I don't know what to say. I'm a bit lost for words at the minute.
So you'll have so much support and so many people wishing you and John well over the coming week or 10 days, however long your adventure continues for. But having played more snooker than anybody else to qualify, are you going back to Birmingham now? Are you going to go and have a rest and watch the draw at 10 o'clock tomorrow from home?
I think I'll watch the draw from home, and I'm going to have some family time, see my little girl, because it's been about a week now or something.
8 tough days for you. Probably feels like a fortnight.
Yeah, it feels that way. So no, I'll go back, see the family, and then probably just hit some balls, keep the arm ticking, and get back up to the cruise.
Is there anybody who you would particularly like to play in the first round?
I think they're all tough matches. I wouldn't want to mention any names or anything like that, but grew up with Michael White in the junior eras, and we've had some good games down the years and that, so that would be a nice match, like. So.
And presumably
anyone but the Rocket.
Okay, that was very honest of you. Well, we can't predict that, but make sure you tune in at 10 o'clock tomorrow. It'll be another little instalment of drama. And is your daughter old enough to appreciate what's going on? Will she be coming with you, or still a baby?
She's not a clue. She'll be 3 in July, so I think we might go on holiday after the season's over and take some time out. But no, she won't have a clue.
Well, she can watch the DVDs.
She can watch it on
in
TV,
years to come.
Like, Gold, Daddy, that's what she says. So that's good enough for me.
And actually, it's turning out to be a really positive end to a tough season, because at one stage it wasn't certain that you'd be remaining on the tour, and then towards the end of the year you've started to show what you're capable of. You're 74. There's 13.5 grand now in the kitty, so that could see you move very close up towards the top 64, even if things don't go your way in the opening round, whoever you play. So presumably you've taken great confidence from this, not just because you'll be making your Crucible debut, but because over the last 8 days, 10 days, you have secured your status on the tour, and you've proved to yourself and everybody else what you're capable of under pressure.
Well, just go back to John there. When we played a few of the first sessions here, he says it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And I've finished the season quite well, really well actually, to keep my tour spot through Poland PTC. And it looks like I've finished well, doesn't it? So 2 years again. No, I'm happy with that.
Well,
First 2 seasons.
you know, it's not over yet. The biggest match of your life is just a few days away. And who knows, you might even be pulled out the hat and face the ball run at 10 o'clock on Saturday morning. So not too much celebrating when you go home to Birmingham. Many congratulations, and watch the draw tomorrow. You're in it.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yes, well done to Mitchell Mann. Brilliant performance that. Good to see somebody new and fresh-faced at the Crucible. So I think that's us done and dusted for now. We will be back at 5 o'clock when we've got all those matches coming to a conclusion. As you can see, Paul, the table fitter, out there. Those guys' job is never done. And we'll be back in a short while. Just a little reminder, it's Robbie Williams 9, Anthony Hamilton 8. But all the action will continue from 5 o'clock, just before, in fact, with Rob Walker and myself, Neil Foltz. See you then.
So good afternoon and welcome to the very last instalment of Judgment Day. 8 players have joined the top 16 in tomorrow's draw at 10 o'clock for the World Championship. Neil Folds and I very much enjoyed the afternoon's action. It started at 11 o'clock and in fact the very last of those matches only finished around 15 minutes ago. Robbie Williams beating Anthony Hamilton 10 frames to 9. It has just been scintillating every step of the way. Neil, first of all, let's just whet the appetite for the matches to come, and then we'll do a quick review of the players who qualified this afternoon. I guess one of the key things to talk about here as far as the 8 matches that we'll see concluding this evening is, yes, we know Ali Carter's beating Dominic Dale 8-1, and it looks as though Ali's got 1 foot in the big draw tomorrow, but so many matches poised at 5 frames to 4, including Ken Doherty 5-4 up against Ryan Day and Kyron Wilson 5-4 up against Matthew Stevens. Those two in particular, really, really intriguing matches.
Indeed. Well, you know, you've got a combination there of Ken, a former champion. You've got Matthew Stevens, twice a finalist, but playing some good young blood there, you know, in Ryan Day, who's, let's be honest, been a bit of an underachiever at this game. He's never won a ranking event. He's been in 3 finals. It's been discussed over and over again. Is he the best player never to have won a ranking tournament? Probably yes is the answer to that. But he's got a chance now to come back into this game because it's close, and like you say, and I'm a big fan of Kyron Wilson, who lost the first 2 frames against Matthew Stevens. I think he's a player with a big future. He's got a bit of Ebden in him, that determined streak, but he can score heavily as well, and he's a nice lad. So I want him to do well. I'd like to see him progress at the game, and you know, if he was to get to the Crucible this year, he's a better player than the last time he made it there.
Well, and you talk about progression. He started this season ranked 56th in the world and is now up into the top 20, courtesy, of course, of coming through as a qualifier and winning the Shanghai Masters. And I guess that victory just underlined the benefits. I mean, there's been lots of discussion about the open draw format in various tournaments, but Wilson's victory there in China underlined what can happen when a player is given an opportunity to start off a tournament on an equal footing with 1-2-8.
I guess I will have to correct you there, because oddly enough, the one in Shanghai was the old seeded tournament.
Oh,
strangely
sorry.
enough, it's one of the few. But listen, he's made a big comeback, and what I said about Ryan Day having never won a ranking tournament in all those years, Kyron Wilson's already put that to bed and he's won one, and you know, he's played well since. So I reckon there's a big run in him somewhere, but he's got to overcome Matthew Stevens, which is a tough old game for him, and I just like his temperament and I like his way.
Right, let's quickly talk about a few other matches, because it's not long before the action gets underway. We'll be bringing you everything. We'll be focusing on those 2 centre tables that we've just been touching on, but we'll dip out to other matches as and when there are moments of drama to report. Michael Holt 6-3 up against Mark King. So often with Holty, he's such a great student of the game, keeps himself in good shape. He's a real model pro, but so many times he crumbles mentally when you'd expect him to hold it together. But this is his to lose at 6-3.
It is, and you know, he was 8-2 up back in 2005 on Steve Davis, best of 25, and he's admitted that he threw that away. It's a long time ago now, and he seems to be a little bit more, a little stronger than he was. I mean, he beat Ronnie O'Sullivan this season, don't forget, up in Llandudno. So he's got it in him. There's 2 quirky characters, because I was looking at some of the reports on yesterday's session. At one point, they moved away. I don't think there's anything between them, but there was a draft in the arena, and Mark King was actually sitting in the audience for some of the parts of that match. So they're both slightly barking, and that'll get close. And I don't think that's going to be a runaway job. Not for Michael Holt, despite that he's got a good lead. I think that could still get a little bit messy later on, that match.
Right. We should mention Ebden 7-2 up against Ian Burns, a 69-minute... Calm down. A 69-minute frame before the interval yesterday. But, of course, Ebden came back from 9-3 down against Gerard Green. He doesn't need to do that on this occasion. But Ian Burns, well, I think he might take heart from some of the top quality performances we saw from debutants. Liam Highfield narrowly missing out to Sam Baird this afternoon, but Mitchell Mann proving that debutants can still make it through qualifying, and he'll believe that he can come out and out Ebden.
Well, that'll take some doing, and it'll take a long time if he does. But there's
Come
no
on,
getting
now,
away
be
from
nice.
it. No, there's no getting away from it. You know, Ebden won 13 frames in a row. The last 7 against Gerard Green, the first 6 against Ian Burns, and it took over 6 hours. I personally think that's too long for the first 9 frames of a match like this. What Ian Burns has got to go back to is what happened in Beijing, where he beat Ebden 5-0 and played marvellously. So if he wins the first 5, he's back in the match. I think Ebden will be too strong mentally physically and everything else, and I think we'll see him at the Crucible personally.
Right, so I mean that would be an amazing performance. I guess he's been there 22 times already. So we'll gloss over tables 3 and 4. We've already covered those. Ken on 3 and Kyron Wilson on 4. Ali Carter, I loved the way he started that match yesterday. Knocks of 85, 76, 66. You know, he's almost there, and I think he's in really top form. None of the top 16 are going to want to face Ali in the first round. No disrespect to Dominic, but Ali's almost there, and he's in form.
His name's in the hat for me already. I came on a couple of nights ago here, watched the end of the qualifiers, and 2 players stood out as top 16 players, you know, in qualifiers, masquerading as lower ranked players. One was Ding Junhui, the other one was Ali Carter. As it happens, Ali had a couple of tough matches to get here, one against Xiao Yupeng, who played brilliantly. But we know he's a top 16 player, and you could argue that he's got every reason to feel that his ranking isn't quite accurate, given all the dreadful illness he's gone through. You know, I couldn't wait to see him at the Crucible again. I'd love it. I'm not sure anyone would be too pleased to play him, as you rightly point out. He's through in my book.
And twice a finalist as well, both
Absolutely.
occasions playing Ronnie. Graham Dott and Mike Dunn is turning out to be a really, really fascinating match. Dotty has a 1-frame advantage, and Mike Dunn hasn't appeared at the Crucible for 14 years, which would be a record if he manages to turn around the 1-frame deficit. Dotty leading 5-4. But Graham so often thrives in these long-frame formats. 3 times a World Championship finalist. It is a great, great record that he sometimes doesn't get the credit he deserves for.
No, he doesn't, because the final against Peter Ebdon was not the most attractive match we've ever seen at the Crucible. It should be remembered that in 2004 he led O'Sullivan 5-0 in the final. In the end, O'Sullivan was too good. He got his own back later on when he reached the final when Neil Robertson beat him. So, you know, he's got the pedigree. He's got to get over Mike Dunn, and you know, he's only 5-4 up, and Mike Dunn's proved to be a difficult opponent. You know, not everybody rates him, but you know, his results are doing the talking. I do think that Dotty might just overcome him tonight, because tonight is really when we get to the real point of the match where it sorts out the men from the boys, and I think that Graham Dott will be in the draw as well.
Well, and it'll be yet another world champion in the mix tomorrow. 10 o'clock that draw, by the way, live on the World Snooker YouTube page and in all the Betfred bookshops as well. Now, 2 all-Chinese clashes before we get into the box and cover the action from start to finish. Xiao Guolong, 18 years of age, and he's only just turned 18. His birthday was in January. He has a chance to beat Zhang Anda, and you know, really, when you look at how well Zhang Anda played on his Crucible debut back in 2010 when he narrowly lost to Stephen Hendry, you could argue maybe Anda should have done more in the game in the 6 years that have passed since. But what an opportunity for the young 18-year-old.
Similar standard of players. I think that the youngster has got lots of potential, more so than Zhang. But Zhu Yulong, you know, he was hanging on at the end of that session, and you know, he won the last frame to make it tight. That's got a lot of mileage in it, and there is a tremendous rivalry between all the Chinese players, and there's a lot of interest in the game in that part. So there might not be a huge amount of Chinese support here, but back home, everyone's watching those matches.
Well, and if they're watching that all-Chinese encounter, then the match outside them on table 8, we're just watching and waiting for Kyron Wilson against Matthew Stevens to resume. In a couple of minutes, we'll be hot-footing it into the commentary box, don't worry. But Xiao Guodong against Liang Wenbo, massive, massive frame last night, because Xiao Guodong had a genuine opportunity to be coming back out this evening, 6-3 up, and somehow Wenbo showed his class to take the last frame. He's been to the Crucible 4 times before, hasn't done better than he did on his first visit when he made it through to the quarterfinals in 2008. He got away with that last night, and he knows he's got to be on top form, the world number 18 and the runner-up in this year's UK Championship in December. He needs to be on top form, or Guodong is going to hand him a bit of a lesson here on the verge of qualifying for another visit that he has to the Crucible.
2 things on that match. I saw Wenbo walking out, speaking to one of his friends after the game, and I think he had a little spring in his step, having won that 9th frame. He knows this match is nowhere near over. But what I would say, Xiao Guodong, who, when he got to the final in China, losing to Ding Junhui narrowly, I thought he was a player on the up. That was 2 years ago. He's almost due to come back. He's a very good player. That's a tight match as well. I think Wenbo might just be too strong in the end.
Well, we cannot wait for the drama to unfold. If it's half as good this afternoon as it was this morning, then we really are in for an absolute treat. There are only 8 places left up for grabs in tomorrow's draw. Kyron Wilson has the very, very early advantage here. 5-4. Give us 30 or 40 seconds or so, and the light-footed Neil Folds, the former world number 3, will spring into the commentary box, ready for another marathon. We'll catch you again very shortly.
So, Kyron Wilson off to a good start here. Pink to the middle available, and now the red just out in the open. He needs to get off to a decent start. He lost the first 2 frames yesterday. Like to be top side of the blue if he could. And he is. So that's a nice position to be in. So into the bunch. Wow, that is how to split the reds open. He really deserves to be on something. The reds have gone everywhere. A lot of covering each other. Oh, amazing split, but really, he should have been on something a little easier than that, I think. Of course, as usual, we're looking around at all the tables, all the action as it happens.
Liang Wenbo in with an early break. Out on table 8, break of 25. Remember, got out of jail a little bit yesterday evening, taking the last of that session to ensure he only trailed by 1 as opposed to 3. And he's started brightly, the world number 18. Long, long way to go, though. We've got the bananas, the biscuits and the Coke already. This is going to be a marathon, but a very enjoyable one. I was up in the press room, Neil, whilst you were going over your notes, just chatting to 1 or 2 of the journos. Dave Hendon, who says hello to everybody who's watching, one of Eurosport's finest. And as the players came out, there was such an air of tension, not aggression and no nastiness, but you could tell by the sound or the lack of it in the room as the journos were sort of whispering amongst themselves. You could sense how much was at stake and how much it meant to the 16 players coming out for these last 8 matches. It's a huge prize on offer for these guys, and there's only 8 spots left.
Yeah, I mean, all the years I've played snooker, you play for fun and you look forward to matches and you enjoy practicing. But I can't honestly say that this last qualifying session to get to the Crucible is always fun. It's fun if you win it. It's a marvellous feeling, but you know, the fun is not really there. There's too much at stake to really enjoy yourself out there. They always say you're always better when you enjoy what you're doing, but there is tension. You're absolutely right. There always has been, and this round is not a new thing. where you either go to the Crucible or you don't, and then you're done for the season. But Kyron Wilson has come out playing a lot better than he did at the start of yesterday's session.
Yes, remember, Matthew took the first 2 frames yesterday and looked very good value for it. Kyron coming right back in, give himself a wonderful chance of appearing at the Crucible again. Made his debut against Ricky Walden 2 years ago and was no disgrace, going down 10-7 against a more experienced opponent. So he's been there before, the player from Northamptonshire, winner of the Shanghai Masters.
61. Yeah, he's a very different player now than he was 2 years ago. He's come on leaps and bounds. And as we say, he won in Shanghai, beat Judd Trump in the final. He beat him again in the Champion of Champions a few weeks later. And he's not always been at his most fluent this season, but he can win when he's not like that, although he started particularly fluently tonight.
Meanwhile, on table 2, Peter Ebdon's registered a break of 26 in 10 minutes. That's pretty quick by his standards.
Well, he'll be looking to wrap up over there. He's actually broken down now. You put the curse on him, but he's on 26, you're right. And Ian Burns has got to make a good start to this session there. I think the 2 matches involving Chinese players, with the matchup between Zhao Gudong and Lian Wenbo, Zhang and Zhu Yulong, they could go very deep. But in the meantime, Wilson still potting, 75 on the table, but this break takes him to 57. And it's interesting what Michel Mann said, you know, because his coach, who I don't know, said it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And I know that sounds like a bit of a cliche, but there's so much truth in that. You'd like to start a match well, but if you finish it towards the best of your game, A, you're going to probably win, and B, you'll only be remembered for the good things towards the end.
Good start to the afternoon for Ryan Day. Looks like he's going to level the match against Ken Doherty, 5 frames apiece. Ken and Ryan are playing on table 3. We're watching table 4 as Kyron Wilson wants to extend his slender overnight advantage. Good start from the Welshman Ryan. Dominic Dale has a break early on. He's broken down on 38. Remember, he trails 8-1, so Ali Carter's got 1 foot in the draw tomorrow. Yang Wenbo, his break came to an end, but he still has a useful advantage of 25 points in the early stages of that 10th frame out on table 8. Guaranteed to have 3 Chinese players in the draw tomorrow, and Hong Kong's Marco Fu as well. So good representation for the Chinese nation. That should certainly mean that there are a few more Chinese journalists scrabbling round to book their flights to come over to Great Britain over the next few days. When Ding is in the tournament and when there's decent representation from China, the press room is absolutely packed. So what a good break this is from Kyron Wilson. He's leaving Matthew Stevens in no doubt that he's going to have to find his best form. The 2-time runner-up, 5-time semi-finalist, 8-time quarter-finalist. It's an incredible record that Matthew Stevens has amassed over 15 years at the Crucible. But if he's to make it a 16th, he's really going to have to go some. Wilson has stretched his lead to 2 frames and done so in style.
Yeah, very impressive start. And also Ryan Day has started particularly well. Don't forget he was 9-5 down against Alfie Burden in the previous round, and he started knocking them balls in from all angles in that. And I fancied him to beat Ken, I have to say, although I'm not exactly as confident as I was before the match, because Ken started yesterday with a century. He looked like he was scoring heavily. So this is another match. Contrasting styles. Day the more aggressive, but Ken, we know, is someone that's got all the manoeuvres. He's a very shrewd tactician.
Ken was 2-0 up in that match yesterday. This is the mountain that Dominic Dale's trying to climb. He's taking it one step at a time. Zhang Anders putting a useful break together against the teenager Zhu Yui Long. Break of 52. He leads 5-4, remember, so he's closing in on a position where his opponent would require snookers. Ian Burns is at the table against Peter Ebdon. He's on the beginning of what he hopes will be a decent break. Wenbo leads by 25 points still in his all-Chinese clash against Xiao Guodong.
Yes, I mean, I guess you can only try your best, and Dominic would need to rattle off the first 4 frames to even have any kind of a chance. I mean, 8-1 is just the nightmare session for the guy who's 8-1 down, isn't it? At 7-2, you've got an outside chance, and of course we know 6-3, as we heard earlier when Anthony McGill spoke, is a dangerous lead. And I know what he means, actually. It's the kind of lead where you're not home, but 8-1, I don't see any comebacks here, and it's going to have to be some performance from Dominic. The way that Ali Carter's playing is the problem. He's playing so well. So we keep an eye on this game. I think we're really watching it because we're waiting for the handshake and the subsequent interview that Ali's going to make with you after the match, because I don't see any comebacks here.
Yes, and it would be 14 years in a row at the Crucible for Ali, assuming he finishes the job here.
And you think about what he's been through, you know, with the illness and the like, that would be quite an extraordinary achievement. How has he battled through 3 separate illnesses, the last of which was clearly life-threatening, and here he is, and you've got to be very proud of him, haven't you? Wonderful.
Great ambassador for the sport himself and his family. I'll never forget the reception he got at the Masters, his first appearance there. Nice long pot there from Dominic Dale. The reception he got at the Masters was absolutely incredible. A full-on standing ovation from the crowd for a very proud player from Essex. And I think that was quite nice because it was such a big applause. It then drew a line under the, this is your first Masters since you were poorly, this is your first UK Championship. After that, he said, okay, that was great, and I did really appreciate it, and I was almost moved to tears. But now I'm a player again, I'm Ali again, and I'm fit and I'm well, and yeah, it's great to see him back and great to see him producing the kind of form that not once but twice took him to the World Championship final. He's up for it this year, there's no doubt. So, this one still has a fair amount of life left in it. Dominic Dale fighting for his life, as it were. Let's hop over to table 7, if we may, and just catch the very end of Zhang Anders' break. He's just about to go towards a century here.
And what a good start that is, because, like everything else, you need to get off up and running, can't wait to settle in, and he's gone with a century, and he played particularly well yesterday. I thought Yu Long would beat him, and I'm not saying he won't now, but to start off with a century shows intent, and he's not to be underestimated, Zhang Anders. That's a fantastic break, and what a start.
113, excellent form there. Ken and Ryan are locked together at 5 frames apiece, so Ryan did indeed level things up. As Zheng Wei Li re-racks the balls. Let's head off over to Mike Dunn and Graham Dott. Now this is a really interesting match, as we said in the little preamble when we were outside in front of the cameras. Mike Dunn's bidding for a 2nd appearance at the Crucible after an absence of 14 years, which would be a record. And he played well yesterday. Just looking at how the match unfolded. He started very brightly. Level at 2-all, they were level at 3-all. He led 4-3. And then Graham Dott, maybe just showing all that experience, just managed to sneak the very last frame of the session. But Mike, just outside the world's top 40. Just beginning to put a little bit of a break together here. Now leads the 2006 world champion. And he'd love to level things up here. Break of 39. This is starting to look reasonable here from Mike Dunn. Been on the tour for 25 years, even longer than his opponent, Graham Dott, who's been a professional for 22 years.
Not played a good shot there, has he? He's completely got into the cue ball too far. It's an intriguing into this frame. This is as important a match as all the others, isn't it? We kind of, many people would assume that Graham Dott would win, and I'm in one of them, but Mike Dunn he's just one of these guys. He just keeps potting balls. And there's another example of that. So let's just stick with this for the moment and see where it takes us, because at this stage, Mike must be considered favourite. He's 13 in front, and he wouldn't need the blue. Whereas, of course, Graham would, so we'll leave it there for now.
Dominic Dale's 40 points ahead in that 10th frame against Ali Carter, but it's still an absolute mountain for him to climb. Michael Holt took the first frame of the session against Mark King, so he now leads 7-3 as opposed to 6-3. And things have slowed somewhat in the match between Peter Ebdon and Ian Burns. Now pretty close up on table 2.
Oh, really? Slowed down? We had over 6 hours of that yesterday. It was a monumental session of snooker, wasn't it?
Immense. Just 2 points in it. Ebdon leads 7-2. Matthew Stevens on a little break of 15. Remember, he trails 6-4 now because Kyron Wilson took the first frame of the session. So Matthew just needs to make sure Kyron doesn't start to stretch his legs and go 3 in front here. Key moments in that match between Wilson, a player from Northamptonshire, and the Welshman Matthew Stevens.
Just on the Ebdon and Burns game, we sat at breakfast this morning, Rob, didn't we, with a few of the referees. I didn't see Alex Chrisan down there, who's refereeing the Ebdon-Burns game. I reckon he's having a lie-in, because I didn't see him. And who can blame him?
He was having a lie-in because the referee he was sharing a room with told us he was waiting in breakfast because he didn't want to go back in and accidentally wake him up.
Well, there you are. There's your evidence of it. Dottie is in a spot of bother here because the difference is 17 points. This cuts. The angle on some of these camera angles we've got is deceptive. You'd say this was a really thin pot, but it's about quarter ball, you know. And on that, Mike Dunn with a chance. Of course, he beat Alan McManus in Beijing on the black. 5-4 did Mike Dunn, and Alan potted the brown in the deciding frame and went in off for the match. That's a terrific shot from Mike. Now all of a sudden, this match looks like it's going to go 5-all because he could not have hit that any better.
What a shot! That was absolutely brilliant from Mike Dunn. The man who saved his place on tour with a spectacular run to the semi-finals in China 2 years ago. He's been around a long time.
Yeah, that match where he lost to Ding Junhui in the semi-finals, he beat Mark Selby in the quarter-finals, and people said, oh, goodness me, Selby, that's a terrible result for Selby, losing to Mike Dunn just before the World Championships. And what happened? He went on and won the title.
Yeah, winning the China Open is a little bit of a mixed blessing as far as the form that follows at the World Championship is concerned, isn't it? No reigning China Open champion has ever gone on to win the Crucible. Although the omens might be quite good for Judd Trump, who won in China, because the last time he won the China Open in 2011, he very nearly beat John Higgins in one of the all-time great Crucible finals.
So back with Kyron Wilson now, and we saw him start very powerfully. This is a potential, I think, qualifying classic, this one. This is a good match. I guess the last thing on the China Open winner, whoever it is, who might be not so much cursed, but the omens aren't good, you'll console yourself with £85,000 first prize, and it, you could argue would give you confidence for the Crucible, and I guess that's a stat for now that will be broken. I think the last winner of the tournament which preceded the World Championship was when John Higgins, back in the day before we had the China Open, John Higgins won the Scottish Open and then the world title. And that was within a week, I think, of the World Championship starting, but that was a long time ago. It's almost like you use up a lot of your energy to win that event and you go into this great championship, maybe with not as fresh as some,
And certainly the freshness you're talking about is absolutely necessary if you're going to get through, if not to the final, then certainly to the semis. You're up in Sheffield for a fortnight. It's a long time. Okay, you're not playing every day, but I can imagine from an outsider's perspective that is a really, really long 14, 15, 16 days. Testing your mental powers and your concentration as much as your skill and nerve on the table. Burns in the lead on table 2 in that early 10th frame between himself and Peter Ebden. Very tight between Guo Dong and Wembo. They're on table 8. Wembo got an early break on board. He's now back at the table on a break of 15, but he's hoping to level that match at 5 apiece. I think at one stage it looked as though he was going to be trailing 6-3.
Did we mention that Dominic had won? I think we may have done. Here's Wembo now, and this is probably a good time to join this because this is a crucial juncture, a chance for 5-all. Just to say, Dominic did win that frame. You may have already mentioned it. Apologies, Rob, if you did. But it's 8-2 to Ali Carter. And this is a real titanic struggle, I think, between these two Chinese players. And as I said, I saw him walking out of the arena last night, having grabbed the 9th frame, Wenbo, and it almost looked like he felt he'd had the better of the session because he knew he could have been in trouble at 6-3.
Very different overnight rest, isn't it, if you trail by 3 as opposed to snapping at your opponent's heels by just a single frame. I like Wembo because, when he's in the mood, not only is he good to watch, but he wears his heart on his sleeve. I think that's great for the game.
Nothing wrong with that. He's a real powerful, ferocious competitor. Tries his heart out every shot.
He got a new suit made for the Masters, specifically tailor-made, so that he could walk down the stairs at Ali Pali and feel like the proverbial D's B's.
Well, he's looking good here.
So that won't matter. Wembo has levelled this up at 5 frames apiece. Mike Dunn, Graham Dott, 5-all. Let's head back, if we may, to table 3, Ken Doherty and Ryan Day. Ryan Day with an advantage, having levelled the match at 5 apiece. Kyron Wilson's on a break next door of 16, trying to close in on the early lead set by Matthew Stevens, and it's Matthew who really needs to stop the rot there because Kyron's 6-4 up. So, what a pot that was. Ryan Day showing there's absolutely nothing wrong with his long-range accuracy. He's levelled the match. He wants to go ahead. He was 2-0 up yesterday. 10 appearances at the Crucible. 3 in the quarterfinals. Ken has made it through to the big season climax on 19 occasions. Neil reliably informed me from his legendary almanac earlier this morning before we went on air with the first of our concluding matches that Ken has won 27 of his 45 encounters at the Crucible, helped of course by his run to the final in '98 and the previous year when he went all the way and lifted the illustrious trophy himself.
There is one match that Ken won, which is one of the great comebacks of all time. But looking back, I almost wish he hadn't won it now. And I think you know which one that was, when he beat Paul Hunter 15-9 behind. That could have been Paul's year, couldn't it? You know, and we know that Paul is much missed. And it was a great comeback at the time. But looking back, I almost wish it never happened. And you know, you could argue Ken might even feel that way, because that would have been Paul in the final. At the time, it was an incredible comeback. All his experience was used.
I came onto the snooker scene in the back end of 2007 after Paul's time and after his tragic passing, and everybody I've ever spoken to, of course you would expect the snooker fraternity to speak highly of him, but actually aside from what he was like as a person, people underline just how good he was and how high his chances would have been, health permitting, of one day becoming a world champion. Many people, I'm keen to get your view, feel it's almost an inevitability that at some stage, with another couple of years' experience, he would have lifted this trophy.
Well, he was 3 times a Masters champion, which says it all. And I must say, a great honour when you think about it now. I commentated on his last ever appearance at the Crucible with Willie Thorne, when he lost to Neil Robertson. At the time, he was poorly, and we hoped he would come back, and of course we never saw him on the snooker tour again. But anyway, he's never forgotten in our minds. Ryan on the brink here. 66 a difference, 67 on, so he needs a further red. This is a match that's going to go all the way, I think. And of course Ryan trailed 5-4, and he's won the first 2 frames of the day. And he's done it in his usual style. He's a tremendous cueman. It's a lot of power, almost too much for the conditions. But once this red is potted, we can put this frame to bed, I think, now, Rob, and go on our travels, because this is certainly 6-5 day, and I think that Ken will concede whenever Ryan breaks down here.
Great break from the Welshman. Started with a beautiful long pot, left him perfectly on the black to bottom left. Break of 43, and that's good enough for the second frame of the day in that one. So from 5-4 down, he is 6-5 in front. So, rocking and rolling around the tables, Mike Dunn and Graham Dott.
This is
5 apiece, and now Ali Carter.
Yeah, sorry, Rob. This is one of these frames where the reds could converge over the black if they're not careful. Obviously, if Ali pots this red, that won't happen. And he'll be looking to just get himself through this match. Doesn't want any twists in the tail. I don't think there are going to be any. So all his attention on this pot. Goodness me, that was close, wasn't it? And it's not gone in, and I wonder if the red passes the black. It may do. Dom straight round to have a quick look.
Just giving that close examination. I saw Dominic upstairs in the players area looking remarkably relaxed as ever, and it does go through. Little nudge on the black, and he's fine on the pink here. So 8-1, 8-2. Plenty of reds for him to work on here. Still an awfully long way to go, but maybe just an opportunity for Dominic to remind people that he is a double ranking event champion. He's a double Crucible quarter-finalist, if I recall correctly, and he's a class act. And he wants to remind people here as his season comes to a close, assuming he goes on and loses this match. He just wants to put some respectability on this scoreline.
Well, Dom is one of those strange characters that you you never really would know by speaking to him after a session whether he was winning or losing, because he takes it all the same. I mean, I saw him make one down last night in the corridor, and I was going to walk past him thinking he wouldn't want to have a chat, and he should come up, shook hands, big smile on his face. You know, he's just literally finished his session, but he's still got time for people. And you know, as I say, you don't. I don't know what he's thinking inside, but outwardly he just comes over as a good guy, you know.
Yeah, he's a real fan of the history of snooker. He loves watches as well, and in fact, I can't remember, I believe he went online and bought the watch that Steve Davis wore when he won his first world title. And Steve hadn't deliberately advertised that it was his watch, but Dominic, having such a studious knowledge of watches, worked it out that it must be Steve who was selling it, contacted him, I believe it was on eBay or something, and Steve confirmed, oh yeah, hello Dominic, it is me, it is my watch, and Dominic bought it. Matthew Stevens leads by 20 points. Remember, he trails Kyron Wilson 6-4 now. Important frame for the Welshman to get on the board. That's over on table 4. We're watching table 5. Xiao Guolong has pulled one back against Zhang Anda. Zhang started really brightly with that break of 113. That took him 6-4 up. And the 18-year-old has reduced that deficit to 1.
Yes, and Peter Evans has just won the first frame of the session. Here's the little flick of the 2 reds out here from Dominic in potting this red. I never quite got to see it, but he actually hasn't finished very good on his next ball anyway. So Ebden 8-2 up there, surely no way back for Ian Burns in that one.
Ryan's in the balls again on table 3. He's taken the first 2 of the session, very, very early in the third. Oh, and as I say that, his break comes to a premature close at 14, but Ryan's clearly up for this and is playing very positive snooker. Remember, it was Ken who started the more impressively yesterday with a century break in the very first frame of that match, so the boot's on the other foot, as it were, and Ken just needs to get himself a frame on the board here and stop this ever-growing momentum as far as Ryan Day's concerned. Ebden leading 8-2. Now, Ali Carter, can he get himself to within 1 here? Stevens' break has come to a close, although he does have a lead of 28 points in the 11th frame against Wilson, but Wilson's at the table. Liang Wenbo looks as though he is going to take 2 frames on the bounce here. Break of 33, leads by 57. Remember, he trailed 5-4, now it's 5-all. So this is a good start to the day for the world number 18 over on table 8. Ali Carter will be trying to get one of these 3 reds off the cushion. Useful lead, and I guess, Neil, from his perspective, when you're that far in front and without being rude to your opponent, you know you're almost there. You want to get this over and done with as quickly as possible.
You do. You don't want your opponent to come out all guns blazing and start knocking everything in. Oh. Finding the vault cushion is the aim here. That's pretty good from Ali.
Wenbo's almost over the line in that 11th frame. A lead of 70, 75 on the table. If he was able to close that frame out, he'll have taken the first two and turned a one-frame deficit into a one-frame advantage. Just get the sense there, although we're not seeing an awful lot of that match at the moment, just get the sense as though Wembo's now beginning to make his class tell in that encounter.
Dominic, playing out of the snooker, got the cue ball somehow in between those three reds without hitting one. Let's stay with this for the moment, but if anything was to happen elsewhere, that for instance, a close frame, then we would move over to it, but all the other frames were in fairly early stages.
Graham Dott on a break of 29, but there's still an awful lot on the table. 5-all against Mike Dunn. Guodong needs snookers in their match at 5-all. Wembo has one hand on a one-frame advantage.
No contact there. Don't know if he'll have it put back. I suspect not. There's an argument here that Ali could play this himself and get in behind the pink. Can't see him having this one put back. Yep, he's playing it himself. He might try and get in behind the pink, or certainly into that top right corner of the table as we look. He's played it quite badly. He's hit it much too thin.
Matthew Stevens at the table, trying to close in. He's 6-4 down, hoping to go 6-5. In fact, let's move across to table 6, if we may. Mike Dunn and Graham Dott. Dotty on a break of 43, and remember, Mike Dunn had pegged him back to 5 frames apiece. So this is Graham Dott's opportunity to once again just pull away from Mike Dunn.
Yes, and he's a master of the long match, isn't he? As we know, 3 Crucible finals, we know all that, including the 2006 title. But, you know, he knows that these are long matches. He knows that, you know, he's put disappointments of losing frames behind him. He usually gets stronger as the match goes on, and I think we did the right thing coming here, because he's got a lead of 38 points. This is 43 when this blue is potted, and then he wants another red, and that's another frame on the board. But he knows he's just got a little bit more work to do. So blue and a further red. And I think from somewhere around there he was shaping up as if he could pot it. That looks absolutely A1. So frame ball. Well, that's a frame for Dotty now, so I think we can dip out of that game, I think, Rob, because Graham Dott has got a lead of 44 points on one red. He's now on the black. So he's 6-5 up. We can safely say that without any fear of any comebacks there.
Yeah, great stuff there from Graham Dott, sorry.
No, I just think we're looking around the grounds here. There's Zhang Anda again. He started with a century and he's 6-5 up. This is turning into a very interesting game. And as we join it, Anda once again right in amongst the balls. What an opportunity. And he's taken the most difficult red away that's near the black. This looks excellent for a 7-5 lead. A lot of Chinese hopes on Zhou Yulong that you know, he's going to be the next big thing from China as far as possible champion in years to come. We always know that's a dangerous thing to predict future world champions, but he's not finding it easy against his fellow countrymen here.
Just a quick update. Matthew Stevens has pulled one back against Kyron Wilson. Wilson now leads 6-5. Real ding-dong going on table 8. Jiao Guodong 35 behind, 35 on the table. Wembo have taken their only frame so far in this session at 5-all and looked as though he was in the driving seat for a 6-5 lead, but Guo Dong is pegging him back and making him work for it. Peter Ebdon on a break of 21. Remember, he's 8-2 up, so he's hoping to go within 1 of victory. And Ali Carter 8-2 up. He has a lead of 33 points over Dominic Dale.
Imagine the irony if Ebdon was the first man through of tonight's session. Wouldn't be lost on me, would it?
I might actually suggest that you do the interview with Ebdon and I just sit and watch that, because I think that could be rather entertaining. I'm looking forward to you asking him to talk you through the fourth frame in particular, that 68-minute classic before the mid-session.
In fairness to Peter, whenever I've interviewed him myself, he's always been very willing and very well courteous and all of that, keeping away from the vegan subject where possible.
Have you seen that clip on YouTube? I can't remember which tournament it was, where he I think it was a brownie potted to beat John Higgins, and he shouted vegan power at the top of his voice towards the crowd. It's so funny, such a funny moment.
Might have been the shootout. He certainly did that there anyhow. Sort of a little bit advertising or whatever.
Caused a chuckle, and I think he likes to have a little bit of fun with that. I remember him being interviewed by Andy Goldstein on some of the shootout coverage, and he does it a little bit with half a tongue in his cheek and just has a little bit of fun with the crowd. So Ebdon 32 up, leading 8-2. So this is quite interesting on table 8 between Zhao Guodong and Liang Wenbo. We'll just have a quick flick over there.
Well, he can tie the frame, and that's where it's interesting. So I think we're right to nip over. Let's just see, there's Liang on the shot. Now what's he going to leave here? We haven't seen a respot yet. He could conceivably have one here. I'm not sure whether he can actually get to the potting angle though. Zhang Anda will keep you up to speed with what happens there. We saw him on a break of 30. Looks to me as if Zhao is going to play the snooker. I don't think he's going for the pot. So this is a way to steal the frame, not bother with the respot. And there's no gap there, which there might be actually. And if there isn't a gap, of course, he's almost favourite here.
He's worked quite hard to get through to this third qualifying round, Zhao Guodong. 10-6 Alan Taylor, 10-8 Jamie Clark. Liang Wenbo's second round qualifying victory came over Jamie Cope, 10-5. Quite evenly matched, these two, although of course on paper Wenbo would be the favourite between the two of them after that great run to the UK final in December. Both Shanghai Masters runners-up, and the more recent to get to the final on home territory was Zhao in 2013. Wenbo's run to the final came in 2009.
Zhang Anda went on, by the way, to just about win that frame. He certainly passed the point of no return, 53 in front on 2 reds there. And we didn't get to show you the end of the break. Now, hang on. What have we got here? This looks as if Liang Wenbo is going to finally scramble over the line in this frame, a frame he could have lost. So this is frame ball once again. Okay, there was a time when his opponent all he needed is snooker, so that's that. There was an interesting development with Ryan Day, who is trying to clear up against Ken Doherty. So I think over to table 3 we should head, with this frame just about won now for Liang Wenbo. Let's see if the clearance is on. This is the shot he's left with. Now this would be a very significant and quite hurtful clearance if Ryan got there. He was a long way behind when he came to the table, and black up to the yellow and all the colours, and he'll have stolen another frame, and that'll be a wonderful start, winning the first 3 of the evening.
He could definitely nick this, wiping the table as he does after every shot. He's definitely got his eye in. He's potted some really good long balls this afternoon. So from 5-4 down, Ryan Day could be about to find himself 7-5 ahead. And that would really start putting some pressure on the 1997 world champion.
All he's got to do now is do it, be it where the balls are. I know that sounds a bit odd, but you just got to make sure he clears up. It's not a formality, it never is. The last difficult shot is to get just top side of the blue here, and then it's simple from there. That is absolutely perfect to land in behind the pink. So this is a steal. He came to the table, best part of 50 behind.
These kind of contexts must really hurt when you're on the losing side of the frame. Wow, look at that, 7-5. Takes it by 3 and he's nicked it. Now, Dominic Dale resumed 8-1 down. Took the next 8-2. And here he is, trying to get another one on the board. How audacious of the two-time ranking event champion.
Yeah, not a good shot though, because he played to screw up above the bulk line. I'm not sure what happened there. He just hit it, I think. The brown has probably the best chance of him potting it is to the middle.
Where does the brown end up?
In the worst place of all, especially when Ali doesn't even need the blue. The only thing that is slightly in his favour is I've got a feeling Ali might have to queue over the top of the blue to pot this, but he'll put all his eggs into one basket here, this being frame ball, and it'll be 9-2 then. So just pot this, don't think about anything else. And that's what he's done. Barring a snooker, Ali Carter will lead 9-2.
Dominic can't really afford just to let that one go. He's too perilously close to the edge here. Graham Dott on a break of 50. Over on table 6. Can Dominic Dale somehow keep this frame alive?
I mean, the pink's in a good place for getting a snooker, but he couldn't get one there, clearly. Dottie's back in business over on table number 6. Maybe we should nip over there because he could get a 2-frame advantage here. He's in and scoring. And anyone who calls Graham Dott a slow player is not watching the game properly, because there was a little spell when people said, oh, he's a bit slow. Well, that was when he won the title. He's not slow at all, because it's only, seems a minute ago, we saw him win the previous frame. And this is a very good little session of play. He was pegged back to 5-all, and he's won 2 very quick frames here. This is frame ball. So that's another one for Dotty. Graham Dott, 7-5 up, barring snookers.
So, Karen Wilson trying to plot his way through that collection of reds around the cue ball. Took the first of the session. Matthew took the second. Still no difference then. Wilson with a 1-frame lead. Dominic still playing on, incidentally, in that match against Ali Carter, despite the fact that he's still chasing a snooker with just blue, pink and black remaining on the table. And Michael Holt and Mark King have come to a little bit of a stalemate in their latest frame, with just the pink and black remaining on the table. They've been knocking it around, those two, for quite a while, and their match was relatively slow yesterday. Michael Holt eventually coming out of that one with a 6-3 lead. So they're still yet to complete their second frame, and we're approaching the hour mark here, having started at around about 5 o'clock, give or take a couple of minutes. Yang Wenbo 6-5 up, having started 5-4 down. Zhang Anders on a break of 31 in the early stages of the next frame against Zhu Yulong, and the 18-year-olds having to work quite hard here to stay in touch with his Chinese rival. $7-5 up, Zhang Ander, and he's in the balls on the table at the moment.
Well, he's a bit lucky there, I think, with that safety shot. Providing the red has got past the middle, in which case he hasn't quite had the luck. Thought he was on for the double kiss, but the red hit the knuckle. And it is cuttable to the left middle.
Ryan Day's in the balls against Ken. Break of 35. Ryan's really having a fabulous start to this session. And that would certainly hurt Ken Doherty, because remember, Ken started at 5 o'clock leading 5-4. And he could find himself 8-5 down in the not too distant future, as Zhang Ander also continues to pour on the pace. He's on a break of 39.
Well, I think we should get over to Dominic Dale, as he just pinched a frame there. Maybe he has. He wanted the snooker in that frame. It may have just ended. But I have a feeling that he came back to win. It was all on the black. A frame that we'd kind of written off when he needed the snooker. Yes, he won that frame. Goodness me. 20 odd behind on the blue.
So Dominic Dale is putting a little bit of respectability on that scoreline. We're watching Kyron Wilson, 6-5 up. The balls are not landing too kindly for him. Ryan Day, incidentally, his break is up to 43.
He's a bit like a runaway train at the moment, Ryan Day, isn't he? There's so much we could show you here. It's so difficult to get the right balance because Kyron's in amongst them, going well.
Well, maybe if we leave Kyron here, we can come back, because Ryan Day's already on a half century. Now this would be what? 4 frames in an hour, from 5-4 down to 8-5 up. So if we could just nip across to table 3, that would be fantastic, just to see if Ryan Day can close out this mini session. Look at this, the Welshman's really got the bit between his teeth. This looks like the balls are racked for practice.
Played with right hand reverse screw there. Took the cue ball down the table, and he is absolutely motoring. He's played brilliantly. This is reminiscent of how he played from 9-5 down against Alfie Burden the night before last.
He's absolutely blitzed Ken here. The charismatic Irishman has barely had an opportunity. 5:58 I make it on my iPad here in the commentary box. Almost 4 frames in an hour, and with such importance as well. He's played brilliantly.
Ryan only knows one way, and that's to do it quickly. And he's been impressive here. But he's not over the line yet. We should remember that. This frame is not his, because this break will go to 65 indeed. And he's got to get on another red. And either colour with it or just about any colour will do. Well, he's not perfectly on the black, but he's got a chance to cut it in, which will take him over the line in the frame.
Wow. Barring snookers, Ryan Day has taken 4 without reply against Ken Doherty. And when you think Ken led 2-0 in the early stages of this match, so from 2-0 up to 8-5 down. That is quite a turnaround for the Welshman. He's the world number 20. No wonder. Will Ken concede that one, or will he try and construct a few snookers here? Maybe it's too important just to roll over.
Well, maybe, but he won't be winning it, I don't think. I think he has conceded the frame. So that's a very good performance from Ryan. They'll take 15 minutes. Ken will have some thinking to do. Meanwhile, Karen Wilson, the break has come to an end, and Matthew Stevens comes to the table with a lead of, with deficit of 43 points. Ebden's on 9. He's 9-2 up. He could still be the first finished.
Zhang Anders' break came to a halt on 55. Zhao Yuolong trails 5-7. He's now at the table with an opportunity to pinch the frame and reduce the deficit to 1, but a lot of life left back in that one. And Mark King, incidentally, took a really long, tight frame against Michael Holt. Michael Holt resumed 6-3 up. He took the first this afternoon for a 7-3 lead, and Mark King's pegged him back to 7-4. Yang Wenbo leads Xiao Guodong 6-5, but it's Guodong on a break of 22 in the early stages there, and he has an opportunity to level things up. So it's moving and changing all the time here, but I think the headline so far, as we watch Wilson trying to stretch his lead against Matthew Stevens, I think the headline from what we've seen so far, Neil, has been those 4 really classy frames from Ryan Day. He's turned that match on its head in the space of an hour.
Every time we've gone over to that match, Ryan's been at the table. There was that frame he cleared up to win from behind. I've barely seen a shot from Ken yet, and because he hasn't had all that many. It's as simple as that. There's a really good safety shot. And Matthew hasn't got an easy safety back here either.
Well, there's plenty of life left in this frame, I think. Let's head over to table 8. Xiao Guodong against Liang Wenbo. So Guodong is trying to get back on level terms here. Liang trailed 5-4, found himself 6-5 ahead, but this is an opportunity for Guodong to close the gap once again. Former Shanghai Masters runner-up. Huge pride on the line for these 2 all-Chinese clashes. And actually in the other one, Zhang Anders' break stopped at 55, and Xiao Yuolong, the 18-year-old, is on a break of 44. So I know we're asking the director to flick around a little bit here, but this is the whole point of covering all these matches. If we could have a little look at table 7.
Yes, important. These are the frames, aren't they? And we should be showing you this because this is an important frame for Zhu Yulong, because he's been second best today so far. And 8-5 down would have been the end I think, or not quite the end, but very close to it. 7-6. I think we're going to go all the way. So he's still got to compose himself. Only wants up to the pink, nothing further than that. It's a little straight on this. The pink's going to be at mid-range. He's managed to force a very slight angle, so he's okay. So frame ball.
Great show of composure for an 18-year-old if he does manage to finish this off and reduce the deficit to 1. That's class. So let's have another look at table 8 whilst we're focusing on the all-Chinese clashes. 6-7 for Zhao Guolong, and Guodong still in with a chance of levelling this match against the world number 18, Liang Wenbo. Interesting dynamic in this one, Neil, because Wenbo started 5-4 down, finds himself 6-5 up, and you started to sense that his extra class and belief from a season that's seen him made his debut in the Masters, maybe getting him across the line, but this is stopping Wenbo's momentum if Guodong can finish this one off and tie things up at 6-all.
I think this is going all the way. I do think the matches involving both Chinese players, you know, the 4 Chinese players locked against each other. I think both of those matches will go all the way. See no reason to believe otherwise. They've been evenly matched all the way through, and this is no different. Because we've forgotten about Guodong a little bit, as you say. Shanghai Masters finalist when Ding had that golden season. Hasn't done much since, but at the time I thought he was taking Ding out of the equation, the best of the up-and-coming, including Wenbo. Wenbo's game has gone forward. Zhao's has stayed where it was. But an appearance at the Crucible might change that, and a win against his fellow countrymen here.
So Wenbo needs snookers, and I think this frame is over. 6-all. Wow. Just underlines how crucial it was for Wenbo to take the last frame of the session last night and not end up 6-3 down. So we've returned to table 4. Kyron Wilson with a very healthy advantage over Matthew Stevens. 5-4 is now 6-5. Really tight, this one. Graham Dott 7-5 up against Mike Dunn. That's out on table 6. Dominic Dale's refusing to lie down against Ali Carter. Somehow managed to drag out the 11th frame when it looked as though Ali Carter would go 9-2. Dominic took that one 8-3, and he started the next frame quite positively. At what stage, in all seriousness, it's still a huge lead for Carter, bearing in mind the context. At what stage, as the player leading by this margin, would you start to think, hang on a minute, this isn't supposed to happen?
Well, if it goes to the mid-session interval, that's more than Carter would have ever hoped for. You know, he wanted it to be over long before that, and you know, if it gets to the interval 8-5, then you're getting worried. As the expression goes, now isn't the time to panic, but that time might come at some point in the next 2 or 3 hours. But I don't think it's there yet. But if Dominic's got a history of coming back in matches and taking them very close. And I mean, we left that last frame. We had to move on to something important on a separate table. But as we remember, there was 3 balls on the table. The pink was down very close to the top right, or the green pocket as we might call it. So it was a good position for getting snookers. And then he got the snooker behind there and ended up pinching the frame. So that will be more than an annoyance for Carter. I think if it went 8-5 at the interval, then he would be really angry. But even 9-4, he'd be settling for that, I think. Settle for 9-4 now.
Mike Dunn with a lead of 15, trailing Graham Dott 7-5. He's on a break of 16. But we're going to stay with this one just for a couple of moments and see whether Dominic can eke out another frame and pull it back to 8-4 from 8-1 down. Peter Ebdon, incidentally, leading 9-2, is on a break of 22, so it is still possible that Ebdon is the first player across the line in this match, courtesy partly as a result of Dominic Dale taking 3 frames, if it is 3 frames, against Ali Carter, preventing him getting to 9.
Yes, we had matches early on with Ding Junhui and Alan McManus, which finished before they took the evening mid-session interval, or the mid-session interval in the final session. And I think in Alan's case, the fact that he beat Jimmy Robertson so easily 10-2 was a great surprise. I'm not saying I didn't think he'd win, but I didn't believe he'd win so easily as that, from what I've seen at Robertson this week. So this is getting quite interesting now. There'll be a difference of 30 points in this blue spotting. One of the last 2 reds with a high value colour. And it'll be 8-4, barring snookers.
Karen Wilson, table 4, edging closer to doubling his advantage from 6-5 to 7-5. He's almost at a point where Matthew requires snookers in that frame. And Mike Dunn on his way to clawing one back against Graham Dott, so Mike Dunn refusing to lie down against the 2006 world champion. That one's over on table 6, but let's stay with this and see whether Dominic can indeed close this out to 8-4.
Well, he's got a lead of 37 points now that he's knocked in that long red and the pink. So barring snookers, he will be. Looks like Karen is going to win that frame, 7-5, 66 in front with 4 reds left, so snookers needed if that chance ever comes.
Yes, good little break there from Kyron Wilson. Meanwhile, Ali Carter still playing on here in this 12th frame. Double kiss. Can Dominic Dale take this one to 8-4? One snooker required for Ali, with 35 on the table. Mike Dunn rather, has indeed reduced that deficit to a single frame. Snooker's required here for Graham Dott. Maybe I was a little bit too early with that prediction, but Graham Dott playing on in this frame. But this is a great effort from Mike Dunn. 59 on the table for Graham Dott. What a lovely pot. And that will be the gap reduced to just a single frame. Excellent stuff there from Mike Dunn. So, 6-7. And here we are. Zhao Guodong, who led 5-4. And then watched Wenbo move 6-5 ahead. He's levelled the match. And now he's back in front in this really intriguing all-Chinese clash. Wenbo's a big star back home. Okay, of course, perhaps not quite the level of star occupied by Ding Junhui with his 11 ranking titles and his Masters victory as well, but Wenbo's no mug. He's on the verge of a place in the world's top 16, a position he has occupied earlier this year. He's charismatic, and the public like him.
Yeah, they can just get through to the middle pocket here. He's flicked the brown twice. Well, he's finished okay on the yellow in the middle somehow, and maybe the brown also to the opposite middle. So just to confirm, Dominic Dell has reeled off the first 3 frames against Ali Carter, so that match will go beyond the mid-session interval, which I don't think anyone thought would happen. And if Ali lost the next at 8-5, he'd be furious with his evening's work so far. Well, I don't think he played that all that well, but he's on the red to the right corner. Just think that both of the matches with the all-Chinese clashes are going to go to the wire. I've said it 2 or 3 times, but I really believe it. There's absolutely nothing between these 4 players this evening. So a number of these matches have gone to the mid-session break with Dunn and Dott at that point. So, Wenbo still at the table. He hasn't really got himself banging amongst the balls here. He's just struggling to gain complete position. If he knocks in this pink, then he'll fancy as a left-hander the red by the blue.
you've had an inclination about this match, Neil, for a while, and I think I agree. Wenbo and Guodong could be going all the way. Incidentally, Ryan Day and Ken Doherty have just re-emerged. Remember, Ryan absolutely blasted 4 frames without reply against the Irish world champion from 1997, and he's in the balls early on at 8-5 up. Ken desperately needs to get a frame on the board, or Ryan moves to within 1. And speaking of which, Peter Ebdon leading Ian Burns 9-2. That frame has slowed somewhat, and Burns now, Peter had a break of 29, and Burns is at the table on a break of 28, so he's doing his best to hang on there. The potential debutant from Preston, Rookie of the Year, after winning his place on the Tour 3Q school in 2012. But that break has stopped at 28, so Ebdon still has a 1-point advantage. Mark King and Michael Holt, incidentally, over on table 1. Holty leads 7-4, and it's 39 apiece in the 12th frame.
Very favourable little nudge there on the pink, but he's opened up everything, so Wenbo with a chance to go to the mid-session break. 7-6 up. Not quite there yet. He's looking at where the pink goes now. Will it go on its own spot? That's easily, actually. Deceptively easily. So you can drop it in on the brown, on a bulk colour. There's so many reds in the middle of the table. I don't anticipate this going wrong.
We'll keep half our eye on the match on table 5, which is Ali Carter and Dominic Dale. Somehow, certainly as far as the second frame he won this evening is concerned, from 8-1 down, Dominic Dale's 8-4. And if he goes 8-5, that stops being a joke as far as Ali Carter's concerned. Graham Dott leads by a frame against Mike Dunn there at the mid-session. Really good work from Mike Dunn to split that mini-session between himself and the 2006 world champion. Nothing in it, just a single frame. Surely Dominic couldn't mount some kind of comeback, could he? Not from 8-1.
Well, I think the next frame is the one. This one that we're in the middle of there, because, like I said, 8-5. All of a sudden there is a squeak. 9-4, not so. But he's done well to get even to that point, hasn't he?
Well, let's stay with this one, shall we? Until we see, presumably, we see Wenbo closing out the frame and getting an advantage back on the board, and then maybe head over and see whether Ali Carter can take that one for 9-4, or whether Dominic just prolongs the drama a little bit with 8-5. It'll be interesting to see what happens as far as Ding's progress in the World Championship is concerned, and Wenbo's if he gets there, because they're 17th and 18th in the world. Ding's a proud player, loves flying the flag for China, and if Wenbo, obviously this is extremely tight, this match, if Wenbo managed to make it through to the Crucible, and he travelled further than Ding, he'd overtake him in the world rankings.
Well, he was the first of the two of them to get to the quarterfinals of the World Championships in 2008. And then, of course, Ding grew in stature as a player. But we can safely say that Wenbo is 7-6 up here, so that's that match. Now, we might just do what you said, I think. Perhaps head over and see how Ali Carter is getting on, because Wenbo certainly will take a 7-6 lead at the mid-session break. Right, Carter at the table.
Break of 15, he's on 38. And you suspect that this would be the frame that ended the match if Ali was to put a decent break together and get to within 1 of the finish line. Ken Doherty with a slender lead in the frame currently being played between himself and Ryan Day on table 3. But this is the captain, Ali Carter, having been flawless yesterday for his 8-1. Dominic Dale just making the 2-time World Championship runner-up earn this rite of passage into tomorrow's draw at 10 o'clock.
I think when you're 8-1 up, you can afford to lose the first session 3-1. But, of course, no more than that.
As Morgan Freeman said in the fabulous film Shawshank Redemption, hope is a dangerous thing. Certainly, that's what Ali Carter will be thinking if Dominic Dale starts to get a sniff. But still in a very, very good commanding position here, Ali Carter, but he would love to get within 1 of the finish line. Is that in your top 5, your top 10, Shawshank?
Yeah, of course. I think everyone likes that. I'll tell you someone who doesn't like that film, David Hendon, Eurosport commentator. He's a bit of a film buff. He thinks it's okay, that's all. He doesn't figure in his lists. He's a proper aficionado. It's common knowledge that he always says it's an overrated film. I think it's a good film, like yourself.
Based on a novel by Stephen King, it might be that he's such an aficionado, he may have read the novel and felt it wasn't strictly adhered to as far as the film was concerned, but all the screenplay. But
next time you see him, ask him. He'll tell you exactly that.
So, just a little reminder here, we've got Ali Carter trying to move 9-4 ahead. Graham Dott leads Mike Dunn 7-6. They're on a little mid-session break. Zhang Anda leads Zhao Yulong, the 18-year-old, also 7-6. Kyron Wilson's on a mini break of 12. He's got a lead of 14 in that most recent frame against Matthew Stevens. He leads 7-5, so if Kyron manages to take that one, then a 3-frame advantage, and he moves to within 2 of the victory. Wenbo staying ahead of Guo Dong. They're on a mid-session as well. And Ken Doherty with a 19-point advantage against Ryan Day, but Ryan's in the balls at the moment, and remember, he took 4 without reply before their little 15-minute interval, and he's now got a break of 14, so Ryan could very soon move to within 1 of the finish line. And Peter Ebdon's still within 1 of the winning line, but it's ever so tense in that frame. Ian Burns trailing 9-2. Ebdon with a lead of 7, but that's been very, very slow going, that frame. And Michael Holt has gone into an 8-4 lead over Mark King. So he's extended his advantage. He started off with a 3-frame lead at 6-3, but the hitman now finds himself moving ever closer to another place at the Crucible. 7 times he's been there before. Zhang Anda on a break of 23 against Zhu Yuelong. 7-6. Hoping to make it 8. This is starting to get really tasty here. You could almost flick between every single table constantly, and you'd see moments of drama and moments of importance. This is the business end of this qualification for the Crucible on all 8 tables in action at the moment.
Because Kyron Wilson is scoring in the next frame against Matthew Stevens as well. That's a good shot from Dominic, mind you, and well, if he could claw this frame back, then all of a sudden we'll be looking at all the great comebacks, I think. I'm not saying it'll happen, but at 8-5 That is a scoreline that could be turned over. There's no getting away from it. Because you'd almost be at the point where Kyron Wilson's about to go 8-5 up against Matthew, and you wouldn't think that was over at that scoreline. So why would this be over?
I haven't seen Terry Griffiths up here. I don't know whether he's been working with some of his players on the phone, but I'm sure if Dominic was to take this one and go into 8-5, I'm presuming Terry is still working with Ali. He certainly was for many years.
No, he's not working with Ali anymore, but he works with Ding and Joe Perry. Let me see, Michael Holt, Jack Lizowski, Mark Allen and Barry Hawkins. There is 6 players. He's not with Ali anymore.
Well, I wonder what he would be saying to him if he was in his corner. If, and it is obviously a big if still, if Dominic was to take this mini session 4-0 and reduce that lead from 7 to 3.
Just wonder if we should quickly look over on table 4 just to see what's happening with Kyron Wilson while we view this break, because he's on the brink of, well, he was on the brink, I thought, of winning that frame. Now, has he missed or... No, beg your pardon, he did knock a red in, but he moved another one. So that will be an important frame to win. He's got a 45-point advantage, so we'll see if he can close out this frame and then probably head back to the Spaceman. I don't mean Tim Peake or anything. You know who I mean?
He's had a few nicknames, Dominic Dale, but the Spaceman does seem the most appropriate. I'm not sure he particularly likes it.
Well, put it this way, his Twitter is Spaceman, so he's embraced it.
Well, I agree. If you've used that as your Twitter handle, you've got to take what comes with that.
So, 49 points the difference here. Red colour. And a really impressive Kyron Wilson, because there's no question in my mind that Matthew Stevens is playing better than he had been. Annoyingly, the one final piece of the jigsaw would have been to get onto the pink, so the lead is 50 points there. And let's just see what he plays. Will he try and execute frame ball by knocking the pink in? He's on the brink. We'll have an eye on what's happening with Dominic as well, but we'll just stay here a minute and see. Probably going to play a closing out shot here. He'll put a colour safe, I think, which means that the deficit of 50 points for Matthew will be very difficult to get over.
Dominic's on a break of 37, and there's a real ding-dong going on with Ken Doherty desperately trying to get his first frame of the session on board against Ryan Day. Ryan's 8-5 up. Ken has a lead in that next frame, but it's tight, and Ryan's now back at the table. Ken's lead is only 19 points, and that is nowhere near enough. The balls spread as they are at the moment.
Just on that last shot that Kyron played tells you what a mature and excellent player he is. And the fact that that's finished short, Kyron's last shot has probably won him the frame, so he needs snookers, does Matthew Stevens. So maybe we should see what the Spaceman is up to, because he was scoring last time. I think this is going to go his way, that Kyron Wilson frame. Well, he's broken down at last. Ali, though, now is not looking quite the same player as we saw yesterday.
Well, he's definitely been given food for thought by Dominic Dale. You never quite know what you're going to get with Dominic. Smash that one in. Now, I was just going to use one of John Virgo's great lines. Where's the cue ball going? But it stays out. If nothing else, if indeed Ali does get over the line, Dominic has reminded us that he is a class act. Ken's edging towards his first frame of the session. He has a sizable lead, although he trails Ryan Day 8-5. That frame is massive over on table 3. We'll head over there and have a little look in a minute once we've seen whether Dominic closes out this particular frame and takes them into a little mid-session. Shall we go and have a look now?
Well, there's so many. Where would you like to go? See if Ryan Day can clear up?
Yes, so
let's do that.
If we can have a little look at table 3, guys.
Well, he's got a chance to. If he's on the brown, goodness me, this would be a real body blow. By the way, Zhu Long is also at the point where he's clearing up with 2 reds left. Again, Zhang Anda in that frame, so that could go all the way, but we stick with this for now, I think. Good. Wow, what a miss. He's guilty of being a little casual on the odd shot, you know. But he looks at where the cue ball's finished and you think, well, if he had potted the yellow, he wouldn't have been on the green anyway.
Well, it could be a key moment, this, if this allows Ken to secure his first frame of the session. 9-5 or 8-6, such a huge, huge difference at a key stage of the match. Ken would love to stop this momentum from the Welshman, but what a double kiss.
That's a rotten shot. That's one of the worst shots I've seen Ken play. I mean, how can he play the double kiss there? I mean, obviously, it had to be avoided. He obviously didn't mean to do it, but, you know, you've got to make sure that doesn't happen. He's given an absolute gift-wrapped clearance chance here.
And from someone who's, sorry Neil, and from someone who's just rattled in 4 frames before the interval, Ryan may well not need a second invitation here. 1 mistake, yes. 2, I'm not so sure.
Ebden's 1. First man through the hurricane.
Do you fancy doing that interview, or shall I take that one?
Well, listen, you're the interviewer, but I would do it if you were feeling unwell or something.
Okay, you can sit back. Shall I mention the 68-minute 4th frame yesterday?
Say whatever you like. Well, anything that's factual, and it was, wasn't it? Did take place, didn't it?
It was something like 68, 69 minutes.
In fairness to Peter, he lost 5-0 to Ian Burns, and he said after that match that Burns played like the world #1, and I looked at the breaks and he did play well, so to turn it round like that and beat him 10-2 2 weeks later, that's got to be thought of as a very good comeback. Meanwhile, another very sloppy shot from Ryan Day. Now, how has he missed that? Ken has been presented with the frame eventually. Let's just see him knock it in. I mean, that's Ryan for you. Why hasn't he gone on and won that frame and got himself close to victory? You know, it's a dreadful shot to miss. So, once Ken pots this, it'll be his first frame of the evening. And he needed that one.
So, really interesting. Let's go back, now that we know that Ken has got a frame on the board, let's go back and see whether Dominic Dale is going to close out the early session from 8-1 to 8-5.
You know, he's only going to do this. And now that is just about it. He's won the frame. And Ali Carter has lost the first 4. Now, I might have to take his name out of the hat that I put in earlier on at 8-1. Can you do that? I have to look in the hat and take it out. And
Metaphorically speaking, I think you're allowed to change your mind. This is unbelievable. From 8-1 down to 8-5. He's taken that mini session without reply, and the 2-time ranking event champion and 2-time World Championship quarter-finalist has given Ali Carter a little bit to think about in their 15-minute break.
Here is Zhu Long clearing up. He was behind in this frame. He wants the yellow, and this is going 7, or this is going all the way. I'm absolutely certain of that.
Kyron Wilson, by the way, is now 8-5 up against Matthew Stevens. He started the session with a 1-frame lead. That's grown to 3. Still waiting for Peter Ebden to come in. It'll be our first winning interview of the evening.
Probably won't hurry to come in.
Now, come on, you need to be nice. Don't make me laugh.
Listen, I like Ebden. I exchanged a few messages with him. He knows that. I still think 6 hours plus is too long for 9 frames. That was what we saw last night. But he's won 10-2, and he's actually, when you think about it, he's won 17 of his last 19 frames. You can throw that one at him if you want to, because it's the truth. It's taken him an awful long time to do it, but he's done it.
And can we just have a little check in your almanac? Now, are we saying 22 appearances at the Crucible, including what will be his appearance this year? Or does this year's qualification make it 23?
Well, for Peter Ebdon,
yes,
former world champion, he has played 22 times before now.
Wow, so this will be his 23rd. That's got to be, he's got to be in the top 10 of all time in terms of performances, surely.
But he hasn't qualified the last 2 years, so that would mean a lot to him to get back. So,
first appearance in 3 years,
yep.
his 23rd year at the Crucible.
And I think he lost to O'Sullivan in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, everyone thought, well, that's not the game that you want. No, that was in 2012, actually, when he lost to O'Sullivan. Yes, he lost 10-4 to O'Sullivan in 2012. And his last Crucible appearance, Graham Dott beat him 10-6, and that was in 2013. Since then, he's not qualified on 2 separate occasions. Talking of Dotty, here he is.
Yes, Graham Dott just wants to pull away from Mike Dunn. This is a very spirited performance from Mike Dunn, the man who's been on tour for 25 years. This, you could argue, would be, well, one of, if not the biggest wins of his career. You could maybe say the quarter-final victory in the China Open that took him to the semis in 2014. That was massive to keep his place on the tour, but he's having problems here with that snooker. And Graham Dott can smell an opportunity here just to try and take a little bit of a sting out of Mike Dunn's belief. Wants to re-establish a 2-frame advantage. So Ebdon's in the draw tomorrow at 10 o'clock. 23rd year at the Crucible. 3 more than Alan McManus has racked up in the last 25 years.
Well, he lost in 2014 to Robin Hull 10-8, and in 2015 Stuart Carrington beat him. So, you know, you miss out on the Crucible for a couple of years, and in the back of your mind, I guess, you know, Peter might be slightly wondering whether he'd ever get back there. I mean, he's the most positive guy you'll see. Well, Graham is absolutely enraged by that last shot, and he finished him behind that black. Okay, he can tuck him behind it, but it's a pretty ineffectual shot, I would think.
And just to make mention of Ken Doherty and Ryan Day, we were watching that one, and Ryan gifted Ken an opportunity to come back in. That would have taken Ryan 9-5 up. Instead, Ken trails 8-6, and he's in the balls for an opportunity. And all of a sudden, Ryan Day, where he was looking at a scenario where he could have led by 4 frames, he might, and it's still very, very early on in this 15th frame, he could end up going from potentially 4 up to 1 up. And Ken is clawing his way back into this match. Gifted an opportunity by Ryan, but the Irishman took it. Break of 18 now for him over on table 3. Well, I've just spotted Ivan Hershevitz coming in to the commentary area, asking if Peter Ebdon has poked his nose in just yet. Nobody seems to be able to find him just yet. But we will try and get a word or two with the 2002 world champion, who's made it through for what will be a 23rd year at the Crucible. As soon as we can find him, we'll ask him the questions.
Well, that was an absolutely amazingly good pot from Mike Dunn. I mean, he was ramped up under that bolt cushion, and he's knocked the red down the rail perfectly. Trying to split the little bunch of 4 reds up here. Not bad. He's not happy with it, but at least he's got a shot at the red.
Would you agree in terms of, and it's a big if Mike Dunn were to win this match and qualify for his first Crucible appearance in 14 years, would you say this would be the biggest, most significant win of his career? Or would you still err on the side of saying, well, look, that run to the semis in China 2 years ago saved his tour?
Don't know. I mean, obviously he qualified in 2002, so I guess at that point he reached the same stage. But you know, I personally think he might still struggle to do so, but it'll keep the stats people quite happy. Anyway, he's disturbed all the reds, and that's the worst thing about that shot. Not only the fact that he's left one, but the other reds are all now in open play. So I think that Dotty might go on and win the frame here. If he can get onto the black, and he's got all those reds in the middle of the table, which all will become available one by one.
Liang Wenbo leading Zhao Guodong 7-6, but Zhao Yulong and Zhang Anda are locked together at 7 frames all. Those two all-Chinese clashes out on tables 7 and 8 are really, really tight. Kyron Wilson has a 3-frame lead over Matthew Stevens at their mid-session, but look at that from Graham Dott. There's nerves on both sides of this table.
Well, it's like a dead white, wasn't it? The cue never even moved. I mean, even if he'd have got that, he wasn't really on the red all that well. Certainly a bit of tension on this table.
How could there not be? They're closing in on a place in the sports showpiece showdown.
Of course, the black covering the right corner for the red that was available has turned out to be in his favour. So Graham got a little bit lucky there. That was why we saw Mike Dunn swinging his cue around, because he was obviously annoyed that he'd got a little bit of bad luck on his side. And I think Mike Dunn might be really angry that A, that he wasn't on the red that he was hoping for, and B, that the shot he played was such a poor one. Now, it wouldn't surprise me, even though the brown's available, whether he just stuck in behind a colour here, because the snooker wouldn't be that easy to hit. If he could cover the right cushion with his snooker, I think this would be troublesome. And instead he might be just pushing the yellow onto the cushion in behind the blue. That's not a bad shot if it's hard enough. So that's why he's such a good player. That was a clever shot. Killing the yellow, and with any luck he won't need it. So a little bit of an insurance policy there.
Just a quick mention of Ryan Day. Remember, he leads 8-6 and allowed Ken back into the match, and it looked as though Ken was in the balls early on with an opportunity to reduce that deficit to 1, but Ryan's now in the balls with a break early on in the 15th frame and could still have a chance to go within 1 of a place in the main draw at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Just a quick mention, if you are watching on the World Snooker YouTube channel, we have a preview show on Friday night at 6 o'clock. It's from the Crucible. It'll be presented by Mark Pearson, one of the key guys at Betfred, a real character who absolutely loves his 17 days at the Crucible every year. He can be seen holding court at Cheltenham most years as well. So 6 o'clock, right here on the World Snooker YouTube channel for that show with Mark Pearson, previewing the action to come the following morning when Stuart Bingham starts his title defence against one of the 16 players to have qualified here on Judgement Day.
Just a quick mention, Angles has been on. He's sent us a tweet, actually. I don't know if you've had a chance to read this. He loves the channel. McManus, who of course he's in great form anyway, just 110-2. Everything's good, isn't it? But he likes us and he likes the show. Really enjoying the coverage. The Judgement Day channel with Foldsey and Rob Walker is superb coverage. Credit all round. Thanks, Alan. You're a gent. And it's kind of you to say that, but I know you're enjoying it. Well played today. I didn't think you'd win that easily, I've got to be honest. I thought you might win, but the way I saw Jimmy Robertson knocking in everything the day before, I thought that it might be a close one, but you put him away in no uncertain terms. Well played. And good luck with the draw, by the way.
Well, it'll be a quick drive back if he ends up drawing Stuart Bingham. Alan's already back up the road safely.
Whatever he does, he'll do it well, because he's a good pro.
I hope he wears the tartan trews again. Remember, they brought him some luck when he and Ken Doherty rolled back the years a couple of years ago at the Crucible.
Not seen those for a while. What happened to them?
I think that's got to be the shout, hasn't it? The tartan trews have got to be back.
Well, they'll still fit into them because he's in good shape still. Runs it every day and all that.
Live draw, don't forget, 10 o'clock tomorrow on the dot. We'll have Barry Hearn and Fred Doan, the boss of Betfred. And then the drama moves up another gear as we start previewing who's up against who. And one of the most interesting matches, of course, will be who has drawn Ding Junhui in the first round. If you're just joining us and you're just tuning in, Ding came through his 3 qualifying rounds. I think it was 10-4, 10-1 and then 10-2 against Nigel Bond. Really good form from Ding. He's dusted off the cobwebs. Now, this has become rather scrappy, this frame between Mike Dunn and Graham Dott, both with opportunities. And with all the colours on their spot, you would think it would be Graham Dott just to finish this one off and double his advantage from 1 frame to 2. Missed opportunities in this frame for Mike Dunn.
Yes, he got a little bit lucky. It's worth mentioning again. When Graham missed that black, the black came all around the table and covered the right corner to the red that was on. And you need luck in this game. And it's just a question now of finishing off, knocking in this blue. Cue ball's just going a little bit too far, but he'll be okay. He'll be happy enough with that. And once this blue goes in, Doherty's lead will be 8-6. And there's a very tight game with Ken Doherty and Ryan Day, isn't there? So when this blue goes in, we need to whisk ourselves away to table 3.
Yes, this is really, really intriguing. Now remember, Ken was staring down the barrel of a 9-5 deficit to Ryan Day. And Ryan gave Ken 2 chances in that match, the second of which on the blue to middle left Ken took. 8-6. Looked as though he was going to go 8-7, and then Ryan put a decent break together, but Ken's back in here.
Well, he was. He's played a monstrous shot. How has he finished where he has? I mean, of all the places, he was on the black, and he's ended up almost snookered. So he was back in, Rob, you were right, and then he played a dreadful shot. So a bit of tension in the arm, you see. All the touch gets lost when things get like this.
This is a massive frame, isn't it? Day moves to within 1 of victory, or Ken moves to within 1 of Ryan Day at 8-7, and then it's anybody's game.
Tell you what, I think we're going to have about 4 or 5 matches all on the last frame at the last time here. We're going to be switching pictures like there's no tomorrow here. We'll try and show you all the crucial shots. We'll try our best to give you the best of it. And there's going to be some very interesting matches. And they're not slow, are they? That's the other thing. I mean, you thought we were going to be here till very late, but I don't think we are.
They're rattling through it. Ryan Day moved from 5-4 down to 8-5 up within the space of an hour. But what's going on in this frame now?
Well, what's happened was Ryan's played a dreadful shot, and I think the cue was gone round the side of the green, and I don't know whether Ken can get to it without a swerve. And really, Ryan didn't deserve this. He deserved to stick the red, the yellow. He played a bad shot, and that is unbelievable. The tension out there in the last few shots for both players is greater than I ever imagined. Now Ryan could put this cue ball quite close to the yellow spot, and this is the kind of ball he's been drilling in the whole week he's been up here. But with the pressure on, it will tell us if he's still in that same form. This is an interesting shot. He's been absolutely crunching these in. And there's another one. What a strike. What a strike. Already looking at what he needs. And the answer is up to and including the pink.
Well, he gifted Ken Doherty an opportunity to go 8-6. But this looks as though Ryan is going to move himself to within 1 frame of another appearance at the Crucible. He's made it 10. This could be 11. Gave himself the platform with 4 frames without reply before the little mid-session. And now he's just turning the screw again here.
That's not a great shot, is it? I mean, he's... well, I think I'd be probably hitting this and trying to put it into the top left pocket, but I think I'd be thinking about getting the cue ball safe. Now, biggest shot of the match so far for me, this one. Oh, played it well enough, though. I mean, it's a pretty good way to play the shot, you know, because this is not an easy chance for Kerner. I don't even think he'll go for this. I think he'll play up and down with the cue ball, because it's not unnatural to get on the black. I can't see him going for this.
So it's the pink here for 8-7 or 9-6.
I think he played safe, and he played a rotten shot. And tell you what, some of the shots Ken's played here, okay, he was unlucky on the yellow that he wasn't on, but his touch has completely deserted him. Now Ryan only needs the pink.
I will just see how this one finishes. And there we go. Ryan Day moves to within 1 of victory, 9-6 up, and Ken Doherty has it all to do. And we've just seen Peter Ebdon heading in towards the commentary position. So whilst Jan Verhaas replaces the balls, we shall grab a word or two with the first man from this evening's matches to book his place in the draw at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
So that was an important frame. That was one there by Ryan Day. A bit scrappy towards the end. Lian Wenbo still a few in front there in the 14th frame. We might nip over there now. What have we got? Well, this is Lian Wenbo. And he's in the balls. And I think we're going to hear from Rob and Peter Ebdon. The first man finished. Never in any doubt. That'll be the next voices you hear as we watch Lian Wenbo at a crucial stage of his match. Okay, I think we're going to head over to Rob.
So, our first winner from the evening's matches is Peter Ebdon. We're used to seeing him coming through really late, as you did at 2 o'clock in the morning against Gerard Green. You're the first man across the finish line tonight, and many congratulations. You're in the draw for your 23rd year at the Crucible. Amazing.
It's not bad, is it? 25 years being a pro, Crucible 23 years. You know, it's something that I'm very proud of.
Were you tired after that monstrous comeback against Gerard Green? 9-3 down at 11 o'clock, and you finished the match at 2, and I'm presuming you probably didn't get to sleep until, what, 3, maybe even 4 by the time you wound down after that second round qualifying match?
I probably got about 4 hours sleep, but as you know, we vegans, we don't do tired. We do full on.
Right, now, talking about tired, yesterday, Neil has mentioned massive respect for all that you've done in the game. That 4th frame before the interval was so long, almost nearly 70 minutes. Such a long time to concentrate for at such an early stage in the match. How did that frame end up going so long?
I was just getting warmed up at that stage. That was one of my shorter frames.
Well, I'm sure when I get back in the commentary box, he'll have a thing or two to say about that. You missed out on the Crucible for the last couple of years, so even though you have been there so many times, what will it mean to be back after a little bit of an absence? Because do you get to a point where you think, hang on a minute, I can't take these year-on-year returns for granted. Am I going to get back?
Yeah, it's certainly very tough, and it was very difficult to accept not being at the Crucible for the last couple of years. I really struggled 2 years ago when we first had the qualifiers here, and I really struggled on the conditions more than anything. It's not what I expected of a World Championship qualifying scenario. But I will say that after having challenging conditions for the first couple of matches here this week, the table fitters have got it right. The re-cloth for the tables for the final match meant the tables play completely different as you would expect them to play for a World Championship qualifying. So well done to World Snooker, well done to the table fitters, the cloth manufacturers. They've got it right. It would have been nice to play on similar conditions in the first and second match. It didn't happen, and I sort of struggled with that, but these conditions were lovely, and presumably they'll be just as nice at the Crucible, which will be lovely.
Now, you in the past have been quite vociferous about saying that, listen, with the way it is now, with 3 best-of-19s, it's very, very unlikely or impossible for a qualifier to come through and maintain their stamina and momentum all the way through to win the title, as Sean did back in 05 and Terry in 79. Obviously, if you have 3 matches that go 10-9 and finish at 2 in the morning, as you did against Gerard Green, then you could certainly say that. But do you feel as though your view might change a little bit, having come through this one 10-2, because you're not going to be anywhere near as tired in the first round as you would have been if the Gerard match had just been this one?
Yeah, we'll just see how it goes. What I'll do is I'll probably take a week off and then a week to build myself back up. And yeah, no, unfortunately I could be playing Saturday, couldn't I? Which is just a few days' time. So yeah, it's very, very close. I think if any of the players could potentially come through 3 best-of-19s, being so close to the Crucible, you'd have to say Ding, being a young man, would have the class to be able to do it. Ali Carter has certainly got the class and the drive to do it, and you know, he's on a vegan diet now and he's looking the best I've ever seen him, and he's really, really hungry. I know he's having a tough match with Dominic, who's a very, very good player, but Ali could do it. And then you've got Kyron Wilson, who's such a great player. You know, you're going to be hearing a lot from him in the future, and I'd say if anybody could do it, it could be one of those 3 players, but it is incredibly tough. I think we saw last year Anthony McGill playing fantastic in the qualifiers, winning 2 matches, and then he sort of hit the wall, so to speak. It's very difficult to have anything left once you get to the quarters or semis in the World Championship. The year I won it, 2002, I started the tournament 11 stone 8, and 17 days later I was 10 stone 3. So I lost almost 1.5 stone in 17 days, and I had no qualifying matches to play. So that is how tough it is, and that's how demanding it is. And if any qualifier goes on to win the World Championship, I'll be the first to congratulate them, because it's really, really tough. But I'm actually going to run a marathon tomorrow. I'm going to swim the Channel the day after. But the blood transfusions and the Lasix, you know, should see me through, and you know, I'm looking forward to my first match.
Okay, just finally, as someone with 23 years of experience of appearing at the Crucible, what's your plan for the next couple of days? Are you going home? Are you staying here for the draw in case your name comes out for Stuart on Saturday morning? How are you playing the next 24, 48 hours?
Yeah, no, I'll be travelling back to Northamptonshire tonight, and I've got a treatment booked tomorrow. I've got quite a few people that look after me, help me with my back, my shoulders, my neck. I'll be seeing my Reiki master, Karen, tomorrow. I've found Reiki to be absolutely unbelievable over the last few years. That's really, really helped me. And I'm actually training to become a Reiki master myself. I've done my first 2 out of 3 courses. And that's something that I'm enjoying doing at the moment as well, apart from playing snooker. So it's nice to be able to help people and heal people when they got problems, and that's something that I'd like to do in the future.
Well, you've got plenty of time to work on that. In the meantime, get home and have some rest, and you're in the draw. We'll see who you face, and we'll see you back here on the big stage where you've become such a familiar presence over the last 23 years. Well done. First man through tonight.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well done to Peter Ebdon, first man through, as we heard, which was a comfortable victory, and it was a great performance in that he did actually lose 5-0 to Ian Burns a couple of weeks ago, and he's turned that around in no uncertain terms. So good to hear from Peter. In the meantime, well, we've missed a few things in that Kyron Wilson's a few in front at 8-5. Ryan Day 9-6 now, but Ken Doherty in amongst the balls in the next. The 2 matches featuring Chinese players, Zhu Long and Zhang Anda. Well, that's tight, that's 7-all, and Wenbo won the 14th frame to go 8-6. Rob's back into the commentary booth. I'm glad you finished that interview when you did. It was all very interesting, but when he said about swimming the Channel, I realised he was winding us up. Up until then, I never knew. I thought he meant it. He was doing a marathon.
Yes, he
He's
likes to have a
barking,
little
isn't
bit
he?
of
He's
likes to have a little
barking.
bit of fun in these interviews.
Not all there, is he, anymore? He's a great fun, but he's barking mad, I'm telling you. And that's why he's such a success, I think. You know, he's got this incredible amount of determination.
He certainly has. Well, Ali Carter would love to get within one of the finish line here. Dominic's had 4 without reply. It's been quite some start to the evening's entertainment by the spaceman, but it's the captain who's on the table at the moment. Just a quick mention of Mike Dunn. Mike Dunn is going to claw one back. Graham Dott 8-6, but Mike Dunn's at the table, and he's going to reduce that deficit to a single frame. So try as he might, every single time Graham Dott moves ahead, Mike Dunn pegs him back. Zhang Anda with a lead of 24 against Zhu Yulong. They're 7 frames apiece. But can Ali Carter win his first frame of the day and move to within 1 of joining his good friend and now fellow vegan Peter Ebdon in tomorrow's draw at 10 o'clock?
I'm not sure I'd like to have been in Ali Carter's dressing room at that interval, having lost the first 4. I'm sure he'd been really angry with the way that he's kind of almost led his opponent back into the game here. And this is not an easy red he's going for. This is very missable. Yeah, I'm not surprised. They're never easy shots. This match has got some mileage in it still, you know. And it's quite an amazing comeback so far. Well, we're not saying it's going to change the match. If he won this frame, Dominic, then you know you're talking about a match that could go very close now, down to 2 frames.
Well, maybe we'll have a little look at table 3, Ken Doherty and Ryan Day, because Ryan, of course, has moved to within 1 frame of victory, but it's tight in this one. Nine, 6. Ken got in the balls early on. Mike Dunn, just to confirm, has moved to within 1, so it's Graham Dott 8, Mike Dunn 7. It's got quite slow on table 1 as well between Michael Holt and Mark King. It's still 8-4. Michael Holt has the advantage and he's in the balls at the moment. So Ryan Day has given plenty of indications that he's coming back to his best form here, and he's not far away from regaining a place in the world's top 16. It could be a good year for him at the Crucible if he can finish this match off against Ken Doherty. He's clearly in good form and he's in the mood. Ali Carter's break is over, incidentally, so 8-5 up. It's 25-19 to Ali in that next frame.
It should be remembered that Ryan Day once had a ranking of 6 in the world. So that's how good a player he was. There's only one thing about him that slightly frustrates me, is occasionally, for no obvious reason, he misses a very easy ball. Because I think he's got all the ability in the world and he's still playing to that level. But he still has never won a ranking event, and that is the big problem with him. He's not winning enough because he's a little casual on the important shots for no reason. But he's played well today, albeit the last frame was a little bit of a rocky one that Doherty should have won.
I remember the form he was producing. I think it was in the 2008 Grand Prix at the Scottish Exhibition and Conference Centre. He should have won that ranking title. He lost in the final, one of 3 occasions where he's got ever so close to taking the big crown. But this is a useful break he's putting together here in his quest to make it 11 appearances at the Crucible. Still 25-19 in that current frame on table 5 between Ali Carter and Dominic Dale. This is the match to stick with at the moment, and he's left that one over the jaws, and you've said it a couple of times, Neil, that he's left opportunities that in other frames, in other contexts, he would have buried. So there's a lifeline here for the 1997 world champion Ken Doherty.
There is still a chance, although Ken's game seems to have gone to pieces a little bit in the last few frames. Yang Ander looks to be about to go 8-7 up. Ken's missed again. I think Ken's gone at the moment. I'm afraid the last frame, it was almost like he had completely lost all touch. And I don't think he's got anything left. I think this match is nearly over, unless Ryan just allows him to get back into it by just losing his own concentration. Because at the moment, Ken, I'm afraid, is there for the taking.
Dominic Dale leads Ali Carter now, only by 6 points, but he is at the table. Ali had the early initiative in that frame, so it's 4 without response. And if Dominic Dale can suddenly move from 8-5 to 8-6, that gets very serious indeed for Ali Carter over on table 5. So we'll stay with this one and just see whether Ryan Day manages to close this match out. And as soon as this is over, we'll go back to see if Dominic Dale can keep this break and this amazing recovery going. Everybody, including Neil Folds and myself, had Ali Carter with 1.5 feet in the draw tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And somehow Dominic Dale is clawing his way back into contention, and he's giving Ali Carter some very uncomfortable questions to answer.
In the meantime, Ryan Day is very close here. 36 points to lead. Unless he plays on the black here from this red, which he could conceivably do, he will need another red. Let's see which way he goes with this. Oh, that's an odd one. The blue's not really a lot of good to him. So if he plays the pink, then Ken can only tie. There was an argument to play on the black, and there is still an argument to play the black, actually. Just got to make sure he doesn't make a waistcoat foul of the red down the table. And that's probably the only thing that will stop him playing it. Well, that, I think, is that. I think Ryan Day has had a very good 3-match campaign here, and it should be remembered he was 9-5 down 2 nights ago to Alfie Burden, looking like he was heading back to Bridgend and not to the Crucible, but I think that's now changed. 44 the difference. Ken will have to carry on. But tonight, Ken didn't play anything like the level he did yesterday.
Ken led this match 2-0. Started with a century. Ryan's body language is very positive. He's back down at the table as soon as he gets an opportunity. Dominic Dale, meanwhile, is 27 points up, trailing 8-5. As we just watch Ken desperately trying to stay alive here in his quest for a 20th appearance at the Crucible. He will be there, of course. in a commentary and pundit role, but he wants to be there as a player as well, but that honour looks very, very likely to go to Ryan Day. And the damage, Neil, was done with the first 4 frames of this evening. Less than an hour, Ken virtually didn't have a chance, and it changed the dynamic of the match.
It really did. You're absolutely right. And we're going through the formalities here. Of course, Ken could get the snooker and a free ball, but how often does that actually happen in this game? Very rarely. That could be Ken's last shot of this championship.
And as soon as the formalities here are wrapped up, we'll be going straight back to Ali Carter against Dominic Dale on table 5.
So
by the way, Mark King and Michael Holt has become a really, really slow match. They still haven't got to the mid-session yet.
No, that's got potential to run on, no doubt. Of course, Holt well in front, but Mark King will not give up. But this match is over, and Ryan Day back at the Crucible, where he's had some success. And don't forget, he's beaten Ding Junhui there in the past. I remember a match where he had Rodney O'Sullivan beaten, but managed to lose to the Rocket. That's going way back.
Really good session of snooker from Ryan. 5-4 down, he wins 10-6. The Welshman will be in the draw tomorrow alongside Mark Williams. Not looking as easy for Matthew Stevens to join his 2 compatriots. He trails 8-5, and Kyron Wilson has a 59-point advantage with only 51 on the table.
So here we are with Dale, 21 points ahead, and well, not exactly in command, but very much back in the match.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you this question now because you're a great historian and you've got that fabulous almanac. It is still a little too early to talk about sensational comebacks, but it does become a conversation we might start to have to think about. If Dominic wins this frame and goes 8-6, there can't have been too many more emphatic comebacks from than 8-1 down.
Well,
great snooker there, sorry, just by Ali Carter there, giving Dominic plenty to think about for the next couple of moments.
Yeah, I mean, this mostly relates to what happens at the Crucible, but there have been great comebacks at the Crucible, as we know. There aren't too many 8-1s turned over, put it that way, in a match of this kind of duration. I think we've got Ryan Day into the studio now, haven't we, Rob? So you're going to be chatting to the next Crucible player who's got through.
Yes. I wonder if we just wait briefly just to see if Ali Carter finally manages to get himself within 1 of the winning line here.
I think we should.
I'm sure Ryan will be in a good enough mood to hang on for a moment or two.
Well, this is important, and the shot he's got to play to get from whatever colour he takes onto the yellow is a very big shot. And he didn't think there'd be too many big shots in this match at 8-1. Now, what a wonderful chance to clear, and he's got to find the form that took him 8-1 up yesterday. Well, all it is a question of getting in behind the blue nicely, and really surely this clearance then is on. Slightly overscrewed, but he's got an angle. It's all right. Shouldn't be underestimated what kind of pressure he's now put himself under by losing all these frames tonight. He's missed it. He's missed. Wow. Well, this really is now a serious concern for Ali Carter. That looked like a chance to get to 9 and lead 9-5, but 8-6 after that is now what's going to happen here. Wow, this is unbelievable. The comeback is still going. Dom's just got to pop this, which I don't think he'll miss. And there's 20 in this, so 2 snookers needed, but Dominic perfectly in behind the pink. Karen Wilson is about to go 9-5 up over Matthew Stevens. But we've got a real game on our hands here, and the tension was unbearable, and Dominic Dale has won all 5 frames tonight. He's now only 8-6 down against Ali Carter. I think we all need a break. We're going to get back to Rob.
8-6, unbelievable performance by the Welshman Dominic to get back in that match. And here's another Welshman who produced 4 without response at the start of the second half of his match against Ken Doherty. Ryan Day, many congratulations. Those 4 frames within an hour changed the dynamic of the match. What a great start at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, obviously, I was 5-3 down at one stage, so to go 8-5 in front was, yeah, like you said, it sort of swung the momentum of the game massively in my direction. I really got myself up for the start of the game and come out of the traps and played really well, so I'm just delighted like everyone else.
There was a moment where we thought Ken was getting right back into the match, where you left him a couple of chances where you could have gone 9-5, but he pegged you back, and then had a couple of chances where it looked like he might level the match, but you just got over to 9, and maybe that was another key moment, that when you got to 9 frames you thought, right, okay, I'm back in control here, I'm almost over the line.
Yeah, his first to 10, so it's a long match, but there's always milestones to hit during the game. It's always nice to be in front after the first session, but I was 5-4 behind, which is, you're behind going into the second session, but it's pretty much level game. And then obviously the first session is key to try to win it. Each match you play in 4 sessions really, and yeah, like you said, I missed a couple of chances to extend my lead, but I put some good balls at key times after missing a couple of easy ones. So yeah, I was quite happy with the way I forgot about mistakes and just played the next shot with it under its own merit, if you like.
The long potting looked really good.
Yeah, at the start I put some key, like I said, key shots. I was lucky. I hit a safety shot. I think it was the frame before last, penultimate frame, and I saw like half snookered Ken. And he went in off, and the long yellow into the black pocket. I struck it perfectly and ended up winning the frame. So that was the frame to get the 9. In the end, that was key.
You've had some difficult times with your form. You know, that we know about you climbing as high as 6th in the world and making 3 ranking finals, 3 quarterfinals in 10 appearances at the Crucible, which will now be 11. So how satisfying is it, having drifted back down the rankings, to now be going back up in the right direction? Top 20, you're in the main draw for the Crucible. You're not far off knocking on the door, getting back in the 16.
Yeah, it's been like that for a few years really. I was probably 5 or 6 years ago was when I was playing at my worst form, and I had 2 seasons where I weren't enjoying playing and didn't really get anything out of matches when I was winning even. So yeah, the last 3 or 4 years I've been more competitive. There's been glimpses of really good form, but then, as most people know, I throw in a bad match. It's just all about keeping in the right frame of mind and the right thought processes.
How excited are you to be back in the draw for the Crucible? It is a good record of your previous 10 appearances, 3 quarterfinals, big win over Ding. You've produced some good stuff in that cauldron atmosphere before.
Yeah, I really enjoyed playing at the Crucible last year. It was very disappointing. Got off to a good start, and the match just got away from me, and I couldn't stop it. So yeah, it's not excitement at the minute. It's just a feeling of relief getting through these 3 games. Obviously, everyone needs to wait until the draw's done tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, I think.
Yes,
and,
10 o'clock.
Yeah, we see when we play in the first round, and then the preparation goes from there. Then.
Are you going straight home now?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. Don't know.
Well, you've got to be in it to win it, and a great performance. And just before you go, a word about Dominic fighting his way back into that match. 8-1, we're all talking. Even Neil Folds in the commentary box, former world number 3, knows what it takes to go deep in this tournament. We're all saying, okay, Ali's almost over the line, and all of a sudden, Dominic's got a chance. 8-6, it's not over.
For anyone that's been here, they know it's open plan. You can see the other matches going on as you're playing your own. And Dominic, sort of like the half joke before we started that me and Matthew were playing side by side. Dominic was a couple of tables away, and he said I should be wrapped up and able to watch you guys in about 40 minutes. So I think he was trying a bit of kidology there, and yeah, he's right back in it at 8-6.
Amazing. Well, it'll be great to have another Welshman there, but I'm sure Ali Carter will be desperate to ensure it's his name in the draw tomorrow. Great performance, Ryan. 10-6, job done. Cracking start tonight, and we'll see you playing somebody fairly amazing in a great atmosphere in a few days' time. Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Well done to Ryan Day. He's played some great snooker over the last week. Now, Zhang Anda is playing near the top of his game as well. His break has gone to 50 against Zhu Yulong. Of course, we're keeping an eye on Carter and Dale as well, but for now we're sticking with this because this match is getting to the nitty-gritty as well, important stages where Zhang Anda has a 50-point advantage. Karen Wilson might not be far away from the interview room as well because he's leading by 20 points. He's in a break at 9-5 over Matthew Stevens. A lot of people have actually reminded me of a match. Michael Aniston on Twitter were the first of them, of course, where Dominic trailed 11-5 against Barry Hawkins at the Crucible a couple of years ago and won, let me see, from 11-5 he won 7 in a row to lead 12-11, and he thought, well, he's going to win now, and he never got a shot in the last 2 frames. Hawkins played 2 almost perfect frames, which was bizarre, so he can make a comeback. That was a brilliant red. And then an exceptional green from Zhang Anda, who's making a break of 54 here, and he'll be on 9. And this would be a shock for me. I thought Zhu Yulong would win this match. He still may, but he could be 9-7 down shortly.
Mark King eventually won a monstrously long frame against Michael Holt. He trails 5-8 there at the mid-session. Ali Carter with a break of 33. He's 37 points up. Remember, he's now 8-6 as opposed to 8-1.
Might get over there shortly. We'll see if we can wrap this frame up because this puts Zhang a frame away from a 3rd appearance at the Crucible Theatre. About a 10-minute walk from here. I walked up this afternoon after the morning into the afternoon session. And all the preparations are quite advanced there. The tables are all in. They're testing for rolls and all that kind of stuff, the table fitters. Now the break has just possibly gone wrong. There may be a plant to the left middle, which is a tough one. Kyron Wilson getting close to victory. So there's lots of things we need to keep an eye on here. If this break ends here, we may head elsewhere. Now, will he play the plant? I don't think so. But Zhang on the brink of going 9-7 up.
Kyron leads by 39 points in what he hopes is the last frame of the match. 9-5 up against Matthew. Ali Carter leads by 46. He's on a break of 42. Is this at last the frame where he does get within 1 of victory?
Yes, we've got some difficult decisions to make, haven't we, here, as to what we go and watch, because there's so much happening.
Well, it's either Kyron Wilson trying to close the match out for what would be 10-5 against Matthew Stevens, or we nip over to see if Ali Carter can get his first frame of the day, having lost 5 in the bounce. So here is Ali.
Yes, it's dig in time, isn't it, for him? And he started to do that. He started to regroup. The last frame must have been a crushing blow. I couldn't believe he missed the brown when he did off its spot, rolling it in. Not a kick or anything, just overcut it, actually.
Wilson's getting closer on table 4. It's been a really disappointing session from the perspective of Matthew Stevens. Contrast his fortunes to those of Dominic Dale's from a position of virtually no hope at all, coming back in to make this a really, really intriguing match. Wilson now on 59, and maybe we should just nip across to Kyron Wilson on table 4.
He's actually just finished his break, believe it or not, on 59, so let's see what Matthew can offer, but we should try and see him get across the line if possible. But he made 59 and the break ended quite abruptly, I think. By the way, we're watching Zhang Ando. He's actually clinched that frame now. He's taken the red and the blue since then. So barring Snookers, that frame is on the board and he's going to go through, I think. Now, is Matthew playing the double here? That's the question. He is.
Oh.
He's got it. And he's got a shot at the black. But we need to stay with this, because if this doesn't go in, it might be his last shot of this year's Betfred World Snooker Championship. Because you should leave a red if he misses it.
Ryan came back against Alfie from 9-5 down, but this is a really, really tall order for Matthew. And Kyron's in great form. Lovely black, though.
Yes, it only crawled into the side of the pocket, but they all count. Well, this is really his last chance now. Carter is on the brink of winning that frame, so we'll leave that one for the time being and focus our attention on what we're seeing here. But at these times, there's so much happening, it's quite difficult to cover all bases. But the good thing is we would actually not have seen any of this before. So I think a lot of people are saying they're enjoying the coverage, and thanks very much for the comments.
Dominic needs Snookers in that frame, so Ali, barring a sudden foul, will finally get a frame on the board in today's session, and he'll find himself very relieved to be 9-6 up.
I don't know if you've ever spoken or interviewed Kyron Wilson before, Rob. Obviously you may have done. But if he wins, you'll enjoy speaking to him, because he's a really nice lad. There's a real determination about him, but he's a nice lad to interview, nice lad to speak to. And of course he's played at the Crucible before, but I think he's probably 14 points better a player now. He's more experienced, and he's a ranking tournament winner. He's not there yet, but it could be that you'll be speaking to him very soon.
Ali's taken that frame, by the way, so he now restores a 3-frame cushion. His break's up to 76, and I think he'll be quite happy just to get a little bit of rhythm back into his game and just remind himself why he is in front in this match after an extraordinary few frames from Dominic Dale to dig in.
There's Matthew Stevens, that battered old Q extension that looks like it's about 1,000 years old. He's played a pretty good shot. He's keeping his dreams alive here.
Zhang Ando, remember, also on 9. And Graham Dott's 9-7 up now against Mike Dunn. Mark King and Michael Holt still on their mid-session interval. Holt leading 8-5. That one's got really, really slow.
It's a pretty good shot. And I'll tell you for why, because he's probably got to play the red that's safe and the one that he doesn't really want to play. He may be able to roll up to the red on the left cushion. You can see a clear shot at the left-hand red on the cushion rail, but that, as I say, yeah, no way Karen wants to move that one, so he'll drop up to the one near the left corner.
Zhang Anda just one frame away from a victory over the 18-year-old Zhu Yulong, but it's Liu Long, I should say. He was in the balls with a handy early break, aiming to become amongst the 10 youngest players ever to appear at the Crucible. He's only just turned 18 and he's performed well against Zhang Anda, but the older of the two Chinese players has just managed to turn the screw. Yu Long has just broken down on a break of 24, which allows Zhang Anda to try and come back in and finish the match.
What a good shot from Matthew. He's not quite given up the ghost yet.
That would be a great comeback from 59 and 9-5 down. Stranger things have happened.
But the last two reds are not that easy.
I wonder if Mark Williams is casting an eye over this one, watching his good mates. Try and show his class here once again.
So here's the shot that means the most. If he's got an angle, which I think he must have, he could probably punch the cue ball off the bottom cushion up towards the red. Yep. Quite a bit of pace on this one. That's not the kind of kiss he was looking for.
Xiao Guodong has the advantage in this latest frame against Liang Wenbo. Wenbo still one frame away from being on the verge. It's 8-6. Just 1 point in it in this frame. And if Guodong pulls this back to 8-7, that could well go all the way. First points to Graham Dotz. So he's at 9-7.
He just played an ultra defensive shot there. I can understand why. He just can't afford to leave the red out in the middle of the table, given that Karen Wilson's only just a couple of shots away from winning the match.
That's made things tricky for Matthew Stevens. 35 on, trails by 19. There's some life left in this frame yet. Yulong has a lead of 32 points as he trails Zhang Anda 9-7, so he's hanging in there, the 18-year-old, over on table 7. But we're sticking with this one between Kyron Wilson and Matthew Stevens on table 4. And remember, we've now got Ali Carter 9-6 up against Dominic Dale, 1 frame away from another place in the Crucible for what would be the 14th consecutive year for Carter.
He did well to avoid the double kiss, but he's given Matthew half a chance here. I'm sure the shot is to cut the red in, bring the cue ball in behind the black. It's probably a shot to nothing unless he gets so close to the red that it stays over the pocket. Great shot. Great shot. And I think he'll be in a quite difficult snooker to hit here, Kyron. Blocking off the left-hand side of the table, so he'll go to the right side of this black.
What a pot that was from Matthew Stevens. Didn't even wobble on the way in. Fantastic pot, bearing in mind the context. Wenbo with a little break of 15 over on table 8 against Xiao Guodong, hoping to move to within 1 of victory.
He was actually quite lucky there. The in-off would have been probably end of frame. I know he's got to play at the shot again, but he'd rather another chance than that key will fly into that top left pocket. The yellow from hand probably would see Stevens clear.
Zhang Anda is still behind in the 17th frame, but he's got a break, and if he can keep it going, he'll be across the line. Ali Carter on a break of 25, he's 9-6 up. He leads by 13 points. Yet another miss there from Kyron Wilson, and Stevens is digging in this frame.
Yeah, so he missed it on the other side, and he left a free ball. Called by Pete Williamson. And this frame could be turning the match around slightly if Matthew can win it. Because I was thinking that Kyron was over the line. Since then, at 59-0, Matthew's not played one bad shot.
This would be a really, really big frame for him to take, almost just to re-establish his own belief that he could mount some kind of fabulous comeback here. So, plenty to choose from here if Ryan does indeed, Matthew rather, does indeed take this frame. Perhaps we will hot-foot it over. We've got Ali Carter with a 13-point advantage. Wenbo looks as though he's on a decent break here that may well take him to within 1.
Dottie's not far away from closing out his match either. 9-7 up and in amongst the Reds. But this match might go to another frame now, and Matthew has really played a good second half of this frame, you know. He's just come to life in the nick of time because he's on the verge of going out 10-5. But I think he'll win the frame now. That's perfectly played once again.
Great stuff from the 2-time Crucible runner-up. On the verge of the handshake, Wilson on 59. And suddenly it's 9-6. Now, Graham Dott. It's been a really, really tight match between himself and Mike Dunn. And you can see what he made of that shot.
Yes, I think this frame might have a bit more in it just yet. I noticed Liang was doing pretty well also, and looking at what match is this? This is Zhu Long. Well, this is a tight frame also, so there's so much going on. I think Liang is 43 in front against Xiao Guodong with 59 on.
Yes, it does look as though Liang Wenbo will move to within 1 of victory with 9 frames.
Not so sure. Not so fast, Mr. Walker. Not just yet. I know what you're saying, but he did break down at just the wrong moment. I think it's going to be tough to clear where the balls are.
We'll keep our eye on Zhang Ander's break just next to these guys on 7, because he could potentially close out the match. Ali Carter and Dominic Dale have reached a little bit of a stalemate. Carter's on 25, Dale on 12. Remember, Ali Carter has now got to within 1 of victory, but there's been no score in about the last 3 or 4 exchanges between the two of them. So can Xiao Guodong stop Liang Wenbo getting within 1? Well, this is a good effort. Perhaps I was a fraction too keen there to see Wenbo across the line. Guodong, who's ranked 47th in the world, is making a cracking effort here to stop the world number 18 moving closer to the victory line.
Well, he's missed now, and you might end up being absolutely right. I know he was coming from, because Wenbo was in amongst them, and he'll be relieved to get another chance. So it could go 9-6 now, and if he takes a red and a highest value colour here, then he will certainly be in that position.
Ali's got a red on the board at last, moves up to 26. Zhang Anders on a break of 23.
Yes, and if you can roll this black in, we might have to nip over to that game, mightn't we? Because Zhang Ander is on the brink of another crucible appearance.
It's been a great contest between the two Chinese players on 7, and indeed this one's turning out to be a great encounter as well. So let's move over to that match. Zhang Ander very, very close here to sealing another place at the Crucible.
Crucible ball, this is match ball, it's gone in. I think the only difference between these two players right now is that little bit of experience. Yu Long, I think, will go further in the game than Zhang Ander, but for now, that experience, a man that's played these long matches at this level on 2 separate occasions, so I think that is the difference between these two players on this day. But Yu Long is one for the future. He needs 2 snookers in this frame, and if that goes in, it won't come to that. So 2 snookers.
Ali Carter on a small but potentially very significant break. He's on 9. He's now moved further ahead of Dominic Dale.
And Mike Dunn's on the comeback trail as well. We thought that Dotty was home and hosed. He broke down, as we saw, and he was enraged about the shot that he played. Well, I think we can say goodbye to the chance of Zhu Yulong. And there's the handshake. Zhang Ander is through his 3rd Crucible appearance. He'll appear in tomorrow's 10 o'clock draw. That's one of the 2 Chinese clashes done and dusted. Now, what have we got here? This is Gudong, 37 behind. So he actually needs a snooker. Might be a good idea to go. Well, there's so many places we can go. Mike Dunn has broken down right now in his break, so I think we're probably on the right match, Rob.
Yes. Can Ali Carter finally get across the line here against Dominic Dale, a very stubborn Dominic Dale, who's turned this into quite an intriguing match when it looked as though he would be arguably the first player to be eliminated this evening. Far from it.
I mean, it's taken him the best part of 3 hours to get this victory, if he does get it. And when we thought that it could conceivably have been over in half an hour. You know, went to a mid-session interval, which never seemed likely either. You know, you lose 5 frames in a row, and clearly the distress singles can be sent out.
It'll be interesting talking to Ali, assuming he does close this frame and the match out here. So maybe hear what his thought process was at the mid-session. Having, as you quite rightly just said, probably not anticipated being anywhere near Pons Forge by that time of the evening.
Now I think we might nip over to table 6 very quickly because Graham Dott is on the brink. Let's have a look. He's right at the point where he's going to make another Crucible appearance. And there it is, that's match ball, and how pleased will Graham Dott be to be back. And I tell you what, as ever, he will be a match for anybody. So, he's beaten Mike Dunn, and in fairness to Mike Dunn, he's played a good match. He's kept things tight. It wasn't to be. He's only ever played at the Crucible once, and that's in 2002. But Dotty must have that really good feeling that you get when you're over the line, and he is. So we await the handshake here. Ali Carter, well, he's about to play match ball as well. So Dotty is through. I expect a handshake there. So Dotty through. Let's get to Ali Carter. The most relieved man right now here in Pons Forge, wouldn't you say?
Without a shadow of a doubt.
You've got a big queue of people to interview out there. It's like a bus queue of qualifiers.
Well, Zhang Anders off the list, apparently. I've just been reliably informed in my ear, but we will be certainly grabbing a word or two with Graham Dott, and definitely with Ali Carter to get his reflections on a topsy-turvy match against Dominic Dale.
Well, Zhang did appear, but now he's gone to do his press, and there'll be a lot of Chinese interest, a lot of Chinese journalists here to speak about that match that he's won. Dotty's in the house as well, he's delighted. So you'll be speaking to him shortly, and I think you're very close with Carter. We probably should just see Carter over the line, and then we can hear from the 2006 world champion who's sitting there very patiently. Dominic has fought really hard today for make one down. Nobody saw it going on this long. So Ali Carter looks like he's going to get there. Lost 5 frames in a row from 8-1 to 8-6, but it looks as if he's going to finish 10-6. Right now, it's only a couple of snookers. And just to let you know that there's a very tight frame with Zhao Guodong and Lian Wenbo right now as well. They're on the colours. So that's another tight one. And Kyron Wilson is close to winning as well, so it's all happening. He's in the balls on 27. We're just holding fire with the Graham Dott interview for now. But as long as we possibly can, we can't keep him here for too much longer. Now, 23 points to lead Lian Wenbo with 27 on over there, and a very high scoring frame. It's 83-58, and it looks like Liang is going to win that frame. Kyron Wilson on a break of 28. Dominic Dale needs 2 snookers here. The other match that's going on, 8-5 to Holt over Mark King, who's a few in front. Extraordinary frame of snooker on the other table with Zhao Guodong can actually tie the frame, but it's 83-58. There must be a lot of penalty points in that one. Well, could that be the last shot? Dominic's in a spot of trouble now.
Well, we can't keep a good man waiting. We were hoping that we would see the end of that frame, but there's life left in that match yet, even so. More twists to come with Ali Carter and Dominic Dale. We'll get back to that one in a moment, because we do have to say congratulations to Graham Dott over the line again. Mike Dunn made that so tricky. For most of that match, every single time you seemed to get away and start gaining some momentum, he kept on pegging you back to within one. You really had to earn that.
Yeah, there wasn't much in the match. I think, to be honest, a little bit of luck I had. I was probably lucky to win that match, if I'm being honest. I think Mike probably played as well, if not better than me.
How much confidence, though, do you have as you get closer and closer to the Crucible? Because it is an arena in which we've seen your finest snooker. Not just, of course, lifting the title in 2006, 2 finals as well. You do seem to like longer frame format matches.
There's no doubt about it. I love it. But between the longer matches and also playing at the Crucible, I love it there. There's so much pressure. Like, even although I've qualified, right away you automatically get nervous because you know you're going to be playing at the Crucible. But I love it there. So hopefully I can play well again this year.
Great day for the Scots. Alan McManus was one of the first players through from this afternoon. You know, Anthony McGill's also there, and now you as well.
Yeah, it was quite good. Obviously the main 3 that was here, there was obviously Scott Donaldson and Ross Muir as well, but the main 3 that had the best chance of qualifying have qualified, so it's been pretty good.
Massive experience for you at the Crucible, and interestingly, whilst we were watching a few balls there between Dominic and Alistair Carter, you were saying that actually, unlike almost every other winning player we've interviewed here today, you are staying tonight, because if you're playing on Saturday, you don't want to be distracted by going up the road and having to come back down on Friday.
Yeah, so I'll see the draw. I think anything other than Saturday, and I'll go home and see the kids for a day. But if I'm playing on Saturday, I'll just stay down.
And you kind of keep quite a low profile when you're going through your Sheffield campaigns. You hire a cottage and you're not seen too much at the Crucible.
Yeah, I generally don't go down that much. Basically all your practice should be done before you come here, so you're only really loosening your arm up before you play. So that's the way I've always treated it, and it's worked so far for me, so I'll keep doing it again.
Well, fingers crossed you get a tasty match in the draw. I'm sure you will. Well done, Graham. You're in it once again, proving what a great performer you are over the longer frame format. We will return our attention to Neil Folds, who's calling the closing stages of Ali Carter against Dominic Dale. Thanks, Graham.
Cheers, thanks.
Well, that was Rob Walker trying to rearrange the set here in the studio. We probably need to get over to that Carter Dale match now, actually. Well, we see Rod calls absolute carnage, which is one of his favourite words. 41 points the difference. So we don't really need that little box in the corner anymore, but we might need to nip over to one of the other tables before too long. Well, he's done right here. He's, there is an out. If you get this far, I suppose, 9-6 down. Was 1.81 down. He needs 2 snookers. He's not completely out of the match yet. And he won a frame needing a snooker early on, it should be remembered. Lian Wenbo won a very high scoring previous frame against Zhao Gudong. And Kyron Wilson got in with a break of 40. And he's not quite over the line against Matthew Stevens, but it should be remembered he was 50 plus in front in the previous frame.
Mark King's pulled one back against Michael Holtz, now 8-6 to the hitman. What an absorbing match this has been between Ali Carter and Dominic Dale, and I imagine, Neil, that if Ali gets across the line, his feeling will be one of relief.
Well, he won't be too happy about that last shot, where he's put Dominic in a snooker and he's been snookered back. He might be able to get to it one cushion, but sometimes you never quite know where the ball's going to end up here. You never know where the balls are going to end up.
Oh, my gosh.
It's not that unlucky. There was always the chance of that happening. As I said before, you never know where the balls will end up. He should never hit the balls that hard. 37 in it. I tell you what, this is not over, because he could easily get a snooker at some point soon here. Either on this shot, he could take a high-value colour. I mean, the balls could not be best. I don't think I've ever seen 4 colours at the other end of the table where the ball's a better place for getting snookers.
And just out of camera shot there, I think you could see Ali Carter waving his cue around in the air in frustration. It's starting to show.
Well, he wasn't unlucky. Hitting the ball at that speed, you don't know where the ball's going to end up. And I think he hit it too hard, personally. Because you've got to look beyond the obvious sometimes.
Wow. Just when we thought this was over. What are we now? It's 8 o'clock. So, amazing. 3 hours after resuming 8-1 up, Ali Carter still isn't quite over the line against Dominic Dale.
It was an absolute cast iron snooker, wasn't it? Unmissable. Whether it's unmissable for Ali Carter when it comes to the escape, I just don't know. But how on earth has he got himself into this mess?
He must be wondering what he's still doing here.
I know. Unbelievable. Now, Wembo has taken command against Zhao Gudong, hasn't he? 9-6 up. Karen Wilson might be close. He's leading 48-0. Carter's now missed again. Goodness me. And if he goes in off, it's a free ball. What is happening here? This is unbelievable. That is a free ball in my opinion. Dominic's already getting around to play the free ball, so he already knew it was one. And all of a sudden, he can comfortably win the frame.
What an extraordinary turn of events.
Well, if he wins it, then I would worry a little bit about Ali Carter winning this match. Now, decision time. Does he go for it? I think he probably has to, actually. Karen Wilson's near, you know, to winning over there on the other table. Kind of hard to leave this match right now, isn't it?
Got to stay with this, surely.
I think he had to go for that. I mean, he hasn't left an easy starter, though, for Ali. I shouldn't think any shot's easy for Ali Carter right now. I can see why he didn't play the snooker there.
So can Ali Carter finally get across the line against Dominic Dale?
Well, I think he'll do it now at long last. And he will be absolutely, not so much thrilled, but very relieved, I think. And Karen Wilson's about to win as well, it seems. So should we just quickly look over at Karen Wilson's table? Because I think he's on the brink. He's got a lead of 64 points. We're almost at the same scenario that we had with the other match. For now, I think we'll head back and just see the handshake, shall we, with Carter and Dale?
Yes.
And they're about to happen, and well done to Ali Carter. He's got there in the end.
I'm looking forward to this interview just to see what his reflections are. And I think I agree with you, Neil. It'll be reflections of relief and perhaps slight annoyance with himself that he ended up spending 3 hours on the table as opposed to being wrapped up in half an hour.
I don't know what Dom's thinking of. He's carrying on. And this is too far back. He's made a comeback tonight, but he's not coming back from this 39 behind. He must be in a hurry to get home. All I can think of. He's 5 snookers here.
At what stage do you think it borders on a point where a player should say, OK, I've lost, enough's enough?
Well, I think he's going to do that now because he needs 6 snookers. So he's given up, and Carter's got there, not without a few scares. 10-6. Let's head over to Karen Wilson. And that match has ended as well. In the end, Karen Wilson has beaten Matthew Stevens. We've seen Ken Doherty beaten tonight, former world champion. Twice finalist Matthew Stevens also beaten. And we've got one more match left that we can show you. Of course, there is the other match still going on. Mark King and Michael Holt. That is going very long there, and it could well go 8-7 Holt. Mark King is coming right back. Was it 8-4 at one point? It was, wasn't it?
Yes, he was 4-0 up early on, Michael Holt. 4-0, 8-4, and a great chance for Mark King to go 8-7.
Zhao Guidong has missed a black off the spot. Sorry to interrupt, Rob. It's out of the blue, and the only good thing is that he's covered it.
So whilst we keep our eye on this one, we will be getting those interviews with Ali Carter and Kyron Wilson. Extraordinary. Over 3 hours in the end for Ali to get over the line against Dominic Dale. And Wembo will be relieved if he's able to finish this one off with a couple of frames to spare. The world number 18. Aiming to join his highly decorated compatriot Ding Junhui in tomorrow's draw at 10 o'clock. Mark King has left Michael Holt needing snookers, so from 4-0 down and 8-4 down, he's going to move within one frame on a break of 68. So Judgment Day is slowly and surely drawing its way to a climax. Now, we will quickly hot-foot it out.
You've got the captain, I think, at
yes,
the ready.
Let's see how relieved he is after that match. Extraordinary.
I bet he's very relieved. So just to recap, it's 8-7 with Michael Holt and Mark King. And here, Wembo one frame away from victory. Kyron Wilson also knocked on the door for his interview, but he's going to have to wait a second because we're going to get Rob Walker in position and he's going to have a chat with the captain, Ali Carter. Over to Rob.
Well, this was an interview we may have been expected to do, well, around 2.5 hours ago. Ali, you are over the line at last, but my gosh, what a strange match, what a strange session.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, it's hard to get over the line. It's such an important match, you know. I feel like, you know, through no fault of my own, I'm here qualifying anyway, and it's 3 tough matches, tough, hard, best of 19s. But, you know, in all fairness, for Dom to come back there, like, he'd won a scrappy first frame to go 8-2, and then he needed a snooker with the blue, pink and black on, and he's played you know, I've been so unlucky. He's played a good shot, but, you know, then it's 8-3, then he's played well, and then I've started missing, and then all of a sudden, you know, 8-5, 8-6, it gets twitchy, but, you know, I'm delighted to get through. I've played some good stuff.
What were you saying to yourself in the mid-session to try and keep yourself calm? Were you getting annoyed at the situation that was developing?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, 8-1 up, the match is there for you to lose, really, you know, and I wanted to obviously win 10-1, but that wasn't to be. But, you know, it's so hard, you know, to be patient and wait for your chances because you feel like, you know, you should be over the line and get it done and dusted quickly. But, you know, sometimes it doesn't work like that. And, you know, Dom played well and the balls went scrappy and I should have clinched it earlier and I didn't. And then all of a sudden, you know, but hey, I'm through. That's all that matters now.
And it will be your 14th consecutive year at the Crucible. You're in the draw again. You've got massive experience, a couple of appearances in the final in 08 and 12. So, you know, you've come through 3 really difficult matches and you're in the mix tomorrow at 10 o'clock when the draw's made.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'll possibly be one of the ones that no one wants to draw in the first round. I've won my 3 matches. I'm there. You know, for where I was 18 months ago, I'm thankful that I'm holding a queue, and you know, to be back at the Crucible, you know, it takes to go through what I've been through, you know, and to come back and compete at the top level. It takes a special person to do that, and you know, it's been very, very, very difficult times for me, and you know, I've tried to hold myself in the highest regard and be professional, and you know, inspire other people who are going through the battles that I went through. But to be back there at the Crucible for my 14th consecutive year, considering the battles I've been through, yeah, that means the world to me.
Well, you'll get a massive reception when you come out for that first round match, whoever you face. Do you think maybe some of what you've been through gives you an added calmness when the pressure is really on in the heat of a match, or are you so focused on the match that you're not really thinking like that?
Yeah, I don't know about that really. It did when I first came back after the chemotherapy and had got the all clear. But you know, your brain is programmed to forget the horrific times that you experience in your life. You know, and although it's in the back of my mind, I tend to look at it as a closed chapter now. I was lucky to escape and get out alive, but you know, it's I should pinch myself really and take your advice there and think, you know, I should take the pressure off myself. But when you're a sportsman and you're a competitive animal, you can't. You know, you want to win, and everyone's striving to win. So yeah, I'm exactly the same.
So, will you be travelling home? It's a long way, or will you wait to see what the draw brings for you tomorrow? Because it's not beyond the bounds that you're pulled out the hat for 10 o'clock Saturday morning against Stuart.
Oh no, I'm going home definitely. I've been up here for 3 or 4 days, and you know it's only 2.5 hours home for me. So I'll get home, see my little boy, and you know, and if I have to head back up Friday, all being well. But hopefully I'll get drawn after the weekend, get a few days to recoup, and you know, turn up and see what happens.
Will you be bringing Max up for the first round, or would you wait and see whether things go a little more positively than that and get him through when it gets a bit deeper into the tournament?
Yeah, I'll you know, hey, I've been to the final twice. I've made a Max. Getting to the first round of Sheffield is not like no big celebration for me, you know. I don't mean to sound you know, like I'm not grateful for being there, because I am, but you know, I'm only in the first round now. Let's get it right. So no, if I was in the final, he'd be there.
But he'll be champing at the bit to get up here.
I don't like snooker. So
Really?
He thinks it's boring. Daddy, it's boring. That's all I get from him. So I go, yeah, you're right, mate. I think that as well. But I actually do it for a living.
Well, I'm sure once he gets a little bit older and realises all that you've achieved and the determination you've shown, he certainly won't think you're boring. But well done on getting over the line, and we will see you in the first round. Whoever you draw, it's great to have you here in the tournament at the business end. 14 years in a row. What a great achievement.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks.
Brilliant stuff, Ali Carter. Wonderful interview that, and putting everything into perspective. Really, he's won a snooker match. He's delighted, but he understands everything else that he's been through and hasn't forgotten it. And it's a game of snooker. And it's nice when you win, but it's not life or death. So I think Kyron Wilson will be with us shortly, but for now this match is 9-6 Wembo. The other match, which of course is not where our cameras are, is a big comeback for Mark King. He made a century in the previous frame, so Michael Holt 8-7 up. It was 8-4, so Mark King, not having any have been knocked out, he won't hear of it. And I guess for Ali Carter, it's business as usual. That's 14 years at the Crucible. The man has just walked into the studio. He will shortly be geared up to speak to Rob Walker, Kyron Wilson, somebody I have a lot of time for on the tour, and he'll be playing at the Crucible for the second time. So at the moment, this match is at this frame is at a fairly early stage. Wembo a few in front, so I think we've probably got time to hear from Rob with the most recent man who has gone through.
So Ali Carter over the line 10-6, and so too the same scoreline for Kyron Wilson. And Kyron, bearing in mind you were up against a man who's gone so deep at the Crucible on so many occasions, Matthew Stevens, a great win from 5-4 up.
Yeah, definitely. I think the first session was massive. We both played very well. It sort of flowed throughout. From 2-0 and 4-3 down, or sort of up against it. I managed to come out on top 5-4 and sort of sit on a one-frame lead. That was massive. But yeah, I thought I was a little bit unlucky to sort of draw Matthew, being seeded into this event. Matthew's a great player, and I'm sure playing like that, he'll rise back up the rankings very soon.
Looked at one stage as though you were going to get across the line 10-5, and then he produced a really quality clearance to peg you back to 9-6. Was there a moment there where you thought, hang on a minute, he's got the calibre to really put me under pressure here if I don't get across the line quite soon?
To be honest, I think the red that I missed was with the rest. I think if I'd have missed it with my hand on the table, you're sort of thinking different things. You start to feel a little bit twitchy, but because I missed it with the rest, I still felt good. But yeah, from where the balls were, I still fancied winning 10-5. He potted some great balls, especially the double, and cut back 2 blacks, and yeah, carried the break going and got himself back into the match.
An amazing season for you. Started off at 56, obviously the huge win in Shanghai. You're up into the world's top 20. How much better a player are you going into the Crucible this year compared to when you played Ricky a couple of years ago?
To be honest, to sum it up, I think I was a little boy when I went there 2 years ago. You know, I'm about to get married in June. I've got my 1-year-old little boy. I think them two have turned me into a man. And yeah, it's certainly shown on the table. And yeah, I just cannot wait to sort of try and put in a better performance this time around at the Crucible.
So what's your plan? That the draw is live at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and you've earned the right to be there. It's going to be a great occasion, great excitement to see who draws who in the big one, and it all starts on Saturday. Are you going home, or are you going to stay around until you find out which day you're playing?
No, I'm off for a curry with the boys now. No, I'll have a curry with the boys that have come up to support me. I've got a lot of family and friends that have come up, so yeah, I'll have a bit of food with them, and then I'll shoot off home, see my fiance, and wake up with my little boy in the morning and watch the draw with a lot of anticipation.
When this season started, if someone had said to you, okay, you're back at the Crucible and you're a ranking event winner, would you have believed them?
It sort of happened very quickly, but I've always known I've got the capability to do it. But yeah, the strength in depth nowadays to come through and sort of be consistent like I have so far, I'm very proud of the way I've sort of handled things so far.
Well, so far so good. So enjoy your curry. Just a couple of orange juices for you, Chief.
No, I don't know about that.
And we'll see you. We'll see you in the first round. Whoever you get, many congratulations.
Thanks very much, Rob.
Really well done to Kyron Wilson. Another good interview. That good to see him back at the Crucible. I agree. I think he's a completely different player to the one from 2 years ago. We're going to see another Crucible player, I think, shortly. A qualifier in Lian Wenbo. He's 34 in front. Okay, there is still enough on the table for Zhao Guidong to get back into it, but I'm not sure he'll get to the table here. And it'll mean a lot to Wenbo as well. So the lead is 41 on the brink. It should be remembered that he was behind overnight. In fact, he was behind 5-3. So it's a big turnaround, this. He's won 7 of the last 8 frames if he goes on to score in this frame. Here's match ball. And he's not one anyone in the draw would particularly like to play. I know Ronnie O'Sullivan has got a lot of respect for Lian Wenbo, and he describes him as a good friend. Well, is that in? Well, that is in, and that is game, set, and match. Lian Wenbo, he's the next man through. He's beaten Zhao Guidong 10-6, a very relieved Chinese player, Liang. It was the Battle of China, and it was a good win. So, all our televised matches are done and dusted. There is another match on, and it was 8-4 to the hitman, Michael Holt, and it's now 8-7 because, as I mentioned, there was a century break for Mark King. So that one is likely to run and run. You can just see it over on the far side there, and that will be the last man to get through to the Crucible, the winner of that one. Been an interesting evening. We thought the matches, I think, would be a little closer than they were, Rob. It didn't quite work out that way, did it?
No, we were expecting more 10-9s to come from this section of 8 matches than the ones earlier on today. Robbie Williams was taken 10-9 by Anthony Hamilton. Sam Baird needed to go all the way against the would-be debutant Liam Highfield. An amazing night of drama. Dominic's march back up towards Ali Carter was fantastic, and all credit to Ali, who was quite emotional there in that interview. Happy to be in the mix for a 14th consecutive year. 2 former world champions are back in the draw for the 32, Peter Ebdon and Graham Dott. No place this time for Ken Doherty. Ryan Day was great value for his victory, and if he can iron out, as you call them, those momentary slips in concentration, he's in cracking form. So one more interview to come with Liang Wenbo, and then we'll just wrap up the drama from Judgement Day and look forward to the draw at 10 o'clock.
So now we're going to hear from Liang Wenbo, and it is Rob Walker once again in the hot seat, and he's going to conduct this interview. So well done, Liang Wenbo. Take it away, Rob.
Well, Liang Wenbo is the 3rd Chinese player to book his place in the big draw tomorrow, which will be live at 10 o'clock. Liang, many congratulations. Did it make the match more tricky, the fact that you were up against your compatriot, Xiao Guodong?
Thank you. Yesterday we started first season. I got 3-1 up, and I play well at the start. And Guodong play very well, give me a lot of pressure. And I 5-4 down the first season. And today I just thinking I want to control the table, make me the pressure come down. Yeah, everybody got pressure, but you have to learn quickly go to the inside, play the game.
You've been to the quarterfinals of the Crucible. That was quite a while ago in 2008, but we've seen from your run to the final of the UK Championship in December that you're a much better player than you were when you performed well here 8 years ago. Do you feel you can do something really special at this year's tournament?
Oh yeah, this year I play, I think, much better before. This year every tournament I got last 16, UK champion, I got final. I still got chance to win the Neil Robertson. I just some experience I need to learn. I try hard.
And it was your first year at the Masters as well. You had that special suit made for the Masters. Is that the one that you had made for?
Yeah.
So are you wearing that?
Yeah.
For the first round here?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the suit that's going to bring you luck. Well,
thank you.
Well, many congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Whoever you get in the first round.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Liang Wenbo, a quarter-finalist, as you heard, in 2008, the first Chinese player to reach the quarter-final at the Crucible. Well, we're done and dusted here now. A few things to remind you of. The draw 10 o'clock tomorrow, and of course you can follow the draw on this channel. And something else to remind you of, the live show 6 o'clock on Friday, which is a preview of the World Championship with special guests live from Media Centre, and that'll be all on our World Snooker Live YouTube channels. That's on Friday and at 6 o'clock, but don't forget the draw is 10 o'clock tomorrow. Don't miss that. We'll have that for you live as well. But for Rob Walker and me, Neil Foes, hope you've enjoyed this. It's been 2 great days, but it's good night.